여러분 안녕하십니까? SBS
Good morning. Thank you for joining SBS D Forum, Rewriting Democracy, a special forum to celebrate the founding anniversary of SBS. I am Kim Hyunwoo from SBS News 8. Good morning. I'm Choi Hae-rim from SBS News 8. For social contribution, SBS present SBS D Forum as a global knowledge sharing project. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had an online forum for the past 2 years to reach the audience. Finally, this year, for the first time in 3 years, we meet you again face to face to open a forum for public debate. SBS D Forum is presented as a special forum to celebrate the founding anniversary of SBS. Every year, SBS D Forum selects the issue that our society has to focus on as the main theme and propose future vision with the scholars from Korea and abroad. This year's theme for SBS D Forum is Rewriting Democracy. After the COVID-19 pandemic, authoritarianism and populism are spreading across the world with clear signs of democracy losing ground. In this situation, we'd like to examine the current status of the politics in Korea and propose practical solutions. This year's SBS D Forum is being held during the period of national mourning due to the tragedy happened in Itaewon on October 29. It is deeply saddening and we are still very cautious, but we thought that, especially in a time like this, we need an in-depth discussion on the direction our society should move in, and decided after a long discussion to organize SDF as planned. We pray for the victims and we express deep condolences to the bereaved families. As we meet audience face-to-face again after 3 years, this year's SDF will invite globally renowned speakers for lectures and offer various programs as well as so that the audience can ask questions and experience themselves. We'll try to find out what conditions, efforts, and new perspectives are needed to realize democracy as a principle of life for each individual using the collective intelligence across different areas. So we look forward to the programs that we prepared.
네, 그럼 본격적으로 SBS 창사 특집 SDF
We'll now begin SDF 2022. For the official opening, we'd like to invite President and CEO Park Jung-hoon of SBS for an opening speech. Please welcome him with a big hand. President and CEO Park Jung-hoon of SBS has emphasized that we have to be brave in proposing a social agenda for discussion and making a public debate. And that's the public role of the terrestrial broadcasting company. SBS D Forum is part of the social contribution to fulfill our social responsibility. Please give him another round of big applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great to see you all. I'm deeply moved to see you again in person at SDF after 3 years. First of all, last weekend we had a tragic accident in Itaewon, and I pray for the victims and express my condolences. I believe everyone would agree that this year will be recorded as an unusual year of turbulence. Even before the COVID-19 recedes, we experienced a war and consequent inflation, in addition to interest hikes. These crises that make ordinary people suffer are still ongoing. Also, extreme weather events such as unprecedented typhoons and heavy rains threaten our daily lives as well. In the face of these multiple crises, our citizens are in a desperate need of competent politics, a politics of unity that can lead our insecure future. But the world seems to be returning to the era of the Cold War again. The economic polarization has created conflict between classes, which is leading to the polarization of politics between liberals and conservatives. From the endless conflict between the two powers, many countries are struggling. The Swedish report that measures the development level of democracy assesses that today's democracy has regressed to 30 years ago compared to the past. Although political conflict is a global phenomenon, our politics is taking the lead in encouraging the division of the people instead of easing the conflicts. Citizens' political participation has also turned into fandom for a specific faction. In the National Assembly, Gwanghwamun Square, and in fact across the whole country, there's no single peaceful day. To handle various opinions of citizens and conflicts among them, we need a dialogue and compromise so that we can make a rational decision. That's the essence of democratic politics. However, the current politics in Korea has seriously derailed. So today, SBS proposes to rewrite democracy through SDF 2022. Our economy and culture have achieved such a massive growth, and the people around the world are now envious. But when it comes to politics, we are still regarded as the third class. As a media company, we bear our responsibility too. But in order to correct the trajectory of a democracy that's going backward, what is the most urgent issue for political reform? With the power of the collective intelligence of scholars and citizens, we want to find the answer together. I hope that SDF will be a meaningful opportunity to find a solution to the problems in our politics. So with that, now I declare the opening of SDF 2022. President and CEO Park Jong-hoon of SBS delivered his opening speech to extend his gratitude to everyone who has joined the forum and declared the opening of SDF 2022. SDF Forum is a knowledge-sharing project for social contribution. This year, we are privileged to be joined by distinguished guests from various sectors, including politics, business, and culture, as well as ambassadors of different countries. Thank you. From now on, we have prepared a video to demonstrate the theme of SDF 2022, Rewriting Democracy. Please enjoy. More and more, politics is driven not by calling but by interest. So people see the politics as an era or area with a maximum level of human greed and try to pursue politics or gain power based on that perception. Politics is continuously derailed to become an issue of power struggle instead of an issue of people's lives, and I think that's the biggest problem. How can we make sure that the National Assembly focuses on real issues of our lives? The National Assembly is not representing its people, and I think that's the essence of the problem. It's not about whether the liberal or conservative takes power. If that was the problem, we would have solved it over the last 30 years, because conservative and liberal took power for 15 years each. Whenever we had a discussion about improving political system, especially election system, in the end, we all prioritized the party's interests, so it was never properly done. I think this is an act of terrorism against democracy. This extremely divided politics by camps will exacerbate conflict and division, thereby removing the good function of politics. It is time to change.
Yes, at a time when democracy seems to be in decline, this year's SBSD Forum seeks to accurately diagnose the local and global realities and come up with concrete solutions. Then why is democracy in crisis around the world, and what kind of efforts should we make to overcome the situation? Professor Adam Przeworski, who is the Carol and Milton Professor Emeritus in the Department of Politics at New York University, renowned scholar and leading political scientist, will show the way forward with his keynote speech. If you have any questions to Professor Przeworski, please send them to SDF 2022 Kakao Talk channel. We will select a few questions and entertain them during the talk with the professor after the keynote speech. Without further ado, let us turn our attention to the screen to find out more about the professor.
I think democracy is the system, the way by which societies peacefully process whatever conflicts occur in liberty and peace. We would have a discussion and exchange of views about the way democracy can confront the forthcoming or the current and the forthcoming crises, and perhaps what are the ways in which we can improve the way it functions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the world-renowned scholar of democracy, Professor Przeworski. Please give the professor a big hand.
This is not the first time I'm in Korea. I had a privilege during my previous visits to be shown around the country by my former students who studied at the University of Chicago in the 1980s and became my lifelong friends. I admired the beauty of your country, and I very much appreciated and cherished their friendship. And this is why I find it particularly painful, personally touching, the tragedy that we have all experienced in the past and a few days ago. I deeply share your pain. I've realized that this is not a good moment to speak about aspects of ordinary life. Yes, Christ, in a moment of crisis, it's hard to divert our attentions from the immediate event. But I'm going to speak about our routine, I hope normal, ordinary life. And one aspect of it is democracy. You and I are privileged to live in countries in which democracy has become expected, routine, and in which we take it for granted. And my purpose is to maybe open some questions about it, to show that democracy is full not only of tensions, but also of some surprises and some mysteries. And I'm going to try to convey to you at least the way I think about democracy. Not everybody thinks about it in the same way, but I think that this particular way is useful for understanding the everyday tension of democratic politics. Just think of it this way. Democracy is a strange phenomenon. Yes? What happens in each election? About half of the voters vote against the party that wins. Half of the voters find themselves on the losing side, and they're unhappy. Moreover, some of the people who vote for the winning side become disappointed with the performance of the government. So basically, after each election, after some time, a majority is unsatisfied with what happened. And what do we all hope for? That the next time we're going to win, and that the winner will not disappoint us. We get these cycles of hope and disappointment, hope and disappointment. Is this irrational? Now, why do we value democracy? There's no single answer to that question because different people value it for different reasons. Some people value it because they think that democracy will implement some other values which they think are superior. Political liberty, being able to live without everyday life without political interference. Political equality, the fact that everybody has equal political rights. Perhaps accountable governments, perhaps good governments. Different people attach different values. But I want to emphasize that democracy has an intrinsic value, a value in itself, which is quite obvious. Namely, it allows us, as the collectivity, as the people, to choose by whom we're going to be governed and to some extent how. We cannot all govern at the same time. We have to be governed by others, and we don't like it. But at least what democracy does, and it's unique in that, what democracy does, it allows us to choose who is going to govern us. Now, when you start looking in a longer-term historical perspective, you realize how rare democracy has been and how fragile it is. Even in the modern era, power changed hands. This is, I'm thinking, since 1788. Power has changed more frequently by coups, by violence, than by elections. 670 times by coups and 570 times by elections, I counted. Moreover, think, there are still 68 countries in the world, including the two elephants, Russia and China, that has never experienced the moment in which the government would lose an election and yield the power. So democracy has been rare and fragile. I'm going to show you some pictures just so that you have a sense of it, yes? What you see behind me, this kind of solid hill and the line of it, is the number of independent countries in the world in each year since 1800. As you see, the number of countries increased in the interwar period, and then there was a massive wave of decolonialization, so now there are about 200 independent countries in the world. The line which you see there, the red line, is the proportion of countries that existed in each year that had democratic regimes. And as you see, this proportion was very low. It increased basically after 1900 and then during the war period, interwar period, fell briefly in the interwar period. And then that little dip you see comes from the fact that many new countries became independent and many of them became non-democracies, autocracies at that time. But in the recent era, as you see, after about 1990, the proportion of countries that have democratic regimes has really skyrocketed, and it's now more than 60%. Now, what you see here behind me is basically a distribution of the length of time that democracies existed in particular countries. And you have to realize that in some countries, many countries had a democratic period and then a dictatorial period, democratic period and a dictatorial period. Argentina, for example, had 8 democratic periods. Yes? So what you see here is that most democracies have not lasted for a very long time. Korea, the longest in the United States so far. Korea, at 34 years now, since 1988, is already a long-lasting democracy. And finally, the last picture I want to show you is the upper part, the one in green, the upper line, is the proportion of elections that occurred in each year which the incumbent party, the party in power, had lost. And the lower line is the proportion of elections in each year which the incumbent party had lost and accepted a defeat. Because yes, we have this little divergence. Mr. Trump in the United States, perhaps Mr. Bolsonaro in Brazil, we still don't know, who lose elections but refuse to accept the result. Again, I want to show to you that the change in power through elections, peaceful change in power through elections, is a relatively recent phenomenon. Now, the question becomes then, so how does the system work? And the point of departure in any understanding of politics is that in every society and every time there are conflicts. That's unavoidable. Yes. Some conflicts are economic, some are cultural, of education, family policy, and whatnot. Some are purely symbolic. Some are major, some are very frivolous, minor. There was a government in Weimar Germany that fell because it wanted to change the colors of the national flag. So even kind of minor, which seems symbolic issues, can evoke real passion. Now, once we have conflict, the question becomes, so how do we, I don't want to say resolve it, because we never resolve them once and for all, but how do we process conflicts in relative liberty and peace? That's really my question, yes? And they can be processed by some rules, mainly elections, I'll say why in a second, or they can generate violent opposition and sometimes military intervention. Okay? We have several mechanisms in our societies for processing conflicts. The judicial system is one of them. Collective bargaining systems are another one of them. But elections are unique. Elections are unique because that's the only mechanism open to all in which everybody has an equal right to participate. So the most important aspect then is processing conflicts by election. How does it work? If you permit a very schematic characterization. There are elections. Somebody wins, somebody loses. Winning means that the winning party can realize more of its interests, norms, or values than the losers. But what matters in here is how much do the losers lose? What are the stakes in an election? They cannot be too low, because then elections just don't matter. But they cannot be too high. The loser cannot lose too much. And the other aspect is whether the losers can have a reasonable expectation to become winners in the future. Yes? That even though you lost this election, maybe you will lose the next one. If the stakes are not too high, and if the losers do not lose forever, then elections work in peace. That does mean that the winners cannot try to make the life of the losers miserable, and that the winners cannot deny the losers the chance to win the next election. When these conditions are satisfied, conflicts are processed in relative liberty and peace, and I think that is the miracle of democracy. There are some statistical regularities very quickly. One is that it turns out, I discovered in 1997, that no democracy ever fell in a country that was wealthier, it had higher per capita income than Argentina in 1976. Since then, Thailand had a coup at a slightly higher income, but basically, in wealthy societies, democracy seems to be impregnable, seems to be stable. And in a society like Korea, it seems very secure. The second mechanism is that we learn from the past. It turns out that if a country had experienced several alternations in office through elections, then again, democracy is impregnable, is stable in those countries, and you Koreans already had sufficient number of alternations to think that democracy should last in this country. Having said that, democracy, I think, is vulnerable to two dangers. Traditionally, we would think, still about 30 years ago, we would think that the greatest danger comes from the military. That danger seems to have pretty much disappeared. Dangers we face now are more subtle and more gradual. Yes. One of is, I'm going to call it populism, but that word is used so often that we don't attach much importance to it. This is the situation in which a government comes into office. That government very often appeals to some group of people on ideological, religious, racist, nationalistic basis. It gains majority support. It violates democratic norms, increases the discretion in policy making by ignoring other or destroying other institutions. And it takes every measure to prevent the opposition from ever winning, and all of that with the knowledge and support among its political loyalties. If you think of, well, Hungary, Venezuela, Hungary, Turkey, India are examples. That's a slightly different danger than the danger of polarization. They're related, but they're not the same. I think polarization are situations in which people divide unconditionally into supporters and opponents of the government. And basically, by unconditionally, I mean, whatever the government does, or whatever the opposition does, people are just built in stone. They support one side or support another side. And the disquieting aspect of the last few years, which I think we don't quite understand, is that the hostility between political forces has increased, and two, that sort of political divisions have built very deep roots in the society, that they permeate even workplaces, they permeate families. Yes. There are several countries which are deeply divided along political lines. Now, let me say, I just published a book on crisis of democracy, but I don't think that democracy in general is in crisis. In some countries, democracy works quite well. I think it works well in Spain and Germany and Argentina and Chile and Ghana and Kenya, and even recently. And it works well, I think, in Korea with all the crises and all the upheavals. But there are more countries where these two dangers have appeared and increased, both the populist danger and the polarization danger. Now, given these dangers, what can we do? How do we rethink democracy? I know that there are several talks following me in which the speakers will discuss various proposals and perhaps propose some solutions. So I'm just going to do it very schematically. I think some of our considerations have to be institutional. Yes, because we can manipulate our institutions to increase political representation, but perhaps at the cost of decisive majority government, so we face a trade-off. I think it's very important to think about the institutional place for the opposition, because we have to maintain incentives for the opposition, for the losers of the last election, not to obstruct, to cooperate. For example, both in France and in England, the chairmanship of the committee of the parliament which oversees government expenses has to be in the hands of the largest opposition party. Yes, so the opposition has kind of a guaranteed role in the governing process and an incentive to cooperate. But I think that the greatest concern is something which is not so easy to manage, and that is the political divisions. Yes? Democracy, unfortunately, is a system in which somebody loses, in which parties lose elections, which means that we are going to be on the losing side from time to time. And what we have to know is, what we have to understand, that the winners are like us. We have to learn to respect them. We have to learn to understand them. I'm going to finish by arguing against being complacent. I think we should not be complacent about the dangers for democracy, and we have to constantly think how to improve it. Democracy is a never-ending project. Thank you for listening.
네, 교수님 이렇게 만나 뵙게
It's an
돼서 대단히
honor to
영광입니다.
have you with us, Professor.
Thank you.
네. 먼저 오랫동안 교수님과 만남을 기다려온 SDP
Could you say hi to the audience who have long waited this moment?
Could I say? I'm sorry.
관객분들한테
Could you
인사
say
한번
hi to the
부탁드리겠습니다.
audience who have long waited this moment?
I already did, yes.
네, 반갑습니다. 그럼 곧바로 STF 현장 관객분들이 보내주신
Now, without further ado,
질문을
let's entertain some questions from the floor. We have from Kim Hyun, a question from Kim Hyun. So, populism
긍정적인 영향만 주는 현상인지
is it only posing a threat to democracy, or is it a part of the democratic process?
That's an excellent question. We often reject the populist critique of representative institutions. But at the same time, we bemoan economic and political inequalities that exist in our societies. And there's something inconsistent about that. Because if political institutions work the way we expected them to work 200 years ago, if political institutions, representative institutions work the way they should, we wouldn't have so much inequality. I'll give you a fact. In my city, where I live, in New York, there are 100,000 school children who are homeless, have no permanent residence. If our institutions work well, there would have been no homeless children in school. So there is something to the populist critique. What I'm more skeptical about are kind of common populist solutions. That I'm much more skeptical about, and in part because many of them are directed against political parties, and we have to work through political parties.
네.
Yes,
다음 질문은
thank you very much. Next,
연사분 가운데 한 분이 질문을 주신
we have a question from, I think, one of the speakers, from Brian.
분열의 시대에
We live in a time of division. Then how can we hold the media accountable, and how can we engage in open discussions?
I think that the only honest answer I can give is that I don't know. I'm a scholar, and unless I have seen or read good arguments and good evidence, I hesitate to pronounce myself on the topic. The problem of the media is so complex, and I have not studied it. I'll say, I don't know.
네. 네, 네, 이번엔 스칼렛 수
Yes,
님이 보내주신
thank you very much. This is from Scarlett Sue. So, of course, we need majority for democracy. However, of course, we need to reflect the opinions of the minorities as well. How better can we reflect such opinions?
Oh, yes, I think that reflecting minority opinions is very important. There's evidence. It turns out that people really value hearing in public their own opinions. Even if these opinions don't win elections, just the fact that you hear on television somebody who says what you would want to say, it turns out that it's really valuable. There's research, survey research, which shows that. Which means that parties, electoral systems which promote many parties are more representative. I know that in the last election, I think Korea, there were 14 candidates in one round. I think that's very healthy, precisely because people can hear it. In France, at one time, there was a party of hunters and fishermen, which got 2% of the vote. But the hunters and fishermen knew that their demands are on the political agenda. So I think that really matters. And then there are other mechanisms of political representation, which I know several speakers will discuss during the rest of the day. And there are many new interesting proposals along these lines.
네.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I will ask you one more question. So, equality or human rights are some of the values that democracy upholds. What is your view on that?
Oh, I think that political equality is crucial, but I think we have a great deficit of political equality. Yes. We have formal rights. Formally, everybody is equal, but in fact, political influence is very unequal depending on economic resources, depending on educational resources. So effective political rights are not equal. And I think part of the function of democratic government is to do everything possible to make political rights effective for people who don't have the material and the educational conditions to exercise them. So yes, political rights are important.
네, 현장에서 많은 질문들이
Yes,
들어오고
thank you
있는데
very much. So, populism and polarization, do you think are the causes of the failure of democracy or the result of the failure of democracy?
Well, they are a result. But we don't quite know a result of what. When you start studying this literature, you will find that some people think that the causes of both are economic. Economists think that causes of everything are economic, yes? Other people think that they are cultural. And as social scientists, we really don't have a way, we don't have instruments to be able to tell which they are, which are more important than others. If you do typical study that we do, statistical study, what you will discover is that everything matters, both economic factors of different kinds, of cultural factors of different kinds, but nothing matters very much, which is not a very satisfactory answer. It's not a simple answer. So I think in the end we don't know. We don't know one other thing, whether the salience, the importance of cultural divisions, whether these divisions were always there in the past, but politicians did not dare raise them, talk about them, or whether they're actually a product of recent demographic transformations, immigration and whatnot. Even that is very hard for us to tell.
네. 다음은
Thank you very much.
김현주님의
Next,
질문입니다.
we have a question from Kim Hyun-ju. I think this will be our last question. Well, you said that the minor party, the losers, we also need to guarantee their participation in the political system. Is there an institution that guarantees that?
No, well, they participate in the political system because they participate in elections. But in democracy, parties lose elections. Some parties lose. And they don't lose. What's essential about democracy, what's crucial is they don't lose forever. They lose for the next term, for the next 4 years, or maybe in the worst case, for the next 8 years. But I think it's really fundamental for us to understand that democracy generates temporary winners and temporary losers. And we have to learn how to lose.
교수님, 네, 끝으로 이제
Yes,
앞서
thank you
민주주의는
very
완성되지
much.
않았다라고 하셨는데
You said that democracy is by no means a finished work. Then any last words for the audience about rewriting democracy?
Well, all I want to emphasize is that really the work on democracy has to be perpetual. On the one hand, it's important to understand what the dangers are, because without understanding them, we don't have a guide to action. But even more, even without dangers, it really is a never-finished project. We can always think of improving it. We can think how to improve representation, how to equalize political rights. There are always new democratic projects. And I think it's the role of the political forces to constantly put on the agenda proposals for improving democracy.
네, 여러
Yes,
쉽지 않은
thank you very
질문이
much.
많았는데
Those were quite challenging questions, but thank you very much for your answers. So that brings an end to the talk with Professor Przeworski.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
네, 앞서 아담
As
쉐보르스키
Professor
교수님이
Przeworski diagnosed earlier, the warning signs are flashing red for democracy around the world. Then how about democracy in Korea? SBS conducted a nationwide poll on 1,000 men and women over the age of 18. First, we asked respondents to assess Korea's democracy, and nearly half of the respondents said that democracy isn't fully working. It is common knowledge that the Constitution clearly spells out that Korea is a democratic republic and that Korea is a democratic country. But somehow half the population think that democracy is broken. Then who is responsible for this failure? A whopping 77.1% said politicians. Next, when asked about the major problem of the political community, an overwhelming 60.9% said unqualified politicians, followed by the two-party system dominance and party candidate nomination system. We then dug deeper to get more insight. So, when asked if lawmakers represented the people well in the legislative process, 76.3% said no. Also, when asked whether the electoral system allowed them to vote for lawmakers who represent the people well, 53.4% answered no. In other words, members of the National Assembly whose job is to represent their people and discuss matters directly related to them are failing to do so in the eyes of the public. Then what change should first be made in the political community? 36.2% of the respondents said that the National Assembly should collect the diverse opinions of the people and incorporate them in the legislative process. Next, 19.6% said that qualified politicians should be nurtured. One of the questions also asked the need for a multi-party system to break away from the current two-party system, in which 61.1% agreed. As for possible enlargement of the current proportional representation (PR) system to better represent the needs of the people, those in favor outnumbered those against. But 71.7% opposed the idea of increasing the number of PR seats, which again shows the high level of distrust in lawmakers. The poll also asked the question about constitutional amendment. When asked whether the power structure should be reformed through constitutional amendment, the percentage in favor was 5 percentage points higher than those against. Also, when asked about approaches to constitutional amendment, respondents favored constitutional amendment to a 4-year presidential term the most rather than changing the form of the government. The electoral system in which representatives are elected by the people has been functioning well since democratization, but democracy is more than just holding elections. Good politicians should be elected and diverse public opinions should be reflected without discrimination. As the poll results show, people believe that underqualified and underskilled politicians are ruining our democracy with political fandom and politics of hatred. The media that rides on it is also at fault. Before the politics of extreme conflict and confrontation further exacerbate hardships of people's lives and the nation's potential, it is high time for us to get serious about how we can restore democracy. It is our hope that today's SBSD forum will trigger public debate on ways to filling the democratic void and improving our politics since the 1987 pro-democracy movement.
From now on, we'll begin the presentation by SDF 2022 research team. They made an in-depth analysis on the current situation in Korea. This is a special session by SBS Culture Foundation and Seoul National University's Institute of Future Strategy Democracy Cluster. First of all, we'll invite a guest from SNU's Institute of Future Strategy Democracy Cluster. He is the chief professor of the institute and elected candidate for the next president of SNU. Please welcome Professor Yoo Hong Nim to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I am Yoo Hong Nim.
Today, to improve the fundamentals of democracy in Korea, we'd like to propose politics of public judgment or politics based on public debate. As Professor Shabrovsky pointed out earlier, the outlook on democracy around the world is not so bright. The situation is not that different in Korea. It seems that the word democracy does not bring hope or enthusiasm anymore. Rather, the word is subject to cynicism and concern. People often complain that politics makes things worse or more difficult instead of untangling complicated issues. How did this happen, and how can we overcome the current situation? I believe there should be an accurate diagnosis of the current situation first so that we can find effective measures for improvement. Politics is often compared to a fight. There are wins, and depending on the result, a lot of resources are allocated, so it is a fight with high stakes. In fact, the most common metaphors for many aspects of politics are about wars or battles. So we expect the politicians who represent us to be good fighters. Sometimes they should get their hands dirty, and other times they should push things aggressively. But we should remember that politics is an unusual fight. American political scientist Scott Schneider compared politics to a street fight. The important thing here is that this is different from a fight in a bathroom. A fight in a bathroom is simple. The difference in power decides who wins or loses, so it's a candid fight. But street fight is different because there are spectators. These spectators can jump into the fight at any time. So, whether or not you win their support determines your victory or defeat. Then, the power of persuasion that draws support from spectators can be more important fighting skill than getting bigger or stronger. But what about the politics? Isn't it more like a fight in a bathroom? Instead of persuading others, don't we have only reckless mobilization and power struggle? Are we interested only in who won and who lost, perhaps not in how they won or lost? Even more, are we too used to treating the opponent not as a legitimate competitor, but as an enemy to be eliminated? We need to honestly ask ourselves and answer these questions. The political process governed by the logic of hostility rather than competition leads to the so-called political tribalism. It means that you will focus only on winning of your side. In this case, major political actors, including political parties, are engaged in a competition to stand out. People become targets of a strategic mobilization rather than of attention and persuasion. This is the essence of fandom politics that is often mentioned these days. I call this politics of public opinion. When there is a serious social conflict, decision-making by majority votes based only on voting and opinion polls makes public debate powerless. When laws and policies are decided in the form of winning or losing, propaganda and fights that prioritize partisan values instead of a common good will dominate the politics. Then the political process will be a process only for formality to combine individuals' preferences without any efforts of persuasion. And without sufficient information or basis for independent judgment or even opportunity for discussion or debate, citizens come trapped in a preconceived frame by someone else. This distorted political process and accumulated dissatisfaction erupt into exclusionary and violent participation. And it is not that surprising. We are now familiar with the amplification of extreme voices, especially in the online space. Politicians are busy slandering each other and counting votes, and voters are engulfed in factional arguments and a swamp of division and cynicism. Today, in contrast to this distorted politics of public opinion, we'd like to propose politics based on public debate or politics of public judgment as a desirable form of politics. If we do not nurture the ideal seed that is latent in reality, our future will be a repeated vicious cycle. To improve the fundamentals of Korea's democracy, we urgently need to switch to politics of public judgment. Public opinion means the arithmetic sum of the opinions of individuals. It does not consider why a certain person has a particular view. It only cuts the section at a certain point in time and asks questions and then collects the answers. For example, on ARS polling on a specific issue, this type of views or opinions are summed. So, even if it is collected from the entire population, public opinion is basically a sum of individuals' views and is not really public in nature. The fact that the individuals' views may be changed or expanded through discussion is not important here. In today's political circle, including political parties, when they say people's wish, it often refers to this type of public opinion. They need to know the landscape and distribution of the voters' views at specific time to establish and adjust a strategy to acquire and maintain power. From the perspective of power, public opinion is basically a means of empowerment. Instead of the validity of majority opinion on a specific issue, the predominance in numbers matters more. That's why politicians seem respectful or even fearful of public opinion, but they actually focus more on how they can drive public opinions in the direction they want. Public judgment, in contrast to public opinion, is based on the possibility that individual's opinion can be changed through discussion. For instance, if I tell you that I have a certain opinion on an issue, instead of just stopping there, I can give reasons if someone asks me, and I can respond if someone raises any issues. So that's the precondition of the public judgment. This requires a qualitatively different process than simply gathering the views of several individuals. The key here is to openly express your views, which is the process of public justification. And an opinion formed through discussion and persuasion is a considered judgment. Regarding a controversial policy, if someone says, I hate the policy because it makes my housing prices in my neighborhood decline, and you collect the answer, it may be the result of a poll, but it is difficult to call it public judgment for this reason. Not necessarily because such views are selfish, but because they have not gone through the process of justifying their views in a public debate. Public judgment is not about, let's work hard and have a discussion, then we can find an answer everyone can agree to. It's not that kind of naive idealism. In many cases, it will be impossible to narrow the gap in differing views. Eventually, a negotiation or compromise will be necessary. The politics of public judgment that we are referring to does not emphasize only rational and reasonable processes such as discussion in a meeting room. Even so, the political process that has gone through public debate will be different from the reckless fight over power. If people seriously consider and practice the process of discussion and persuasion, those with power will not be able to misuse phrases like people's wish as they please. The reason we are trying to emphasize the concept of politics of public judgment is also because we believe this is what is definitely lacking in Korean politics. Through public justification, politicians should integrate opposing views together as a vision and compete with each other. That is the most important function of political parties, but Korean political parties are not able to play their role properly. Civil society is also greatly reduced by or subsumed into power. Winning or losing is the only important thing, as if it is in a battlefield. The so-called public sphere is not functioning well. A paradigm shift in Korean democracy is urgently needed. Politics of public opinion, relying only on reckless empowerment and voting, needs to be changed into politics of public judgment based on discussion and persuasion. However, justification alone cannot drive real change. So today, to disseminate this politics of public judgment, we'd like to suggest two specific paths. The first is the reform of laws and systems related to politics. Now, a winner-take-all and hostile logic dominates the political process. In order to change that to a process based on consensus and compromise, we need to focus on specific laws and systems and reform them. The second is the institutionalization of citizens' participation. Rather than simply asking politicians to listen to people's wish, we need to secure a space and capacity for citizens so that we can voice our opinions. These two are also about the two actors who form the public opinions: political circle, including political parties, and the public sphere centered on citizens. Now, in each of these two realms, there are specific changes that should happen simultaneously. First, we'll invite Professor Park Won-ho, who will talk about how we can move from conflict and confrontation to a collaborative governance by reforming our systems. Thank you.
네, 유홍림 교수님 감사합니다.
Professor Yu.
안녕하세요, 여러분.
Good
저는
morning.
서울대학교 정치외교학부
I'm Park Won-ho, professor at SNU.
오늘 우리의 양극화된 정치 구조를
Today, I will briefly talk about what institutional reform is feasible to overcome the polarized political system in Korea and build a better democracy and make some proposals.
먼저 오늘의 이야기를
First and foremost, I would like to start by telling you how Koreans assess the government's COVID-19 policies. As you can see, major activities such as the government's policy responses to the pandemic that are directly related to people's safety and lives are not free from the influence of political orientation. The image compares Gallup Korea's July 2022 data with that of 2020, from which you can see the divisions along political inclination. In particular, the 2020 figures show that Korea's political polarization runs much deeper than other countries when it comes to the policy responses to COVID-19. In fact, before you even looked closely at the image, you must have already guessed what those numbers would be like. That is because we live in an era where simple facts can either be accepted as real or fake news, depending on which side we are on. Everyone is a victim in these extreme political confrontations, as in Korea. It is becoming increasingly difficult to reach coexistence, compromise, and a rational solution. Once again, everyone is a victim. However, the other side of the picture tells us that not everyone is a victim. In the last local election, the number of uncontested seats was 509. However, these seats did not just come from Yeongnam or Honam region, where regionalism is deeply rooted. Of these seats, about 180 were from the local multi-member districts in the metropolitan area, where 2 seats each were on the ballot. It was found that the red and blue parties each nominated only one person who ended up winning the uncontested seats. Other political parties and independent candidates simply gave up running for the office, other than one member of the Education Committee who was not eligible for party nomination. Out of the 509, all 508 people were found to be nominees of the 2 dominant political parties. It is thus not an exaggeration to say that Korea's 2 rival parties are in a symbiotic relationship. This strange relationship leaves no room for dialogue, compromise, and coexistence, as intensifying the conflict is often more than enough to get half the votes. A good job will give you 51%, thereby making you a ruling party, and a bad job will still give you 49%, making you the number 1 opposition party. Numerous challenges we need to address, including disease control, environment, women, education, science, and technology, are being subject to 2-party conflict. In particular, as we saw in the last local election, agendas specific to each region were not dealt with during the electoral campaigns. The last local election mirrored a national election, and the responsibility falls on the 2 major parties. However, the biggest problem is that no one has any incentive to break this symbiotic relationship. The 2 rival parties, as well as the previous and current administration, tend to believe that a solid 40% support is more than enough to push any policies. The media, which are desperate for viewership and clicks, also tend to cover political conflict over specific policies or possible agreements. Not to mention the YouTubers who bait for clicks and chats. Viewers, readers, and voters consume political conflicts, which is fed back into a cycle of conflict, reproduction by the political parties, the government, and the media. Is there any way to break this cycle? I have 4 suggestions. First, build an independent committee to reform the Political Relations Act. inside and outside the National Assembly. Second, reform our electoral system so that it allows for more unity and agreements. Third, to strengthen the proportional representation (PR) system to hold parties more accountable and enhance the expertise of the members of the National Assembly. Fourth, to ease the current two-party monopoly system by relieving the party establishment requirements to create local or single agenda-based political parties. As the vicious cycle is deeply rooted in our political culture, cutting off this cycle is by no means an easy task and cannot be done overnight. To this end, what the other speakers talked and will talk about, including political deliberation and political education, are what we need to change the political culture in the long run. However, reforming the laws and institutions is inevitable. We must start pulling wisdom and taking action to turn our political space into one that embraces more diverse opinions and productive debates. First, let me talk in more detail about the Revision Committee of the Political Relations Act, which is the body responsible for legal and institutional reform. The legislative power, of course, rests with the National Assembly. Therefore, all political reforms, including constitutional amendment, are ultimately subject to a vote in the National Assembly. However, incumbent lawmakers from both parties who undoubtedly benefited from the current system will probably remain shy in fundamentally leading the reform of the current political system. This is because they are the stakeholders with conflict of interest. Also, we know all too well just how many reform proposals of the past eventually went against the original intention as they passed the National Assembly. One thing to keep in mind is that we have a benchmark in our political system. The Public Official Election Act mandates the establishment of an independent electoral districting committee recommended by the academia, legal, media, political communities, and civic groups, and the National Assembly can once request for resubmission of the bills drafted here, which will then be put to a vote without amendment. So, in other words, the legislative power of the National Assembly will be restricted in this. Therefore, the first prerequisite for political reform is to form an independent Political Relations Act Revision Committee outside the National Assembly and draft bills here. The Special Committee on Political Reform could help in the process. Of course, the bills would still have to go through the National Assembly vote, but it is still better than having the interested party, which is the National Assembly, to make its own proposals. To be more specific, I propose that we reform the electoral system by first and foremost revising the Election Act. Korea's 87-year-old National Assembly election system is a plurality rule-based single-member electoral system. There have been many academic discussions about the shortcomings of this system, and we do feel the shortcomings firsthand. Above all, this system allows a candidate to win a seat by just one vote, no matter how low the total number of votes was. This leads to many wasted votes, victory of those who received a small number of votes, demonization of opponents, and hostile competition. I propose that we go with preferential voting or a runoff voting system that produces the same result. Let's take a moment to look at the ballots used in the Australian parliamentary elections. Voters don't write down one name that they support, but are required to rank candidates in order of preference. In the above elections, the winner is determined as follows. First, the voters' most preferred candidates are counted. As you can see, candidate A got the most votes, and candidate B the fewest votes. D is therefore eliminated on the first count, and the surplus votes are transferred to the voters' second choice, including A, B, C. Then, the second count tells us that no candidate got the majority of the votes. So the votes of the next bottom candidate will then be transferred to the other candidates. After eliminating the candidates with the least votes and transferring the surplus votes to the second choice, the candidate who meets the quota will eventually come out as the final winner. In this case, candidate C. It's quite complex, right? However, it has many advantages. A major advantage of this system is that the election process involves finding similarities in policies, not differences against opponents. In other words, the opponents become someone to associate with and not someone to attack. Of course, this system is not without challenges as the counting process is complicated and expensive, and questions may be raised about reliability of the results. However, I think that our National Election Commission is more than capable to handle this counting process. If this is unacceptable, then runoff voting could be considered. As is well known, if the winner fails to win a majority vote, the second round continues in a runoff election. Similar to the preferential voting, the system also focuses on unity and cooperation, turning Korea's electoral process more embracing of the political middle ground. Whichever system we were to opt for, the biggest advantage is that it doesn't place large centrist party at a disadvantage, and I believe that the idea can be accepted. I give you the example of the general election, but the same goes for the presidential election. Reform of the presidential election requires constitutional amendment, but let us explore various options rather than insisting on the current simple majority system that intensifies conflict and confrontation. The next proposal regards the PR system, proportional representation system of the National Assembly. Korea's National Assembly has much to improve, but first and foremost, it largely consists of professional politicians and lawyers in their 50s and 60s, and the members lack expertise, meaning that they often fail to hold the bloated administration in check. The PR system was developed to address this challenge. However, paradoxically, the number of PR members decreased each time the election law was revised. Currently, there are only 47 seats out of 300 members of the National Assembly, and despite the last revision of the election law, reform failed as major parties set up satellite organizations that only competed for PR seats. Many discussions have been taking place to improve the PR system, and the system itself is very complicated. I want to propose that we force the parties to pay closer attention in the nomination process. The current Election Act already requires proportional gender representation upon nomination. On top of this, I believe that when the parties nominate their PR candidates, they should at least look into the age, region, and skills dimensions as well, and consider what roles the nominees will play in the standing committee, and these qualifications should be reviewed during the election process. In addition, to ensure fair representation, expertise, and accountability, bipartisan discussions on increasing the number of PR members and bringing semi-mixed member proportional electoral system, semi-MMP, into reality should start right now. This is a must, not an option, and we're running out of time. The last proposal is that the party establishment requirements of the current party law should be eased. In fact, the amendment has been recently proposed by Mr. Lee Sang-min. The current party law stipulates that all political parties must form a central party located in the capital region. This provision was included in the party law after the May 16th coup. In addition, at least 1,000 party members are needed in each of the 5 or more provincial and local parties to form a political party. And the requirements have become more stringent over time. That was to save their own and protect their own vested interests. So we now have a political system in which a massive party centered on the Seoul area has monopoly over the local provinces and districts. In return, what we have is a dominant two-party system under which all political livelihood, empowerment, and local agendas will go to waste unless they go through the two parties with a central party in the capital. Local politics have now been downgraded to the politics of filing civil complaints to the central organization, and the agendas that matter to a voter minorities have been pushed aside. To ensure the freedom and possibilities of a broader and more substantive political activities, a pluralistic party structure that offers various perspectives and new solutions is required, and I believe the relaxation of the party establishment requirements to be the first step. Now that the bill has gone to the National Assembly, I hope the parties carefully examine it and pass it. In sum, these are my proposals. But as I mentioned earlier, the proposals that I make today cannot be turned into reality unless the two major parties compromise and meet halfway. However, if we sit idly by, we all know that the current politics will make everyone miserable. I truly hope that today's suggestions will serve as a starting point for discussions toward a better democracy. Next, Professor Kim Joo-hyung will talk about democratic innovations to engage more citizens. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kim Joo-young from SNU. In line with the previous presentation, today I'd like to talk about an important axis for dissemination of the politics of public judgment, which is civic participation. In fact, regarding civic participation in politics, there are many skeptical views about whether it will really help the development of democracy in Korea. Given the trend or pattern of participation, both online and offline, that's understandable. Our citizens, like our politicians, seem to focus on slandering the opposing camp and empowering themselves to win in a battle. When it comes to complex issues, you may think ordinary citizens lack expertise and capabilities to make a judgment, and it may be difficult to understand why we have to give them greater political power. If so, would it be better if the citizens withdraw as much as possible and leave politics to politicians? Would it make democracy better? I don't think so. Because unlike other political systems, democracy is critically dependent on the political capabilities of ordinary people. Identifying good politicians and electing them as representatives is also citizens' job. Citizens also have to distinguish good laws from bad laws and beneficial policies from those that are not. It is their responsibilities and our responsibilities. In the previous presentation, reform of system was emphasized. It is as much as important to enhance political capabilities of people. And the best way to do this is to institutionalize opportunities for citizens to actively participate in politics. Of course, not only is it difficult and time-consuming, but there is also the risk of failure sometimes. But there is no other way. There are many ways to engage citizens in politics. Voting once every few years is an essential part of participation. Leaving comments on political articles is also part of participation. And speaking up at rallies and protests is an important way to participate in politics. All of these forms of participation are important to a well-functioning democracy, and there is no doubt about that. But the participation that I'm going to talk about today is a bit different. Instead of simply electing representatives or voicing opinions outside the official political process, within the systems and processes in which important laws and policies are reviewed and established, people can play a direct role, and that's the type of participation that I want to talk about. There is an attempt to expand the direct participation and deliberation by citizens in order to renew representative politics that tend to be led by elites. This attempt is called democratic innovation. There are many different types of democratic innovation. For example, there is a participatory budgeting system that is widely implemented in Korea. For budgeting and exclusion issues, bureaucrats and politicians almost dominated the decision-making process for public policies. But through participatory budgeting, citizens can participate in the process and decide the policy direction and details themselves. Forums participated by citizens can be institutionalized in many ways, and this is also an important type of democratic innovation. Examples include citizen councils and public opinion polls. Many countries around the world are now trying. Public debate commission is also an example that is in place in Korea. The political circles, such as the government and the National Assembly, may not be able to find solutions for a certain agenda, so citizens can come together to discuss and propose solutions. In this case, as in the ancient Athenian democracy, a group of participation is formed by random selection, and this group of people can undergo intense learning and discussion together. The other type is direct legislation, such as proposal or initiative or voting by citizens. These methods are variously used in countries around the world for enactment or amendment of laws and constitutional amendments, among others. It is widely used in several states in the US and in countries like Switzerland. In Korea, there have been some notable experiments in democratic innovation. For example, participatory budgeting is now highly institutionalized in Korea, especially at the local government level. Of course, there are mixed views about the results so far. You can also think of the previous government's People's Petition or the current government's People's Proposal. Public Debate Committee on the Shingori Unit 5 or 6 or Public Debate Commission on Reform of University Admission System are also notable examples. A similar type of public debate committee is still frequently used, especially at the local government level, for conflicting issues such as environment, education, and transportation. The achievement of these cases are important, but in order to find a direction for future development, it's more important to analyze the limitations and problems. For example, the online petition system has been criticized for encouraging populist politics of public opinion. Although it has contributed to the public debate on some important issues, in many cases it became a battle of how many likes it gets with no discussion or alternatives. As for the Public Debate Committee, there was criticism about the government evading responsibility on the pretext of citizen participation or mobilizing citizens to rationalize decisions that were already made. In addition, it showed a limitation in not being well connected with a wider public debate that should be joined by the National Assembly, political parties, the media, and civic society. With these issues, some argue that citizens' participation is useless. They say it's not going to work or it can make things worse. But I would like to say that, as a Western saying goes, you shouldn't make the mistake of throwing away your baby while throwing away the bathwater. Instead of highlighting the shortcomings of a few cases and denouncing the attempt for innovation itself, we should think about how we can institutionalize civic participation better, thereby contributing to improving democracy so that we can find concrete solutions. In this context, I'd like to briefly introduce two cases from other countries related to civic initiative system. The first is the Citizen Initiative Review System in Oregon in the US. As you may expect, referendums by citizens can be vulnerable to reckless mobilization of people and power struggle. It could easily create the issue of direct democracy without discussion. To alleviate this problem, the state of Oregon designed a way to have the process of a calm discussion by citizens before voting. So this is how it works. Regarding resident initiatives scheduled to be referred to voting, randomly selected 20 to 25 citizens have an in-depth deliberation, and a written opinion on the pros and cons of the proposition is adopted and sent to all voters in the states. And they also get opinion from the experts as well. In fact, many citizens of Oregon State said that they take this written opinion into consideration before residents voting. It provides an opportunity for deliberation before the final vote and complement the limitations of direct democracy. The second example is the Citizens Initiative System in Finland. This system was introduced by Finland in 2012 through a constitutional amendment and separate legislation. Let's take a look at the video taken on the site of the civil institution in Finland. This is the site of a deliberation of a bill initiated by citizens. It was held online due to COVID-19. The topic is the law against the use of traps for wild animal hunting. The deliberation of the bill is chaired by actual chairman of the standing committee, and around 20 people, including civic group that proposed the bill, and stakeholders joined the discussion to share their opinions. The position of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry is to protect water birds. The use of traps is inevitable to catch pests. Use of traps for hunting may hurt not only the target species but also other animals. For almost 2 hours, they reviewed the bill and had a broad discussion including wild animal hunting and the position of stakeholders. Lawmakers gain information on pending issues naturally, and while civil society has an opportunity to public issues of interest. Even if laws are not enacted through the citizen initiative system, these initiatives are always meaningful because it brings problems to the surface and propels them in the right direction.
Asioiden esille nostamisesta se, että asiat muuttuvat oikeaan suuntaan.
There was a big difference in opinions on the same-sex marriage bill, and it was difficult to reach an agreement, but it was also implemented through the civil initiative system in 2014. It's been 10 years since this system was introduced, and it injected the opinions of various civic society to the parliament and makes them public, becoming a representative case of democratic innovation. So the citizen initiative system in Finland has institutionalized the role of citizens in setting the legislative agenda, while combining the role of parliament to deliberate and decide a bill. Both Oregon and Finland cases show that if carefully designed and meticulously managed, innovative initiatives can yield significant results. So I've talked about the democratic innovation through the institutionalization of a civic participation. Rather than simply asking politicians to listen to the voices of the people, citizens themselves can offer solutions and in some cases establish a channel to make a decision themselves. For the successful institutionalization of democratic innovation, a new form of citizens' participation should be properly linked with the existing representative political process, such as political parties and the parliament, while connecting it with the entire democratic public sphere and civil society. In this way, in the entire political process, we can create and circulate public debate. The overseas cases briefly introduced earlier show the possibility. For the institutionalization of civic participation, political parties and political circles, as well as the media and academia should participate in, and that's essential. Now, Professor Yoo-Hong Nim will summarize our discussion into concrete proposals. We now live in a time of crisis and uncertainty. Economic polarization and social conflict are on the rise, and there are many challenges such as population issues and climate change issues. The world's political and economic order is also rapidly changing. The competition between great powers for hegemony is also a serious challenge to us. We need to pool our wisdom and capabilities together to respond to these challenges. That's why the role of politics is even more important. Out of the political system that have existed in human history, democracy is the most difficult political order to establish and maintain. The systems, customs, and human capabilities that support democracy can be established and maintained only when there is a long-term perspective and meticulous practice. Today, as the new paradigm of the politics in Korea that can lead that practice, we propose the politics of public judgment based on public debate. And as the two ways to disseminate the politics of public judgment, we talked about concrete institutional reform on one hand and democratic innovation through citizens' participation on the other. Now, I'd like to conclude my presentation and previous presentations by summarizing the details. First, in order to solve the difficult issue of legislating political reforms, we propose the establishment of an independent committee for the revision of Political Relations Act, and we can consider institutionalizing active participation of citizens within this committee. Second, instead of hostile competition, we need to encourage unity and collaborative governance. So, to that end, we proposed the introduction of runoff voting system or preferential voting system. Third, to enhance the accountability, representation, and expertise of the National Assembly, we proposed to strengthen the proportional representation system. We need to increase the number of proportional representative members, introduce an unambiguous mixed member proportional system, and change the way proportional representatives are nominated. Fourth, to ensure that various issues and regional interests are reflected in the political process, the Korean party law should be amended to ease the requirements for establishing a political party. The four political reforms that I mentioned, centered on political parties and the National Assembly, will make our political institutions and processes much more inclusive and representative. Now, I'll propose two ways of democratic innovation through the institutionalization of civic participation. First, we propose that universities, media, non-profit organizations, and government cooperate together to establish a civic forum network. It is institutionalizing a platform that can produce well-balanced discussion materials on major national issues every year, and that can gather experts, policymakers, and the general public to have an extensive discussion and policy proposals. Second, we proposed the introduction of a citizen initiative system that is properly linked to the legislative process of the National Assembly. To allow the citizens' proposals to be deliberated and resolved at the National Assembly, we need to reform the current petition system in a substantial manner. The two proposals are also consistent with the result of a recent survey done by SBS. For the introduction of the civic initiative system, 77% of respondents agreed, and for the establishment of an organization for public opinion, 82% of the respondents said they agreed. The proposals for political reform I mentioned will be a starting point to turn harsh political dispute and politics that focus only on election campaigns into the politics of public debate or public judgment. It will lead to a virtuous cycle of competition and compromise and narrow the gap between the government and citizens. When we understand conflict from the complementing point of view rather than black and white perspective, and when we accept the possibility of meeting in the middle, only then can we achieve social integration and development. Through continuous dialogue and persuasion, differing opinions can be rationally mediated, and we cannot give up on our belief on that. Democracy means paying attention. The interest and participation of all of us will save democracy. Thank you.
창사 2차 특집 STF
Today at
2022 다시
STF
쓰는 민주주의
2022 titled Rewriting Democracy, we are exploring a new path toward democracy in the modern era. Then how does the National Assembly see our study results and proposals? Let us find that out. Please pay attention to the screen as National Assembly Speaker Kim Jin-pyo has sent us a video remark on future initiatives.
국회의장 김진표입니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly. First and foremost, my prayers are with those who lost their lives in the Itaewon tragedy. My deepest sympathy also goes out to the bereaved families at this difficult time. The National Assembly will also do its best to do what must be done, identify the cause of the tragedy and prevent a repeat. My initial plan was to attend the event in person, but here I am sending you a video message. I wish everyone who is watching this broadcast health and safety. I really enjoyed listening to the presentations of Professors Przeworsky and Yu, as well as professors from the National Institute for Future Strategy at SNU. I became a politician 18 years ago. Since then, the most embarrassing feedback I have received was, I voted for you to work and here you are arguing all the time. Politics should exist to solve problems, but people often tell us that we cause conflicts rather than resolving problems. It was heart-wrenching to receive this feedback from the public, but while listening to today's lectures, I was pleasantly surprised as I could not agree more to what the other speakers said. Professor Yu said, democracy has become a word for cynicism and concern, no longer for hope and passion. He even defined Korea's politics as tribalism in that the logic of hostility rather than competition dominates. This is truly a heartbreaking statement. Professor Przeworsky is a world-renowned scholar who has always emphasized the importance of competent democracy. His message that a crisis of democracy begins when politics fails to process the challenges of the times was indeed sobering. The theme of STF 2022 is rewriting democracy. I believe the topic was chosen to call for a major overhaul of politics to accelerate progress and open a new era. Korea's democracy is in crisis because politics is failing to keep up with the pace of social development. Since 1987, Korea's democracy drove social development. Political development drove social development. However, things changed for the worse in the 2000s. Whereas the society grew fast, the development of democracy stagnated. As a result, people started to feel like politics was losing its efficacy. In particular, it failed to effectively respond to the growing inequality after the financial crisis. As a result, social inequality has deepened, while political polarization and populism rose. We are faced with a host of local and global challenges on multiple fronts, including the economy, livelihood, diplomacy, and security. Regional, class, generation, and gender conflicts are also escalating. It is the job of politics to tackle these challenges and resolve social conflicts. The society needs to shift its direction and head toward competent democracy. Let's start by putting politics back in its place. This is the only way we can sort things out and start anew. Now is the time to stop politics that causes conflict through division and confrontation and begin addressing challenges through dialogue and compromise. There are prerequisites for politics to do its job. It must raise social assets to alleviate inequality, to resolve political polarization and seek coexistence of individuals and communities. To this end, we must overhaul the winner-take-all political system, promote deliberation democracy, and create a culture where politics builds communities. I firmly believe that we will need to take much effort, and efforts are also needed to more faithfully reflect the voice of the people in state affairs. Only then can politics and society can co-develop. In particular, administrative decentralization should be pursued to strengthen the role of the National Assembly, which represents the people. Specifically, the legislative power of the National Assembly should be strengthened, and the National Assembly should be increasingly empowered to deliberate on treaties and budgets. There are many concerns about politics divided by camps and fandom politics. In fact, fandom and blocs and camps are a global trend, which is to some degree inevitable, as politics is at the end of the day about verbal arguments. However, the essence of politics is not only about camp, but also integration, meaning that the ultimate goal should be unity. Integration that respects diversity is the path our democracy should take. To this end, institutionalization of decentralization and sharing is a must. A multi-party system that allows minority opinions to be reflected in decision-making must be adopted. To this end, reform of the electoral system and the introduction of a deliberative public debate system should be actively reviewed. And in the long run, party politics should be enhanced. In fact, Professor Yu suggested the adoption of politics of public judgment, meaning that we must refrain from politics swayed by the polarized public opinion, but pursue politics that functions based on deliberation and discussions. Specifically, he proposed the adoption of a mixed proportional election system and a legal and institutional reform to overhaul the winner-take-all electoral system. He also proposed the institutionalization of civic participation to reform politics and shift the existing campaign and debate-led system to a public judgment-driven system. Professor Yu proposed detailed ideas to this end, and I could not agree more. As the Speaker of the National Assembly, I give you my word to take a full look at these proposals and do my best to put them into practice. I will do my job so that the National Assembly Speaker's advisory body, the Constitutional Amendment Advisory Committee and the Special Committee on Political Reform, conduct detailed reviews and engage in discussions. Also, I suggest that we take one step further. As I mentioned, I want to shift the winner-take-all electoral system into one that reflects various opinions. So I believe that we will make some changes going forward. In particular, we have to make sure that we account for constitutional amendment that creates a win-win situation for everyone. And we have to make sure that the Constitution stipulates that we reflect the opinion of all. And it would be a good idea to openly discuss constitutional amendment in public. In particular, important issues such as the power structure should go through a public debate process that collects people's thoughts on top of the National Assembly's deliberation. In pushing for constitutional amendment, I will see to it that public debates take place. On that note, I would like to say a few words on constitutional amendment. I believe that constitutional amendment should be a win-win situation for everyone, with no one coming out as a loser. It must bring benefits to the president and the ruling party, the opposition party, and above all, to the people. So, when revising the constitution this time, I hope that everyone makes concessions one step at a time and selects the provisions that the president, the ruling and opposition parties, and the people can all agree on. There is a Korean saying that goes, "Too much is as bad as too little." Constitutional amendment is bound to fail if we attempt to change too much. We have been having a lot of discussions about constitutional amendment, and we have reached a broad consensus. The conditions are already in place to amend the constitution in a way that everyone agrees on without causing conflict. This is a golden opportunity, an opportunity given by heaven. I met the president the other day, and the president gladly accepted the idea of constitutional amendment. Not long ago, the leaders of the ruling and opposition parties proposed that we amend the constitution while giving a speech at the National Assembly. In a poll last year conducted by the Speaker's office, 66% of Koreans, 80% of political experts, and 93% of National Assembly members voted for constitutional amendment. So it can be said that we have reached a consensus. The only step left is to make concessions and take the step toward a politics of cooperation and competent democracy. Even if there are some shortcomings, I hope that we will be able to bring everyone together behind this cause. In retrospect, we stood together during the June protest of 1987, the 1997 Asian financial crisis, and the 2002 World Cup. And every single time, miracles that seemed impossible happened, further pushing the Korean society forward. The same goes for this time. Korea needs a new leap forward. Let us bring our minds together and create another miracle. We ask for your support and encouragement. Thank you.
SBS D Forum 2022 Rewriting Democracy. We've diagnosed the situation of democracy at home and abroad and assessed the direction of Korea's political system reform. In the next session, from the politics, society, economy, psychology, culture, architecture, and science sectors, we will invite speakers who view democracy from a different perspectives and present insight with extraordinary insight. We ask for your interest in the following programs. You can watch STF 2022 live on SBS News website, official website of STF, and STF YouTube channel. With that, STF 2022 Rewriting Democracy opening ceremony live broadcast is concluded. Thank you to everyone for joining us. Can I have your attention for a moment? After the key
사람들이 의사당 벽면을 기어오르고 경찰들이랑 싸우고 그러다가 누가 총에 맞았다는 소리가 들리더라고요. 아, 이게 보통 일이 아니겠구나 라고. 작년 1월 6일 날 이제 의회 폭동이 발생을 해서 한국에서 굉장히 충격적인 이미지로 기억을 하고 있잖아요. 사람들이 뭐 의사당의 벽면을 막 타고 오르고 유리창을 깨부시고 의사당에 난입을 해서 의사당 안에 있던 의원들은 막 황급하게 대피를 하고 의사당 경호원들이 사람들이 들어오는 걸 보면서 총을 겨누고 있고 그런 장면들이 기억이 날 텐데요. 실제로 현장에서 총에 맞아서 사망한 사람도 있었고요. 당시에 취재를 나갔을 때는 이게 폭동이 되리라고 생각을 하지는 못했습니다. 당일날에 트럼프 대통령 연설이 예정이 돼 있었어요. 트럼프 대통령은 그 이전에도 대선 결과에 승복할 수 없다라는 메시지를 꾸준히 발신을 하고 있었고, 그날은 의사당에서 바이든 대통령의 선거 결과가 확정되는 날이었거든요. 어떻게 보면 트럼프 대통령은 승복할 수 없다라고 주장할 수 있는 거의 마지막 날이었었거든요. 전국 각지에서 트럼프 지지자들이 워싱턴 DC에 모여들었습니다. 근데 이게 그런 류의 대선 불복 집회가 그 이전에도 몇 번 있었어요. 그날 당일날에도 그런 정도의 느낌과 이미지를 가지고 취재를 했었거든요. 현장에 나가봤더니 좀 특이했던 장면이 있었습니다. 이게 사람들이 나무 위에 올라가 있는 거예요. 트럼프 대통령을 보려고 사람들이 굉장히 안타까워하는 마음이었어요. 내가 이제 이 대통령을 마지막으로 보게 될지 모르겠다라고 하는 그런 느낌을 가지고 좀 약간 비통하고 애통한 느낌이 있었거든요. 전체적으로 트럼프 전 대통령의 굉장한 팬클럽들이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 반전은 트럼프 대통령이 연설을 하면서 그 강렬했던 인상이 아직도 기억이 나요. 트럼프 대통령이 보통 연설을 세게 하는 편이긴 했는데 그날은 평소보다도 훨씬 강렬했거든요. 대선 결과에 도저히 승복할 수 없고 이건 말도 안 되는 결과고, 거기에 더해서 죽도록 싸우자 그랬거든요. 죽도록 싸우자, 의사당에 몰려가서 우리의 힘을 보여주자 라고 했는데 사람들이 그냥 와 하고 끌어오르는 느낌이 들었어요. 연설을 듣던 사람들이 우양우 해갖고 의사당 방면으로 이제 행진을 하기 시작했습니다. 근데 이게 한 가지 좀 아셔야 될 거는 트럼프 대통령 지지자들이 굉장히 좀 폭력적이고 사납고 좀 못되고 나쁜 사람들이 아닐까라고 생각하시는 분들이 있을 텐데, 제가 만나본 트럼프 지지자들은 상당히 순박한 사람들이에요. 집회나 이런 데 가서 인터뷰를 하거나 얘기를 해보면 굉장히 사람들이 순해요. 굉장히 천진난만하게 얘기하시는 분들이 많거든요. 그런 어떻게 보면 순하고 착한 사람들이 그 연설에 격동이 돼가지고 이제 행진을 시작했던 겁니다. 저도 급하게 의사당 따라가 봤죠. 난리가 났었어요. 막 사람들이 의사당 벽면을 기어오르고 경찰들이랑 싸우고 그러다가 누가 총에 맞았다는 소리가 들리더라고요. 아, 이게 보통 일이 아니겠구나 라고 이제 그 직감을 했죠. 오후 늦게 되니까 군인들이 투입이 됐거든요. 경찰로 감당이 안 되니까 주 방위군이 투입이 되고 군복을 입은 사람들이 방패를 들고 시위대를 밀어내기 시작하는데 다 밀려났죠. 그 의사당에 들어갔던 사람들 인터뷰를 해봤어요. 아니 도대체 무슨 생각으로 의사당에 들어가신 겁니까? 질문들을 막 했었죠. 근데 그 사람들이 답변이 아직도 기억이 나요. 내가 의회 주인 아니냐? 의회 주인은 국민이다. 저 안에서 저렇게 불법적인 일이 많이 벌어진다고 하니 내가 들어가서 진짜 본 거다. 그게 뭐가 문제냐? 라는 얘기를 하더라고요. 그게 굉장히 좀 충격적이었습니다. 사실 해서는 안 되는 일을 하는 건데 그런 식으로 너무나 그냥 당연하다라고 생각을 했었고, 그런 평범한 사람들이 선동돼 갖고 민주주의를 어떻게 하면 이렇게 파괴하는 현장에 동원될 수 있었느냐라고 생각해 볼 계기가 됐던 날이죠. 예, 그런 좀 강렬한 인상이 남아 있습니다. 우리가 생각하는 민주주의라는 게 어떤 완성체로 존재하지 않습니다. 굉장히 부서지기 쉬워요. 그러니까 민주주의라는 제도 자체는 굉장히 잘 다뤄야 되는 예쁜 꽃 같은 거지만 만지면 부서지는 것 같은 존재거든요. 그렇기 때문에 굉장히 노력하고 조심조심 다뤄야 되는데, 물론 지금도 미국의 제도적인 민주주의는 굉장히 앞서 있습니다. 우리가 보고 배워야 할 점들이 많이 있지만, 그렇게 좀 앞선 선진적인 제도를 갖고 있는 미국조차도 민주주의에 큰 위기가 등장을 하고 리더가 사람들을 선동하고 하면 그 민주주의 자체가 굉장히 크게 부서질 수 있다는 걸 느낄 수 있는 장면이었거든요. 근데 그게 꼭 미국만의 문제는 아닐 겁니다. 미국 민주주의가 후퇴하게 된 이유에 대해서는 아마 논문을 여러 개를 정리를 해도 아마 양이 부족할 거고요. 다만 제가 개인적으로 느끼기에는 미국의 민주주의가 양당 정치를 하면서 굉장히 극단적으로 진영 논리화된 측면이 있었거든요. 의회 민주주의가 굉장히 잘 정착된 국가지만 상대가 상대를 굉장히 악마화하고 상대의 말은 처음부터 끝까지 다 틀렸다라고 주장을 하면서 그 지지자들은 서로가 서로에 대해서 극단적으로 증오하는 그런 정치적 토양이 좀 마련된 상태였어요. 그런 토양 아래에서 굉장히 꽃피운 정치인이 도널드 트럼프 대통령이었죠. 근데 이 대통령은 굉장히 선동에 능하고 기존에 우리가 생각했던 제도적인 절차나 규정 같은 거를 뛰어넘는 거를 아무렇지도 않게 생각하는 사람들이었거든요. 그런 모습을 보여주는 거에 대해서 지지자들이 굉장히 환호를 했었고, 그게 어떻게 보면 좀 쿨한 새로운 정치를 보여주는 거라고 미국에서 생각하는 사람이 많았습니다. 민주주의를 그렇게 운영을 하면서 제도적인 민주주의가 굉장히 많이 파괴됐어요. 그러니까 대통령이 앞장서서 상대를 마구 저열한 언어로 공격하고 절차를 지킨 사람을 따돌리고, 민주주의라는 거를 잘 지키는 사람은 손해를 보고 불이익을 받는 어떤 분위기를 만들어버리고, 이런 식으로 극단적으로 진영 논리화되고 사회를 갈라치기 하는 정치를 자기 임기 내내 보여줬거든요. 그러면서 미국 민주주의는 큰 위기를 맞게 됐죠. 그러니까 결론적으로 말씀드리자면 극단적인 진영주의가 아주 공고하게 자리 잡으면서 기본적인 민주주의 위기를 잉태하고 있었고, 거기에 이제 도널드 트럼프 대통령이라는 아주 특이한 정치인이 등장하면서 그 토양 위에서 민주주의가 상당히 많이 파괴됐던 거죠. 그렇게 정리할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그럼 민주주의에서 미국 정치가 다른 나라에 미치는 파장이 되게 크거든요. 미국 정치가 그런 식으로 자리를 잡으면서 우리나라에서도 그런 게 좀 흡수된 측면이 있죠. 그러면서 우리나라도 우리나라 나름대로 되게 독특한 또 그런 팬덤 정치가 좀 확장이 돼가고 있는 추세죠. 근데 이건 우리나라만의 추세는 아니고 뭐 미국이나 다른 나라도 마찬가지입니다. 근데 개인적으로 느끼기에는 정치를 굉장히 스포츠처럼 소비하는 게 자리 잡게 된 게 아닐까라는 생각을 해봤어요. 스포츠 팬으로서 내가 이 팀이 정말 승리하기를 원하기 때문에 그 팀의 1번부터 뭐 끝번에 있는 선수 모두를 다 좋아하고 지지하고, 그 팀의 이 질 때는 안타까워하고 상대팀을 어떻게든 이겨줬으면 하는 마음이 굉장히 간절하잖아요. 그러니까 스포츠 팬으로서는 그럴 수 있죠. 그런데 이게 정치도 그런 스포츠같이 소비하는 행태들이 좀 연장되지 않았나 하는 생각이 들어요. 정치인은 잘했을 때 칭찬받고 못했을 때 비판받는 게 정상입니다. 정치를 좋아하고 정치에 참여하는 사람들도 어떤 정치인의 팬으로서 다 좋은 사람이다라고 믿기보다는 약간의 정치적인 거리두기도 좀 필요할 것 같아요. 이 사람의 좋은 점은 칭찬은 하지만 나쁜 점에 대해서는 비판할 수 있다라는 좀 열린 자세를 가져야 되지 않나라는 생각을 합니다.
처음에는 로봇이 사무실에 있다는 게 굉장히 어색했는데, 사람이 좀 더 가치 있는 일을 집중할 수 있게끔 로봇들이 많이 도움을 주고 있는 것 같아서 그런 면에서 도움을 많이 받고 있습니다.
실제로 사옥이 오픈되고 안에 들어와 보니까 하나의 작은 사회 같은 느낌이 들어서 굉장히 사실 설레고, 이 안에 진행되고 있는 그 수많은 실험들이 정말 뭔가 곧 있으면 여기서 농익어서 밖으로 나가겠구나 하는 그 기대감이 굉장히 많이 생긴 편이었어요.
저희 1784는 저희 건물이 정자동 1784-4번지 주소예요. 그래서 주소에서 착안했던 저희의 태명이었는데, 역사적으로 1784년도는 1차 산업혁명이 일어난 시기이기도 했고, 저희가 네이버가 하고자 하는 이런 뭔가 혁신과 도전, 이런 가치와 정말 잘 어울린다고 생각을 해서 저희가 그대로 태명을 사용을 하게 됐습니다.
네, 1784가 시작되게 된 계기를 말씀을 드릴게요. 저희가 원래는 제2사옥을 만들려는 계획이 있었고, 이제 제가 근무하는 이제 네이버 랩스는 사실 로봇을 연구하는 회사잖아요. 그래서 저희는 로봇이 어떻게 하면 사람들을 잘 도와줄 수 있을지에 대해서 고민을 정말 많이 해요. 그래서 어떤 공간에서 어떻게 도울지에 대한 고민을 많이 하는데, 1차적인 대답이 로봇이 가장 역할을 많이 할 수 있는 공간이 상업 공간이라고 생각을 했었어요. 오피스 빌딩이라든가 아니면 대규모 쇼핑몰이라든가 이런 공간에서 로봇이 사람을 위해서 할 수 있는 일들이 되게 많을 거라고 생각을 하고 있었고요. 저희 대표님께서 이제 네이버 경영진들이랑 같이 그 토픽에 대해서 논의할 수 있는 시간이 있었어요. 근데 그때 흔쾌히 이제 경영진 분들께서 그러면 한번 해봐. 우리 제2사옥 짓고 있는데 네가 한번 여기에다가 로봇을 넣어봐. 이렇게 해서 이제 얘기가 시작이 됐고, 그때는 그 스토리, 단순한 스토리 하나뿐이었는데 거기에 이제 디테일들을 여기 있는 직원들이랑 같이 이제 만들어 놓은 거죠. 가장 고민이 됐던 부분이 이제 현재 있는 기술과 현재 있는 공간과 사람들의 인식이 어떻게 잘 맞아 떨어져야 된다라고 생각을 했었어요. 그래서 보면 이제 보통 사람들이 인식할 때 로봇은 두 다리로 걸어 다니고 팔도 자유롭게 움직이고 이런 로봇들을 생각을 하잖아요. 근데 이제 현실에 지금 있는 로봇들은 그렇지 못하거든요. 로봇들도 제약이 있고 공간의 제약도 받고 사람의 인식의 제약도 받아요. 그런 것들을 이제 다 해결을 하고 우리가 만드는 로봇들은 우리가 만드는 이 공간에서 정말 제대로 이제 사람을 도와줄 수 있도록 만들어야 되겠다라는 게 목표였거든요. 그래서 공간에 대해서도 해석을 다시 하고 로봇에 대해서도 이제 분석을 다시 하고 사람에 대해서도 분석을 다시 한 거죠. 프라이어리티를 저희가 이제 다 설문도 하고 이제 자료 조사도 해서 결정을 한 게 가장 첫 번째는 택배 배송이었어요. 실제로 이제 오피스 공간에서도 직원들이 택배를 정말 많이 시켜요. 많이 주문하고 받고 하는 것들을 하고요. 그래서 택배가 1순위로 선정이 됐고, 그 다음에 도시락, 카페 이런 식으로 이제 선정이 됐어요.
저희가 친로봇 빌딩이라고 하는 컨셉을 갖게 되면서 건물 안에서 로봇이 어떻게 하면 잘 이동할 수 있는지에 대한 부분을 가장 좀 크게 고민을 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 만들어놨던 게 세계 최초라고 저희는 얘기를 하는데, 세계 최초의 로봇 반송 장치인 로봇 포트, 그리고 이제 로봇하고의 클라우드 사이에서의 이런 통신 지연을 막기 위한 5G가 저희한테는 되게 대표적인 건축에 대한 그 조건이라고 생각을 했었었는데, 특히 이제 고층 건물 안에서는 로봇이 수직으로 이동하는 게 굉장히 중요하잖아요. 35대 인수용 엘리베이터가 있는데 모든 엘리베이터를 사람과 같이 함께 탑승을 할 수가 있어요. 네, 로봇 포트를 만든 거는 조금 더 빠르게 로봇이 이제 서비스를 할 수 있도록 저희가 좀 구현을 해 놓은 거고요. 건축적으로 굉장히 큰 고민을 했던 거는 저희가 이제 뭐 IT의 이런 서비스들과 다르게 건축은 한번 만들어 놓고 나면은 이제 수정도 개선도 쉽지가 않잖아요. 근데 네이버의 이런 미래 기술들은 계속해서 이제 새로운 것들이 나올 텐데 건축이 이걸 어디까지 받아줄 수 있을지에 대한 고민을 굉장히 많이 했고, 저희가 테스트베드라는 그 정말 큰 컨셉을 가져갔는데 건축이 받아주지 못하면 이 컨셉이 의미가 없는 거 아니야? 라는 고민들을 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요. 그렇기 때문에 이제 건물 전체에 대한 단차를 없앤다든지, 이제 건물에 대한 모든 도어들을 로봇이 연동해가지고 자동으로 개폐할 수 있다든지, 이런 식의 좀 더 건물 안에서 필요한 인프라들을 좀 미리 반영을 하자, 이런 부분들이 저희한테는 좀 어려웠던 숙제였던 것 같습니다. 네. 지금은 저희가 아직 정식 오픈을 하진 않았어요. 직원들이 이제 7월부터 입주를 하게 될 거고, 이제 모든 분들이 입주했을 때는 5,000명 이상의 직원들이 이 안에서 근무를 하게 될 거고, 로봇은 지금
현재는 택배 서비스를 40대 로봇으로 하고 있고요. 이제 카페나 도시락은 시범 서비스 기간이라서 5대로 하고 있고, 이제 7월부터 이제 카페 도시락 서비스가 정식으로 될 거예요. 그러면 20대, 40대에서 이제 연말까지 100대 로봇이 건물 안에서 돌아다닐 예정입니다. 성별은 없고 그냥 우리 친한 신입사원 후배 정도로 네, 그러니까 컨셉을 잡았습니다. 네. 로봇의 이름도 루키잖아요. 루키 신입사원이거든요. 그래서 얘가 정말 이제 다른 멀리 있는 뭐 이상한 그냥 하나의 정적인 뭐 물리적인 로봇이 아니라 우리 동료처럼 친근하게 느꼈으면 좋겠고, 감성적인 부분들도 굉장히 많이 들어 있어요. 생각보다 엄청. 그래서 마트라든가 로봇이 이동할 때도 방향도 이제 이제 눈으로 표시해 주기도 하고요. 뒤에도 이제 디스플레이가 달려 있어서 로봇이 지금 어떤 의도를 가지고 있는지 알려주기도 하고요. 그런 식으로 이제 지금 현재의 로봇이 사람과 친할 수 있는 그런 부분들을 다 고려해서 넣었다라고 이해를 해주시면 될 것 같고, 그런 부분들이 앞으로 더 많을 거예요.
확실히 이제 로봇 서비스는 어쨌든 사람이 편하게 일할 수 있는 어떤 서비스를 제공을 하는 거잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 궁극적으로는 서로가 이제 필요한 존재가 되지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있는데, 확실히 이제 다른 주체이다 보니까 초반에는 불편한 점이 있을 수밖에 없더라고요. 그래서 저희는 이제 공간적으로는 필요한 공간은 로봇과 사람의 동선을 분리하는 게 오히려 더 효과적일 수 있겠다 해서, 좀 예를 들면 이제 택배 지원 시설이라든지 카페라든지 식당 같은 경우들은 별도의 로봇 동선을 좀 마련을 했어요. 그리고 이제 사람과 로봇이 크로스되는 부분이나 이런 것들은 저희가 이제 필요한 사이니지나 이런 것들을 적용을 했는데, 물론 이제 저희 로봇 기술 자체가 사람이 많은 곳에서 이제 속도를 조절하거나 이제 사람을 피하거나 이런 기술들은 물론 적용이 되어 있지만, 로봇이 어느 위치에 있는지에 대한 부분을 사람이 인지하는 게 되게 중요하다고 생각을 했어요. 예를 들면 저희가 이제 엘리베이터를 보시면은 정보 표시 장치라고 하는 LED 큐브가 들어가 있는데, 로봇이 어느 위치에 있고 그리고 어느 엘리베이터를 탑승하고 있는지를 사람이 이렇게 미리 인지할 수 있도록 그 LED 큐브에서 그런 로봇의 탑승 위치라든지 이런 것들을 미리 알람을 준다든지 해서 초반에 약간 서로 서먹할 수 있는 그런 관계 안에서 이런 약간 공간을, 그러니까 서로 배려하는 그런 장치들은 필요하지 않을까라는 생각으로 그런 부분들도 좀 공간에 적용을 했습니다.
아직까지 로봇이 사람과 살아본 적이 없어요. 한 번도 제대로 살아본 적이 없고, 우리는 여기에서 그 시도를 하고 있는 거거든요. 그래서 우리도 아직 로봇이 사람과 공존한다는 게 어떤 건지 정확하게는 몰라요. 여러 가지 로봇을 이제 사람과 같이 공존을 해보면 사람으로부터 오는 여러 가지 피드백들도 있을 거고요. 로봇에 쌓이는 여러 가지 데이터들도 있을 거예요. 그런 것들을 우리는 기반으로 계속 앞으로 연구를 해 나갈 거고, 그 정답을 이제 찾아가는 과정에 있는 건 거죠.
Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. SDF 2022 Rewriting Democracy. We'd like to continue with our next session. Since this morning we've been rewriting democracy together. But what does rewrite mean? The next speaker will propose a psychological analysis and answer to that essential question. I know many of you have been looking forward to this presentation, so let's invite him now.
Hello everyone. Happy to see you all at this wonderful event, and I'm truly honored to be here. I'm a cognitive psychologist, Kim Kyung-il. Among psychology, cognitive psychology is about how to analyze and propose the mechanism of a people's cognitive psychology. So it's a sub-part of the psychology. It may sound too difficult, so simply put, cognitive psychology is often said as a psychology of a nudge. What does nudge mean? It's about nudging you or poking you. So with a soft intervention, it aims to create an important and big changes. So all of these are called nudging. For example, we say empathy or reversing our position. How can you communicate in this way? We say open your mind, or reverse your position, or put your shoes in that person's shoes. That's not wrong, but psychologists love nudging. So we've done some experimental testing. So for instance, we suggest lower the lighting for about 15%, or increase the room temperature about 5%. Then you will be more adaptive or accommodative of other people's opinions. So these should be important, but meaning yet small cues. We research these small cues, so that's cognitive psychologists. So I'm not talented in creating significant discourses, but I think I can make a few small but important aspects of issues that we have to consider come to the surface of our consciousness. Then, how can we have a different perspectives on democracy using all of this to have a better quality of a democracy? So I'd like to talk about that with my hope. The key to democracy is election. I don't think anyone will doubt that. However, there is one very important factor in elections. That is, who are we going to vote for in elections? But there are unexpected nudges or variables. The most prime example is the presidential election in 2004. Many experts in politics or elections selects the presidential election in 2004 as the worst election. At the time, Democrat John Kerry and Republican George Bush were competing with each other. So the 2004 U.S. presidential election was between the two. At the time, Bush started the war after the 9/11 in 2001. After that, there were so many wars that the public opinions in the U.S. turned against Bush. Some even say that even a chimpanzee would win Bush. So it was a sarcastic joke at the time. So it was an unfavorable situation to Bush. But in the end, as you know, the result of the victory of Bush, so he was re-elected. To find out why, so many researchers made efforts to view this result from a different perspective. I was briefly working with Professor Janice Penny-Baker before, and he actually analyzed the language of Bush and Kerry in their speech. So Professor Penny-Baker is a renowned linguistic analysis psychologist. The paper resulting from his analysis has been talked about by many researchers, and I also often refer to his paper. At the time, John Kerry's staff advised him to replace the word I with we for a warm image. So Kerry actually used the word we twice as much as Bush did. In his speech or in his interview, he used the word we frequently. But according to the analysis, this was one of the causes of the defeat. According to the analysis of Professor Penny-Baker, the word we, at least in the English-speaking countries, when used by politicians or authorities, can actually sound very cold and emotionally distant. So it can have a reverse effect or side effect. On the other hand, the frequent use of the first-person singular pronouns I can make you look a bit arrogant or self-centered, no matter who you are. Still, people would feel that you are at least more genuine or honest. Because when you're talking about something, you use I a lot, because it's natural that you talk about yourself or your story more than our story. So in politics, I and we can be perceived completely differently. So in political speech, the use of word I gained more votes. But when does democracy become dangerous? The word I is an indicator for something genuine. So democracy allows us to vote for someone who is genuine in something crazy. A prime example is Hitler. Hitler and Nazis also came to power by votes, which is a democratic process. We overlook this fact, but it is a clear fact. So they came to power because of a democratic process called vote. So we all need eyes and ears to discern those people who tell uncomfortable truths. Because we and our society, if we do not reject these people who tell uncomfortable truths, or if we cannot reject those who are genuine in something crazy, then hatred can be disseminated across the whole political circle. So we have to discern the people who tell uncomfortable truths and who are honest in something crazy. So let's expand this into the politics. How are liberals and conservatives psychologically different? The most important thing is what they hate. Hate or hatred sounds like something really bad, but it is actually an important emotion. It is because if humans do not hate something you should, then we might face difficulties in surviving. For example, if you don't immediately feel disgusted when you see feces or a carcass of an animal, it can undermine our power to survive, because you may try to touch it or eat it. So this mechanism called hatred is nothing strange, but in reverse, individuals and societies that feel more threatened for their survival express more hatred. So we can make that assumption. It seems quite relevant to the time we live in, doesn't it? I think it is quite relevant to the current situation. So hatred is necessary because it is related to our survival, but when it's misused, it can create problems. So what kind of phenomenon or situation do we express this hatred? This is where the differences between the conservative and liberals come. What do conservatives or liberals have a great distaste or hatred for? According to research, the liberals hate when the vulnerable or the weaker are exploited or damaged. So it is a hatred that is necessary. What about conservatives? What do conservatives have a great hatred for? When the norms and order of a society are broken. That's also necessary hate or hatred. What's interesting is the moderate. So what about the moderate? Because of the word moderate, they're often considered as the mixture of the both. So people would consider the mixture of the both sides of the hatred. But this is not really convincing. Because in the eyes of psychologists, the moderate or centrist feel the greatest hatred when the free will of each individual is repressed and harmed. So these people are interested in concepts like freedom. It's not only a political freedom. They value economic freedom, the freedom of residence. So they are hugely interested in various types of freedoms and concept of freedom. So they are often called individualist. And I hope that you don't confuse this with being selfish, because this is completely different from being selfish. Because this type of people who respect individual value also value others' freedoms. The freedom of others are important to them. Therefore, they are not selfish and they perform other functions in our society. So they see the issue arising from the competition and conflict between liberals and conservatives. So the centrists try to see which one fits more to certain types of freedom. So our world is divided into these three areas at least. So what does a democracy made up with these people? Have you heard of a social psychologist, Jonathan Haidt, best known as the author of The Righteous Mind? His wife is Korean, so he has a special affection for Korea. Professor Haidt advises Koreans that the most important thing is to recognize the value of those who hate things that you don't and to have an attitude to respect them. If we keep sending those who do not have this attitude to the top of the politics and listen and respond to their inflammatory and provocative words, then what's going to happen? His advice is clear. Koreans will become like us Americans. The conclusion is clear. Winston Churchill famously said, "Fear is a reaction, courage is a decision." In Korean, it is the same. This one phrase resonates among the psychologists. The more I study psychologists, the more I think this phrase is truly valid. Fear or hatred. These types of emotions are a natural human reactions, and it's also immediate reaction. But what does it mean that courage is a decision? It means that the emotions you experience while experiencing something and the decisions that lead to the final action are obviously different. It even happens in different points in time in your brain. It is a process that happened prior or after a certain point of time. We often misunderstand or make the mistake that we have to treat them like the same. Recently, there was a protest on the right of the movement for people with disabilities. The subway was congested because of that. And I was actually there with a manager of a company. We were on the subway to attend a seminar together. The protest actually made it difficult for us to arrive at the seminar in time. I was a participant, but the manager who was with me was the host of the seminar, so he was in a fluster. And it was understandable that he was annoyed and not comfortable with the situation, but the manager was usually interested in and actively supporting the rights of persons with disabilities. So it seemed that he almost didn't know what to do with irritation and frustration that he was feeling.
그런 표정을 짓고 계시더라고요. 자, 그렇다면 이제
So,
윈스턴 처칠의 말을 한번 대입해 보면 되겠죠.
let's remind ourselves of what Winston Churchill said.
느끼는 불편함은 반응입니다.
The discomfort he felt watching the protest was a reaction. But despite the discomfort, he made a decision to support it. So, to relieve the manager's frustration, I said, "Sir, you can get annoyed and still support them. These two can remain independent. If you equate reaction and decision without much thought, it will make you give up or exaggerate either the negative emotion you feel or the value you support." And there are so many politicians around us who use or actively utilize that. People who know the difference between reaction and decision should play a bigger role, and we need to pay attention to that. I was giving a lecture on a forum a while ago, and a well-known founder of a very large corporate asked me a question. He is well-known in our society, so when he raised his hand, the whole audience paid attention to what he had to say. But his question in this big forum was unexpected and surprising. His question was, why are the personalities of children born to the same parents so different? So, just like now, the audience at the time burst into laughter at this strange question. But the theme of the forum was diversity and inclusion. So the question was never something to be taken lightly or laughed about, because the random question was in fact at the core of the whole forum. Now, the key to our society's greatest capability and survival lies in diversity and inclusion in the future. Why? Because they are not just simple virtues, they are capabilities. Let me answer his question first. In fact, siblings born to the same parents have very different personalities. And this is one of the very unique characteristics of human beings, and it is often mentioned by researchers. Why? It's not possible to give a scientifically accurate or correct answer yet, but according to the opinions of researchers in the fields of evolution, humanity, brain, or psychology, a tentative conclusion is this, and it is very convincing actually. The key is because humans are not multiparous. It means the number of children that we give birth to are not that many compared to other species. It means whether in a household or in a village, there are only small members of relatives. So, for a long time, humans have maintained clan societies based on a few families. For a small group, what will happen if its members are homogeneous in their characteristics? I think you already know the answer. In a rapidly changing environment, there would be an increased risk of extinction of the entire group at once. So, the smaller the group is, the more different each individual must be to survive. Only by such diversity can the group reinforce survivability. And this rule is most accurately and clearly applied to human beings. But this rule is more meaningful in the Republic of Korea in the present more than any other societies. Why? I was born in 1970, and the year I was born, there were 1.08 million babies newly born. That's a lot of babies. Now, in today's society, the population is declining like it has never before. In addition, AI and the fourth industrial revolution are gradually changing the demographic composition into a smaller scale, whether in an office or in a factory. It is a well-known fact. Therefore, as a predetermined and inevitable destiny, that we are facing a future in which society as a whole must be sustained by fewer people than ever before. Then what should we do to prepare for this? Now the answer is clear. It is diversity. It means that we need a society and organization to understand and embrace the diversity. Only when there is such a diversity can you have a clearer ability to judge the diversity. Whatever it is, it should be well positioned in our society if we want to have a better eye or a judgment to assess if something has the particular aspect. Some use diversity as an excuse and pretext, or even hide cowardly behind the word diversity to engage in extreme actions. And our society suffers from those type of people or groups because our society is not equipped with the right diversity yet. So, diversity should be taken into consideration in the future in various organizations, especially in our society. A very good example would be actually an issue that is often exposed in media. It's about an army that accelerates unmanned systems while reducing the number of ground forces. The military reabsorption of manpower who worked in various fields of society from their 30s to 50s can offer important capability compared to the declining number of soldiers. Some worry that it could create chaos in a military that emphasizes coherence. But that's another issue, or a separate issue more. Obedience to the command system is a discipline created by training. But diversity in judgment and views is a matter of innate temperament, selection criteria, and even the culture of operation and management. So these are two completely different issues. So the conclusion is clear. As the number of groups decreases or organizations becomes smaller, trying to encompass society and groups with the slogan of unity and solidarity is a very foolish illusion and delusion. The smaller the population and individual groups becomes, the more diverse it must be. This is another challenge our democracy is facing to survive. Then there are psychologists who value these capabilities more. When we say the capabilities, we think about IQs or fluid intelligence. But there is another type of capability which is emotional intelligence, which is about understanding the emotions of others. Recently, among psychologists, cultural intelligence is considered very important. And in the 21st century, cultural intelligence is regarded as the key capability. Cultural intelligence is about being interested in differences between people from different cultures and having ability to accept and respect it well. But in general, people are not like that. People want others to fit in well with them. But the ability to interact with others based on differences between oneself and others is quite different from general ability to solve problems on your own, and it is a capability that's going to be important in the future. What does it mean for today's leaders or future leaders? The entire society, companies, organizations in Korea were mostly interested and concerned about the adaptation of their members from other cultures to the existing corporate culture or organizational culture. But in the future, the opposite should be taken very seriously. That is, when a new member joins the organization or company, what changes that she or he brings to the existing majority of the members, even if it's trivial and small. So that's something that we have to pay attention to. For example, a new employee with a large age gap or different gender joins a group. Existing members could voluntarily create new rules or even adjust their behaviors. So this adjustment of existing customs or of the will or capability to do so will be a very important organizational competency in the future. And at this core is implicit ability to collaborate with each other. In reality, the countries, societies, or companies around us that make efforts to enhance this cultural intelligence can have the ability to cooperate wisely. And we've seen this happen. It reminds me of the story of this CEO and his followers. Both have high cultural intelligence, so the bigger his organization became, the bigger the synergies became too. So I remember the episode I had with the CEO. He had a son, and his son recently got married. So I went to the wedding because I am close to him. He was the father of the groom, so he was very busy, but he still found time to ask me questions. He said, "Hey, Professor Kim, my daughter-in-law has now become a new family member, so what should I change from now on?" This was shocking, like a fresh breath of air. Most people would rather ask, "What should I do to make sure that my daughter-in-law adapts well to my family?" But he was more worried about how he should change. It may seem trivial, but in terms of cultural intelligence, it is a big difference. Why do the members of his company cooperate so well voluntarily? I could finally understand that right away. Let me summarize what I've just said. Now, Korea is regarded as a developed country. We, rather than us calling ourselves, but we are called as a developed country by other countries or other indices would categorize us as a developed country. It's time to feel proud because there is no precedent for developing countries to become developed countries. So how should we live from now? I actually read a book last year that was very meaningful in this sense. It was written by the chairman of Handi Media's board of directors, who is nicknamed as IT Sage. The title is Waking Up to a Developed Country. As a cognitive psychologist, the book was full of things that I couldn't help but agree with. And one of the most important points was that now that we are a developed country, we have to define many things ourselves. This is truly meaningful. As a latecomer, before we did not really have to define anything. That was the history of Korea. It was enough to just to chase after something fast. But now we have to define things ourselves. Because if we cannot do that, we won't be able to find a way forward. Unfortunately, we've never been able to solve this kind of problem in schools or in companies. But now we have to do it. And for us, I think the most fitting thing to this is democracy. What does democracy mean to us? We need our own definition of democracy. When a definition means a definition, we can have the conversation and discussion, and different definitions can be combined and refined together. Without our own definition of democracy, and with only a code of practice or superficial and simple guidelines for actions, some power-oriented people use us to obtain their power. It is too unfair on us. So I admire people who have their own definition about something, because I can learn from them and they give me some food for thought. A few years ago, I met a man who had his own definition of justice. It was a philosopher and Professor Kim Sun-uk of Sungsil University. His definition of justice was as follows. Justice is living in a way that is necessary for the society you want to live in. Look, those words have made me think and learn, and it was truly meaningful to me. As a psychologist who studied psychology for 30 years, and as an adult just over 50, I thought about my own definition of justice. And justice is when good people are not punished more for the same wrongdoing. Good people are not punished more. So that is my definition of justice. I suggested this definition to Professor Kim. His definition and my definition could be combined together and refined further. So rather than conflict, we could create a discussion and communication. In other words, in our democracy and politics, those who only show hatred and divide people may have a lot of knowledge and experience, but lack their own definition of democracy. And they may not even need it. So I'd like to ask all of you a bold but clear question. It is also a request. What is the definition of democracy of the Republic of Korea in 2022? And what is the definition of our own, not definition of the UK or the US or Germany, but our own definition? I think we need to seriously think about it. Thank you for your attention.
SBS 창사 특집 SBS
You are with us at the SDF 2022 titled Rewriting Democracy. Did you get to see the audience? We are fully packed here. And did you get to see the human library outside the forum venue? In fact, the library is not stocked with paper books. And the library encourages conversation rather than telling you to stay quiet. Then how was this unique library brought to life? Let us find out from the very person who created this special library 22 years ago. But first, please turn your attention to the screen.
Hello everybody, my name is Ronnie Abergel and I'm the founder of the Human Library Organization, and it's great to be back in Seoul. And so first I wanted to just say thank you for the invitation to contribute to this important forum on rewriting democracy, and obviously a very special thank you to SBS for ensuring the space for these crucial conversations. It's not common that broadcasters will engage in this kind of community commitment, and especially for the very warm welcome from the Korean people. It is indeed a sad period to be here, and my heart and thoughts go out to all those affected by the tragic events last weekend in Itaewon. My condolences to all of you. My message is one a bit more positive, because 22 years ago I created a library that could try and help us change the way we understand each other. We live in very polarized times right now, but this library is put in the world to provide us all with a safe space and opportunity to learn without being judged, and perhaps for us to learn how to unjudge. We started in Denmark in 2000, and since then we've been fortunate to distribute this idea to more than 80 countries around the world, including South Korea. Like, this is not my first visit. I was here in 2014 working with the Hope Institute to try and get this idea into civil society. But since the very first event, it's been clear to me that all societies could benefit from having a safe space where we can explore our diversity. Some of the earlier speakers talk about inclusion and diversity and understanding, and basically this library very much focuses on providing that opportunity, because the point of the Human Library is to provide access to people and conversations that we normally do not have. Perhaps because of our cultural norms, or maybe because our social norms forbid us to engage in these issues without a clear invitation. Like, if I was very fat, how many people would come up and ask me, why did you get so fat? Basically, we're raised to be polite. We're raised to be respectful. But also, this prevents us from sometimes addressing the elephant in the room, from talking about difficult issues and having conversations that we need to have. So no matter where in the world you live or where you grew up, there are issues that we all need to know more about, and groups in our community that suffer because we do not have enough knowledge about them. Our ability to be inclusive and understanding and accepting of others really depends on us having access to information and to be able to connect with members of different groups in our community. The taboos that we don't want to talk about, the challenges that we face, are not always easy, but it's necessary for a more inclusive approach and for our communities and democracies to counter the polarization that's created through, in part, the political process. Some politicians have learned that playing us against each other actually can bring them into power. We've seen that. Democracy is not to be taken for granted, and it can easily be manipulated by those trying to pit us against each other. It's often said that a society and a democracy is never stronger nor better than its ability to protect its weakest members. And so we do face yet another serious challenge, not only the lack of participation, but also the manipulation of our democracies. One based on our ability and willingness to accept our fellow human beings, and being more specific, the ones who are not like us. How do we get there where we can embrace people that we disagree with? So the ones we do not agree with and the ones we do agree with come, you could say, as brothers. And somehow what we need to do is help each other find common ground. And this is what the Human Library is all about. Giving you a safe space where you can potentially find common ground, rekindling with our humanity, and seeing beyond our differences and trying to better understand how and in which ways we're different. We're not all the same, but that's what makes us stronger. Now, at our library, I must stress, we're not working for tolerance, because obviously, who wants to be tolerated? We're working for acceptance. Acceptance achieved through understanding. If you understand me better, you're more likely to accept me. And honestly, who wants to be tolerated? I may not agree with you, but I do understand you. And I respect your right to be you, as I ask that you respect my right to be me and to disagree and feel, think, and believe differently. Whether it's religion, culture, political beliefs, whether it's my orientation. At the library, we're also not working to promote diversity, because diversity is already here. We're also not going to tell you that you're right or you're wrong. We're just here to provide you with a learning opportunity. Opportunity to learn about other groups in your community, but also to learn about yourself and about a lot of different people that normally you would not have the social courage to go up and talk to. Groups we don't have access to because we don't want to offend. So what is a better framework than the institution of the library? A place where everyone is welcome and everyone is equal. Think about it. What is more inclusive than the library? Now, what you do with the knowledge that you may gain from a human library is in your hands. That's entirely your responsibility. I'm not going to tell you what to do or how to think. I only want to help you gain access to the information that can help you think differently, qualify your opinion, provide more perspective, and perhaps better inform it so that when you're deciding, when you're navigating diversity, you're doing it on an informed basis and not because of what you heard somewhere else, but because you actually met the person. So we're a neutral space, just like your community library. You can come down, you can borrow a transgender, you can borrow a Trump supporter, you can borrow a Muslim or a Jew, an agnostic, a homeless person or a disabled. We create learning spaces in educational institutions around the world. We create them in public spaces such as community libraries and festivals, universities. But we also create learning opportunities for some of the biggest companies in the world. From Heineken to Haleon to McDonald's to the World Bank to Lloyd's Bank to eBay, Intel, Meta. They all engage with us. Yesterday we had readers visiting the Human Library from Amazon. So all of these companies and many more are looking for ways to create more inclusive organizations, build more empathy, and a better understanding of our diversity. We're active in New Zealand, Canada, Peru, and the US. We're in Belarus, Ukraine, Italy, and Denmark. We work in Tunisia, Somalia, the United Arab Emirates. We're in Japan, Australia, Vietnam. We're all around the world working to embed this learning approach and secure safe spaces where we can learn about our own unconscious bias. Because at the Human Library, we want to invite you to unjudge someone. Because we recognize and respect the fact that all of us judge. You judge me when I came in here. I judge you when we talk. We must recognize that it's part of our human instinct to make risk assessments. It's a survival instinct. If something is different, if something is out of the norm, we're going to make an assessment about it. We're going to make a judgment. And when we make these risk assessments, and we have to do it all the time, even in traffic, and more specifically now, when there are new people or strangers around us, then we have to take responsibility for our judgments. Because we judge everyone. We judge the people close to us, and we judge people from a distance. We judge people from our community, family members, parents, brothers and sisters, and our partners. My girlfriend didn't call, she didn't text me, what's she doing? We judge our children, I know I do. And we judge other people's children when they don't behave in public. We judge our neighbors, our co-workers, our team members, and our friends. So within each and every one of us, there is a little judge living, telling us about other people and informing our opinion. And all of this really is unavoidable. So I don't want to shame you for being a judge or for being judgmental. But we have to train ourselves to try to stop passing such hard judgments on others and give people a chance to show us who they are before we judge them. Recently, I was visiting the United States. I was in Los Angeles talking to a friend about the homeless situation, because if you've been to Los Angeles, you'll see that there are encampments of homeless people on the streets. And this is where their house is. It's a tent on the street somewhere in the middle of LA. So in one of the most wealthy countries in the world, and in one of the most wealthy states, California, thousands of people are living on the street. So my friend, who's an American, he felt very strongly that the homeless situation was mostly due to their drug problems. And I tried to argue that the drug problems might also be a consequence of untreated mental health issues that then led to homelessness. No matter which answer is the right one, the fact remains the same. In some of the richest nations in the world, we're letting people sink to the bottom of society, leaving them with no roof over their heads, no food on their plate, and no access to health care. And the same can be said for many other countries than the US, most of whom are said to be a democracy. But what about my democratic right not to starve to death? What about my right to get help when my mental health or my financial situation has collapsed? Or like we're seeing now with the energy crisis in Europe, people can't afford to pay for their heating in their house, or they can't afford the price of gas. What happened to empathy for our fellow man? I mean, there is one race on this planet, and that's the human race. And in a not too distant past, we all needed each other to survive. We needed the whole village to cope, to evolve, and to build our community. But now, with almost 8 billion people, we're more likely to avoid each other if it looks like it's trouble, if it looks like it's going to be demanding of me, or it's going to be requesting my resources, my time. So in a way, we're no longer working for the same goal, and we're even still at 2022 going to war. A few days ago, one of the most wealthy men in the United Kingdom became the new prime minister. But did anybody ask the people of the United Kingdom if they wanted this man as prime minister? No. Instead, a small group of parliamentarians decided who was going to be the next prime minister. Is he representative of the people? I don't know. We'll see when the next election comes. But it's 80 million people that they didn't ask. And problems like this are not supporting democracy. It's undermining our confidence and our trust. It takes away legitimacy, and it brings very little connection to the working people. This new leader was installed, you could say, without a public mandate. And at least you know the system that there are two parties. In my country yesterday, we had the national parliament. There was the elections for the national parliament, and 12 parties was elected to go into to the parliament. So more representative, special interests, sure, little groups, even the vegan party almost got elected through a different construction. But it's more representative. Everybody can see themselves inside the democracy. And I'm not saying Denmark is perfect. There are a lot of problems in my country. But it's more inclusive, at least more inclusive than the two-party system. Now, what happened in the UK and what's happened elsewhere is very similar to non-democratic regimes. Recently in China, there was a big party congress. That's where they elected their leadership, not by the people. In the US, the former president still refuses to recognize a democratic decision made by a majority of Americans and continues to push a big lie of election fraud, which is causing great polarization and divide within the people of the United States. And like I said, in Denmark, the election this week to parliament was marred by media campaigns against certain politicians and generally an overload of promises made by politicians that want to be elected, but they know only too well that a majority of the promises that they make cannot be turned into policy. It's simply not realistic, also not helpful for our democracy. So I think with the help of fear-mongering, warmongering, and polarization, a wide range of political forces have made their way into power in democratic states. Italy, Sweden, Poland, Hungary. There are just a few examples from Europe, but the list is much longer. And as the professor showed us in the early beginning, democracy is still very young. And the tradition of democracy is very new, and it's a fragile system. We need to protect it. It is never stronger than our willingness to compromise, to find solutions together where nobody gets everything that they want, but we get part of what we want. But if we start compromising with the democratic principles in order to achieve a greater good just for ourselves, then we're on the road to really despair. I was sad to hear the seriousness and graveness situation of the parliamentary situation in Korea. I think you, just like many other countries, are facing a challenge of people surrendering their involvement in the system. In my country yesterday, the largest number of blank votes ever registered and the lowest participation of voters in a national election in the history of registering for the national elections. So participation is going down, confidence is going down, and it's because the rules are being bent. The laws are being put into place to discriminate against certain groups and even paint them into the reason for the problem. In my country, I'm sad to say that for a long time, our politicians have blamed foreigners for many challenges, and they are sort of the reason for the rising crime rates. They are the reason why the economic situation is difficult, and so on and so forth, and it's not true. But finding a scapegoat to draw attention away from the responsibilities of the politicians and distracting the voters from the more important part, finding solutions together. So I know that in South Korea, you have had similar periods and incidents, prompting a resistance to people from the outside. And democracy can so easily be manipulated. So it's up to us, all of us who are actively engaging, to find ways to better bolster and safeguard this framework around our form of rule. And one of our approaches is to try and dismantle fear through dialogue. Let's meet the people we think we don't like. Let us work to diffuse the polarizing talks of politicians by bringing the relevant people together and have them sit down and learn about each other. It's very difficult to hate someone that you now know or understand, even when you disagree with them. I, for one, shall be the first to admit that I've lost much time and much opportunity from judging others without really knowing about them, but rather just assuming or believing in the hearsay. So for us to find a sustainable future together and a path forward, not just for us as a race, like I said, the human race, mankind, we must work better together to understand each other, to respect each other, and not allow for those seeking power to profit from pitting us against each other. We can't allow for anyone to rise to fame or come into power when it's built on the shoulders of intolerance or polarization. We need to strengthen our democratic rule, and in order to do that, we must first make a conscious decision to accept each other in all of our diversity and differences. So at the Human Library, we're working tirelessly to provide these learning opportunities for democratic conversations, and we will continue to do so for many years, but time is running out, both for me and for the planet and the people living here. We must act now and refuse to be manipulated. We must rise as one people and allow us all to be representatives of our communities, our country, and our civilization, and ensuring universal human rights for all mankind. As you see in the image behind me with one of our open books from South Korea, we welcome all backgrounds, religions, gender orientations, and much more as part of the Human Library. We would love to see more communities do the same, because acceptance through understanding, leading us to a lasting mutual respect for each other, is to the benefit for all involved. So you and me and everyone in this room and those who are watching the stream have an opportunity to become part of the solution and to help make the situation better. I think it is our common responsibility. And for those of you in attendance here at the SBSD Forum, I encourage you to visit the Human Library Book Cafe, which is open all day in the conference hall, right next to the forum venue, for your opportunity to borrow a human book, connect, and perhaps unjudge someone. I wish you good luck. I want to thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
네, SBS 창사 특집 다시 쓰는 민주주의
to the morning session of SDF 2022 titled Rewriting Democracy. It is now lunchtime, so enjoy your lunch and discover the diverse programs presented outside the forum venue. The door of the Human Library will be wide open, so please visit the entrance where the staff will guide you through your experience. And it will be a special experience that you can only experience here. The afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m. sharp and will bring together renowned speakers who go beyond the realm of democracy as a political concept and extend it to democracy in everyday life. Enjoy your lunch and please return to the venue on time. Thank you and goodbye.
질서 유지권이 발동된 가운데 서로에게 책임을 돌렸습니다.
우리는 왜 정치 뉴스만 보면 머리가 지끈거리고 정치인을 보면 탄식부터 나오는 걸까요?
단 한 번도 안 읽고 국회에 나오는 것 같아요. 진짜 한 번만 읽어도 그런 말 안 할 것 같아. 직무유기? 뭐 그런 거랄까? 좀 그래가지고 그냥 허탈해요, 그게.
서로 자기 주장만 내세우고 하니까 그거 하면서 시간이 다 가잖아요.
그냥 싸우기는 하는데 어떻게 우리 목소리를 대변하고 있는지는 잘 모르겠다는 생각이 많이 들어요.
우리는 국민의 목소리를 외면하는 비호감 정치에 실망하곤 합니다. 정치가 원래 그렇지 뭐 하고 무관심해지는 게 정답일까요?
국정 운영에서도 계속 대립적인 비타협적 이러한 그 사고가 지배하게 되면 그런 공익은 달성되지 않고 정책은 실패하고 입법은 계속적인 거기에 대한 저항을 불러일으키고 또다시 법이 또 바뀌어야 되는 이러한 식의 악순환이 국민들이 느끼는 민주주의의 어떤 위기의 본질이 바로 이 부분에 있다고 생각을 합니다.
비호감 정치를 호감 정치로 바꿀 수 있는 방법은 없을까요? 매해 우리 사회 중요한 화두를 다각도로 조명하는 SBS D포럼은 이 문제의 해법을 모색해보기로 했습니다. 지금은 비호감 정치와 단호하게 헤어질 결심을 해야 할 때입니다. 지난 9월 서울 여의도의 한 호텔에서 정치 양극화 문제를 해결하기 위한 국회의원과 정치학자들의 모임이 있었습니다. 여야 의원들도 지금 한국 정치의 해법은 없는지 고민이 많습니다.
이 관계를 푸는 것이야말로 정치고 그것이 그래서 예술의 영역에 속한다고 할 만큼
정치 전체가 한번 개과천선하고 반성하고 회개한 그런 시간이 필요하다.
민생과 동떨어진 정치, 거대 양당이 사실상 독점한 국회. 그래서 국민의 목소리는 소외되는 문제까지 다양한 진단이 나왔습니다.
지난 한 달 동안의 뉴스를 분석해 보십시오. 뉴스에 우리의 민생, 우리의 미래에 관한 뉴스는 얼마나 되었습니까? 정치에 대한 배신감과 분노가 우리나라를 더욱 어렵게 할 것이라는 점에 대한 위기감들이 우리 여야 의원들 목으로도 꽉 차오르고 있습니다.
이 국회의원 선거제도 바꿔서 국민들 닮은 국회를 만드는 거. 여러 사람 목소리가 용광로처럼 모이게 만드는 거. 이러면 정치 문제는 해결된다고 봐요.
양극화된 정치 이대로 두고 갈 수는 없다. 다당제 민주주의 정치가 이 땅에 제대로 뿌리 내려야 한다고 봅니다.
한 조사에 따르면 민주주의 발전을 막는 원인 1위가 정치권의 여야 갈등이었습니다. 정치인들도 지금의 정치가 어떻게 받아들여지고 있는지 잘 알고 있습니다. 우리나라만의 일은 아닙니다. 정치 갈등으로 인한 민주주의 위기 징후는 세계 곳곳에서 나타나고 있습니다. 날이 갈수록 경제 불평등과 사회 계층 갈등이 심해지고 극심한 정치권 진영 갈등으로도 이어지기 때문입니다. 우리는 1987년 민주화 이후 35년 동안 선거를 통해 민주적으로 정권을 바꾸고 비밀 평등 선거 등 제도적으로는 많은 진전을 보였지만 과제는 여전히 많습니다. 지금의 우리 정치는 무엇부터 고민해야 할까요? 정치에서 중요한 키워드가 협치입니다. 참 많이 언급되는 단어인데 갈등하는 거대 양당이 독점하고 있는 정치 지형에서는 쉽지 않은 일이죠. 상대적으로 정치에 대한 만족도가 높고 협치를 잘한다고 꼽히는 독일과 핀란드는 무엇이 다를까요? 지난 9월 독일 니더자센주의 주의원 선거운동 현장을 찾았습니다. 선거를 2주 정도 앞둔 시점, 선거 전단을 나눠주고 유권자들을 만나 의견을 듣는 모습은 여느 선거운동과 달라 보이지 않습니다.
Wir müssen zusammenhalten. Genauso ist das wichtig. Das ist wichtig und nicht gegeneinander. Vielen Dank. Ja, alles Gute.
이 주의원 선거에 출마한 정당만 20여 곳. 독일 의회에 진입한 정당은 6곳이지만 선거 때는 40개의 정당이 생겨나기도 합니다. 보다 다양한 세대와 계층을 대표하는 정당이 생길 수 있도록 정당 설립의 문턱을 제도적으로 낮췄기 때문입니다.
Es gründen sich immer wieder neue Parteien. Das ist in Deutschland durchaus leicht möglich. Und wenn man eine gewisse Anzahl von Stimmen erreicht, Unterstützungsstimmen, dann darf man auch für so einen Landtag kandidieren. Die kann ich Ihnen nicht sagen, weil es wirklich, wirklich viele sind und weil es auch bei jeder Wahl immer mal wieder neue gibt. Also es gibt zum Beispiel die Tierschutzpartei oder die Partei der Seniorinnen. Also da gibt es ein ganzes Bündel von Möglichkeiten, bei so einer Landtagswahl tatsächlich anzutreten.
다만 어떤 정당도 5% 이상 득표율을 얻거나 지역구에서 3명 이상 당선자를 내야만 연방의회에 진출할 수 있습니다. 소수 정당들이 생겨나게 해 사회적으로 소외된 의제를 공론화하면서도 의회 내 작은 정당의 난립을 막기 위한 규정입니다. 이런 신생 정당들은 기존 정당에는 건강한 긴장감이 됩니다.
Früher gab es ganz klassische Milieus, nennt man das. Da gab es die Arbeiterklasse, die hat dann die SPD gewählt, dann die Bürgerlichen, sage ich mal die CDU. Und da gibt es viele Bewegungen, deswegen gibt es auch viele kleinere Parteien, die auch von den Menschen gewählt werden. In Deutschland heißt ja, Konkurrenz belebt das Geschäft. Die Menschen haben ein größeres Angebot, dass sie ihre Meinung wiederfinden und auch ihre Politik im Parlament wiederfinden.
독일은 오랫동안 기민기사련과 사회민주당, 자유민주당까지 3개 정당 체제를 유지해왔습니다. 1970년대 이후 녹색당이 들어와 4개 정당 시스템이 됐고 통일 이후에는 좌파 정당이 추가돼 지금은 2013년 창당한 극우 포퓰리즘 정당까지 의회에 6개의 정당이 있습니다.
sondern in der Regel mindestens 3, zurzeit sogar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Parteien im Parlament sitzen. Das bildet zum einen natürlich eine sehr viel spezialisierte Vertretung von bestimmten politischen Überzeugungen ab. Und zum anderen führt es dazu, dass in der Regel keine der Parteien mehr in der Lage ist, alleine eine Mehrheit zu schaffen.
다당제 지형에서는 어느 정당도 의회의 절반 이상을 차지하기가 쉽지 않기 때문에 국정 운영을 하기 위해서는 어떻게든 정당끼리 협력할 수밖에 없습니다. 오랜 역사와 확고한 지지층, 명확한 정체성을 띠는 정당이 여럿 있다는 것은 협치를 잘한다고 꼽히는 독일과 핀란드의 공통점입니다. 독일과 핀란드의 여러 정당 당사를 방문했는데 살펴볼까요? 핀란드의 중앙 당사에는 당의 정체성을 상징하고 표현하는 사진 등이 전시되어 있습니다. 농민들을 대표하기 위해 창당한 중앙당이 시대 흐름에 따라 지지층이 바뀌면서 정체성을 재정립하고 이것을 알리기 위해 만든 것들입니다. 당의 정체성이 불명확해지는 것은 결국 지지층의 이탈로 이어지고 당의 존립에 위협이 되기 때문이죠.
It was founded in 1906 and we have a very strong rural background and members from the farmers. But later in the 60s and 70s, Centre Party wanted to become a large party and whole country, and we decided to go to bigger cities. So then we became a common party for Finnish people.
각 정당들은 노동자, 가톨릭교회, 농민 같은 지지계층을 대표하면서 오랜 역사 동안 유지돼 왔으며 점차 사회적 요구가 다양해지자 대중정당으로 바뀌고 있습니다. 새로운 시대 흐름에 따라 정당이 등장하기도 합니다. 독일의 녹색당의 경우 환경과 생태 등 기존 정당과 다른 의제들을 설정하면서 젊은 유권자들의 지지를 받았습니다.
Wenn man so will, die Partei die Ökologie und Soziales versucht miteinander zu verbinden und voranzubringen. Wir sind entstanden aus dem Grünen im Westen und Bündnis 90 im Osten. 1989, 90 sind wir dann da gesamtdeutsch unterwegs.
Sie ist entstanden 1863 und zwar aus der Arbeiterbewegung. Und die Partei hat sich, wie gesagt, in den 50er Jahren auf den Weg gemacht, nicht nur zu schauen, wie geht es dem klassischen Arbeiter, sondern zu schauen, wie geht es den anderen, die in anderen Branchen arbeiten.
Und deswegen haben wir zwar Das C als Christlich-Demokratische Union im Namen sind aber keine konfessionelle Partei, sondern der Name der Partei leitet sich ab von unserem Verständnis vom Menschen.
이름을 수시로 바꾸고 헤어졌다 모이기를 반복하는 우리나라 정당에 정체성이 뭐냐고 묻는다면 그들은 과연 뭐라고 답할까요? 안정적인 정당이 지지층을 온전히 대표하고 이들이 협치를 할 수밖에 없도록 하는 다당제 정치 지형. 두 가지가 만나 시너지를 발휘하는 순간은 아마도 사회적으로 매우 논쟁적인 문제들이 발생하고 그것을 해결해야 하는 순간일 것입니다. 지난 2015년 시리아 내전 당시 국경을 열어 난민을 받아들인 독일. 당시 집권당이었던 기민당은 치열한 토론을 통해 사회적 합의를 이끌어냈습니다. 역사적 합의로 꼽히는 여러 순간을 함께한 독일 기민당 레베캄프 의원에게 어떻게 합의에 이를 수 있었는지 들어봤습니다.
Und wir mussten eine Entscheidung treffen, ob wir bereit sind, diesen Menschen Zuflucht zu geben. Gemeinsam heißt in diesem Fall allerdings ohne die rechtsextreme Partei, sondern insgesamt mit der damaligen Koalition mit den Sozialdemokraten, aber auch mit der FDP und den Grünen eine Verständigung dahingehend zu finden, unsere wirtschaftliche Leistungsfähigkeit und unsere Lebensgrundlage eben auch davon abhängig ist, dass wir in Deutschland Einwanderung haben. Und deswegen ist das ein überzeugendes Argument gewesen.
다당제 정치 지형에서 극우 정당을 제외한 정당들이 합의를 이뤘고 이민자들을 포용하는 것이 독일 경제에도 도움이 될 수 있다는 객관적이고 실리적인 정보를 공론화함으로써 반대 측을 설득했습니다. 레베캄프 의원은 이때 합의를 이끌어낸 경험이 제2, 제3의 난민 수용 문제에서 독일이 보다 수월하게 사회적 합의를 할 수 있는 힘이 되고 있다고 말합니다. 경제 위기로 삶이 팍팍해지면서 난민 수용에 대한 찬반은 여전히 존재하지만 인도적 차원에서의 난민 수용 문제에 대해서는 어느 정도 사회적 합의를 이뤘다고 평가하고 있습니다. 협치의 정치 사례로 꼽히는 핀란드 의회는 우리와 어떻게 다를까요? 의회가 대의민주주의의 중심 축으로 공론장 역할을 잘하고 있다는 곳을 직접 찾아가 봤습니다. 바로 핀란드 대정부 질의 현장인데요. 핀란드에서는 매주 의회에 총리와 장관, 각 정당의 의원들이 모여 그 주의 현안에 대해 치열한 대정부 질의 시간을 갖습니다. 모든 과정은 공영방송을 통해 생중계되고 누구든지 의회 2층에서 참관할 수 있습니다. 산나마린 총리가 자리에 올라갑니다. 사실 사생활 동영상이 유출되는 등 스캔들이 발생한 지 얼마 되지 않은 시점이라 이날 대정부 질문이 어떻게 진행될지 무척 궁금했습니다.
Päiväjärjestyksen toisena asiana on suullinen kyselytunti. Pyydän nyt paikalla olevia ministereitä siirtymään ministeriaitioon.
정확히 4시 대정부 질문이 시작합니다. 지켜볼까요? 정부 측도 의원도 똑같이 발언권을 신청합니다.
Kokoomuksen linja on selvä. Turistiviisumien myöntäminen venäläisille on lopetettava.
Seuraavassa vastauksessa voi mennä sitten syvemmälti tähän varsinaiseen programmatiikkaan, joka liittyy tämän asian käytännön hoitamiseen juridisena näkökulmasta.
Baltian maat ja Puola ovat jo päättäneet lopettaa viisumien myöntämisen ensi maanantaista lähtien.
Millä tavalla me voimme tätä viisumien myöntöprosessia hidastaa niin, että käytännössä venäläisturistien, siis Suomen myöntämillä viisumeilla venäläisturistien tulo tulee hyvin pieneksi?
러시아의 우크라이나 침공 이후 유럽연합에서는 러시아인들의 입국 제한이 중요한 화두입니다. 핀란드에서도 러시아인들의 비자 발급을 제한해야 한다는 목소리가 나오면서 이날 대정부 질의에서 각종 쟁점에 대해 논의가 이어졌습니다. 앞서 산나마린 총리 스캔들 관련해서 얘기가 나오지 않을까 조심스럽게 예상했는데 단 한마디의 언급도 없었습니다. 이날 1시간 동안 대정부 질의만 봐도 핀란드의 그주 현안이 무엇이고 쟁점이 뭔지, 정부는 어떤 조치를 하고 있는지에 대해 충분한 정보를 알 수 있었습니다. 이날 대정부 질의는 핀란드 학생들과 비자 문제 등 이해 관계자들이 지켜봤는데 이들은 어떤 생각을 했을까요?
lyhyessä tunnissa ja jäi kyllä siis tosi niin kuin kiinnostavia mielikuvia, että miten sit näitä asioita päästään eteenpäin. Jäi kyllä jäin pohtimaan tosi paljon, että miten nyt jatketaan tai miten meidän hallitus jatkaa noita päätöksiä ja että tuleeko sitten tällainen, että saadaan tai aiotaan tehdä sillainen, että täysin
muita ministerejä ja pystymme tutustumaan politiikkaan. On kiinnostavaa tulla näyttämään, että tämä on meidän demokratian temppeli ja tälleen päätetään lakeja ja tämä on politiikkaa ja näkee sitä muutakin elämää kuin koulua. Että toivon, että he ymmärtävät tämän arvon ja uskon, että he ymmärtävät.
대정부 질의에서 대책을 마련하겠다고 약속한 정부. 이날로부터 보름 뒤인 지난 9월 30일, 실제 핀란드는 러시아의 단기 비자 발급을 공식 제안했습니다. 정부와 의회의 토론에 그치지 않고 실제 그 논의 결과를 정책으로 실현한 겁니다.
Politics isn't viewed as something that really has an impact. If it's viewed as quarreling, not resolving issues, then you can't get people to feel enthusiastic about it. And then eventually people won't go to vote. And that has taught us to cooperate, and through cooperation you gain trust. Of course, you don't have to make a consensus in all matters, but something that slightly maybe puts a lid on the ferocity of the argument is the understanding that your political opponent today might be your political ally tomorrow, that you know that.
독일 본회의장의 첫인상은 한국의 국회와 비슷했습니다. 의원 수가 많은 만큼 공간이 넓고 발표자와 의원석의 거리도 멀었습니다. 저희가 찾은 날에는 코로나로 인한 학습 공백과 학생 생활비 지원 문제에 대한 각 당의 발표가 진행되고 있었습니다. 한국계 최초로 독일 연방 의원이 된 3인당 이혜원 의원이 발표하러 나갑니다.
Aber, liebe Kolleginnen der Union, so richtig enttäuscht haben Sie mich im Juni. Da haben Sie gemeinsam mit der AfD gegen unsere Verbesserung im BAföG gestimmt. Jetzt verbessern wir das BAföG noch einmal. Also können Sie sich bitte mal entscheiden und während Sie überlegen, handelt die Ampel. Wir lassen nicht.
목소리를 높이고 상대당을 비판하기도 하고 상상했던 치열한 토론은 없어서 우리와 무엇이 다를까 싶었습니다. 알고 보니 독일의 본회의는 치열한 물밑 합의의 결과를 국민 앞에서 공식 발표하는 성격의 자리였습니다. 박수도 야유도 당론을 표현하는 약속된 정치 행위인 것입니다. 또 사전에 충분한 논의를 거치기 때문에 본회의 때 갈등 때문에 회의가 중단되는 일은 거의 벌어지지 않습니다.
Die Plenarsitzungen sind in Deutschland, also es ist wirklich ein sehr deutsches Phänomen, weil natürlich alle genau wissen, wenn jetzt eine Rede gehalten wird, wo unheimlich viel applaudiert wird, es gibt aber keine Buhrufe, dann wirkt es natürlich sehr schnell so, als wären alle einverstanden zum Beispiel. Weil wir sind ein Arbeitsparlament. Das heißt, ein Arbeitsparlament heißt, die Arbeit findet eigentlich in den Ausschüssen statt, die im größten Teil auch nicht öffentlich sind. Die Diskussion ist etwas, was dann halt eher im geschützten Raum ist, wo man auch mal offen noch mal Fragen stellen kann und man präsentiert quasi nur das Ergebnis nach draußen.
반면 우리나라 국회는 어떤가요? 현안보다 자극적인 이슈에 대한 진실 공방이 오갑니다. 단상 앞에 불러내 세워둔 이들에게 제대로 얘기할 시간도 주지 않은 채 질책만 하죠. 지켜보는 국민들은 무엇이 중요한 일인지 파악하기 어렵고 갈등만 봐야 합니다. 특정 정당의 목소리에만 치우치지 않고 여러 정당이 목소리를 낼 수 있는 독일의 국회. 보통 다당제 시스템의 약점으로 책임이 분산되고 국정 운영의 효율성이 떨어질 수 있다는 점을 꼽습니다. 하지만 독일의 경우 이것을 독특한 정치 문화로 보완합니다. 그것은 바로 공통 문제를 해결하기 위해 정당들이 힘을 합치는 연정 문화입니다.
Gegenwärtig haben wir eine Koalition von Liberalen, von Grünen und von Sozialdemokraten. Die größte Oppositionspartei sind die Christdemokraten. Und die können miteinander trotz programmatischer Unterschiede gemeinsam koalieren. Er braucht die Zustimmung und Kompromisse mit den Liberalen und den Grünen. Da verteilt sich schon mal die Macht.
다양한 정당이 존재할수록 그만큼 정치적 스펙트럼이 넓어집니다. 독일의 다당제가 바로 그 경우입니다. 국민들의 다양한 정치적 수요를 반영한다는 면에서 합리적이며 소수 정당을 소외시키지 않는다는 점에서 정치 양극화를 완화하는 효과도 있습니다. 지금 무늬만 다당제인 한국 정치가 진정한 다당제가 되기 위해서는 제도적으로 꼭 필요한 것이 있습니다. 독일 의회 로비에서 시간 가는 줄 모르고 기분 좋은 수다가 한창인 이들은 3인당의 20, 30대 의원들입니다. 낯익은 얼굴도 보입니다. 앞서 본회의장에서 발표하는 모습을 봤던 이혜원 의원입니다. 지난해 이 의원은 독일 아헨시 지역구 대표로 출마했다가 낙선했지만 3인당 비례대표 의원이 됐습니다.
Und bei mir war es so, ich habe in Aachen kandidiert, habe dort verloren gegen meinen grünen Gegenkandidaten, war ich so weit abgesichert, dass ich dann quasi über die Liste gezogen bin. Und in Deutschland ist es meistens so, also zumindest in der SPD ist es so, dass alle diejenigen, die im Wahlkreis kandidieren, auch auf der Liste stehen. Es ist von jeder Partei unterschiedlich. Also es ist zum Beispiel so, dass in der SPD ist es so, dass wir eine Quote haben, eine Frauenquote haben. Das heißt, jeder zweite Platz muss eine Frau sein. Das heißt, wir müssen mindestens 40%, beide Geschlechter müssen verteilt sein. Also entweder Männer und Frauen.
독일의 선거제도는 한국과 비슷하지만 한국에 비해 비례성이 매우 높습니다. 본래 전체 의석수는 598석, 지역구와 비례대표 비율이 50대 50입니다. 독일의 총 의석수는 우리나라 국회의석의 2배에 달하는데 비례대표 의석수는 우리보다 6배나 많습니다. 물론 독일은 독일의 독특한 제도인 초과의석제와 보정의석제 등을 통해 의석수가 현재 736석까지 늘어난 점을 고려하면 비례대표를 포함한 의석수 차이는 더 큽니다. 독일도 투표할 때 우리나라처럼 지역구 후보와 지지 정당을 함께 선택하는데요. 총 의석수 598명을 인구 비례에 따라 16개 주에 배정하고 정당 득표율에 따라 정당별 의석수를 배분합니다. 예를 들어 독일 베를린주에 100개 의석을 배정받았다고 가정해볼까요? A라는 정당이 지역구 의원 당선자를 내지 못해도 정당 득표율 20%를 얻었다면 이 정당은 20석을 비례대표로 차지하게 됩니다. 이혜원 의원 사례처럼 독일의 경우는 지역구 선거에서 낙선하더라도 정당의 지지율이 높으면 비례대표로 당선될 수 있다 보니 후보들은 정당이 높은 지지를 받도록 노력할 수밖에 없습니다. 자기 지역구만 챙기기보다 공익에 집중하고 정책 선거를 이루게 되는 이유입니다.
Also es gibt keine künstliche Mehrheitsbildung, sondern jede Stimme zählt gleich viel. Das ist aus einem Gerechtigkeitsstandpunkt sicherlich ein Wahlsystem, das dem Mehrheitswahlsystem überlegen ist.
비례성이 높은 선거제도의 경우 보다 다양한 대표가 의회에 진출할 수 있다는 점이 강점입니다. 실제 이혜원 의원이 선출된 해 독일 3인당은 206석을 차지했는데 절반이 넘는 106석의 새로운 후보가 당선됐고 그중 49명이 35세 미만의 젊은 의원이었습니다.
Ich glaube, es ist immer total wichtig, dass wir Abgeordnete aus der gesamten Gesellschaft haben, aus verschiedenen sozialen Bereichen, aus verschiedenen beruflichen Hintergründen und auch vor allen Dingen aus verschiedenen Generationen. sodass wir einen guten Mix zwischen jünger und älter haben und so alles abgedeckt haben und auch irgendwie alle Perspektiven mit einbringen können. Ich glaube, dass gerade, ich kann jetzt für meine Partei sprechen, für die SPD, wir haben es in vielen Bereichen geschafft, einen Generationenwechsel einzuläuten. Wir haben nicht nur es geschafft, viele junge Abgeordnete ins Parlament zu bekommen, sondern es auch geschafft, viele neue Abgeordnete ins Parlament zu bekommen.
지난 2019년 공직선거법이 패스트트랙으로 통과됐습니다. 우리도 거대 양당 구조를 깨고 비례성을 높여서 의회가 보다 많은 목소리를 대표할 수 있도록 하기 위해서였습니다. 그러나 결과는 정반대였습니다. 기존 정당들이 위성정당을 창당해 비례의석까지 독점하고는 다시 합당하는 유례없는 꼼수를 부렸고 또다시 21대 국회는 거대 양당을 중심으로 편중되고 여전히 비례성은 너무나 낮습니다.
아주 최소한의 비례성을 담은 미흡한 그런 선거제도였지만 그나마도 거대 양당이 자신들의 기득권을 지키기 위해서 위성정당을 창당함으로써 무력화됐었습니다. 이것은 저는 민주주의에 대한 그 테러라고 저는 생각하고요. 이제 정치개혁은 더 이상 미룰 수 없는 때가 됐다.
비례대표제의 비중이 클수록 사회적 약자와 소수자를 대표하는데 훨씬 유리한 결과를 가져옵니다. 핀란드는 모든 의원을 비례대표로 뽑는 전면 비례대표제를 채택하고 있습니다. 핀란드의 비례대표제에 대해 이야기해줄 의원을 만나기 위해 의회를 찾았습니다. 보안 검색대 너머 누군가 서 있는데 겉모습만으로는 누가 의원인지 알 수 없습니다.
의원님이신가?
빨간색 머리에 큰 가방을 맨 여성. 바로 핀란드 좌파 연맹당의 메르야 뀨로넨 의원입니다. 보좌관이나 비서도 없이 홀로 큰 가방을 메고 취재팀을 맞이한 의원의 모습이 흥미로웠습니다. 이에 대해 묻자 엉뚱하게도 개인적인 에피소드를 이야기합니다.
That maybe I have some groceries here in my bag, so I can eat bread and drink milk, bottle of milk.
한국사를 좀 설명해주면 주문해지 알 것 같아요.
한국 의원들의 의전에 대해 간단하게 설명하자 그제야
Bag? Is that you?
Yeah. We don't have that. Yeah. We are using our.
마트 판매원으로 일했던 메르야 뀨로넨 의원은 교통부 장관과 유럽의회 의원을 거쳐 지금은 핀란드 의회에서 일하고 있습니다. 그는 마트 판매원과 간호조무사 같은 과거의 경력이 지금의 의정 활동에 큰 도움이 된다고 말합니다. 법조인 출신의 남성 의원 비율이 높은 우리나라 국회와 비교해보니 낯설기도 했습니다.
Jokainen voi tulla valituksi. Mulla on tavallaan niin kuin taustaa monenlaisista töistä. On kaupan alalta, on terveydenhuollosta, on apteekkimaailmasta, on sieltä kulttuuri-sivistyspuolelta. Niin mä pystyn katsomaan asioita monesta eri näkökulmasta ja tuomaan niitä semmoisia arkisia asioita siihen päätöksentekoon.
핀란드의 경우 세대, 직업, 계층 등 다양한 배경을 가진 의원들이 비례대표제로 뽑혀 보다 많은 목소리를 의회가 대표하고 있다는 평가를 받고 있습니다. 후보 공천 방법은 각 당마다 조금씩 다르지만 누구에게나 그 기회가 열려 있고 민주적 절차에 따라 후보를 결정한다는 원칙은 같습니다.
Finnish election system is based on proportional representation. Political parties present a list of their candidates, but the voter votes directly based from the list and only writes the number of the candidate. Election system where people have the right directly to vote for the candidates, so the parties cannot fix the list, so to say, so any candidate has an equal chance.
2019년 4월 실시된 핀란드 총선 결과에 따르면 여성 국회의원은 93명으로 전체의 46%를 차지하고 선출된 국회의원의 평균 연령은 46살입니다. 35살에서 44살인 의원이 전체 의원의 33%로 가장 많았고 최연소 의원은 24살이었습니다. 핀란드 의원들의 정보를 보다 보니 배경도 경력도 정말 다양했습니다. 34살의 최연소 총리가 된 산나마린도 성소수자 가정에서 자랐고 가족 중에 유일하게 대학을 졸업했으며 바텐더나 백화점 판매원 등으로 일하다가 정치에 입문했습니다. 2019년 24살의 대학생 신분으로 핀란드 최연소 의원이 된 이리스 수오멜라는 핀란드 탐페레 시의회 부의장이기도 합니다. 집권당인 3인당 원내대표 안티 린테만은 트럭 운전사 출신이라고 소개하고 있습니다.
We have quite good equality between men and women in the parliament, but also at the local level and local councils. If you are young, if you are a man or woman, you have the same possibility to be in politics in Finland and go in high positions.
우리의 비례대표 후보 공천에는 당 지도부의 입김이 절대적입니다. 선거에서 이기기 위해 발탁 인사를 하기도 하고 지역구를 배정받지 못한 특정인에게 선심성으로 기회를 주기도 합니다. 보다 다양하고 전문성 있는 대표를 뽑기 위한 비례대표의 취지는 무색해지고 의원들은 다음 공천을 받기 위해 당 지도부 눈치를 보느라 제 목소리를 내지도 못합니다. 지금 우리의 국회는 80% 이상이 남성이고 전체 의원의 절반 이상이 50대 이상입니다. 연령과 성비로만 봐도 다양성과는 거리가 멉니다.
지금 현재 국회 의석수의 한 16%도 안 되는 비례대표 제 몫인데 그거 이제 그래서 분명히 이제 확대해야 되고 비례대표제를 명단을 만들었을 때는 중앙당에서만 몇 명 엘리트들이 결정하는 게 아니라 권역별로 이 명단을 만들고 여러 가지 다른 조건을 그거 갖춰야 비례대표제 민주주의에 있어서 좋은 자극을 줄 수 있다고 생각합니다.
정치 선진국으로 꼽히는 두 나라도 경제 양극화와 정치에 대한 무관심 등 여러 도전에 직면하고 있는 것은 우리와 비슷했습니다. 공통의 위기 속에서 정치에 대한 만족도가 상대적으로 높은 이유는 정치가 보다 많은 목소리를 반영하기 위해 끊임없이 혁신을 하고 있기 때문입니다. 핀란드의 시민 발의 법안 심의 현장입니다. 코로나 확산으로 온라인으로 진행됐는데 주제는 야생동물 사냥덧 사용 금지에 관한 법률입니다. 법안 심의는 실제 담당 상임위원장과 의원들이 진행하고 법안을 발의한 시민단체와 이해관계자 등 20여 명이 참여해 각 분야의 의견을 공유했습니다.
maa- ja metsätalousministeriö katsoo, että näiden heti tappavien rautojen käyttö on välttämätöntä suojelun toimenpide vesilintukantojen hoidossa.
Yhteenvetona siis metsästysrautojen käyttö pyyntimenetelmänä lisää sekä kohde-eläimen että sivusaaliksi joutuvan eläimen riskiä kokea kipua, kärsimystä.
Ihmisten toiminnan johdosta eläimiä kuolee luonnottomasti, niitä kuolee kituen ja suuren kärsimyksen.
2시간 가까이 진행된 이날의 심의는 단순히 법안을 통과시킬지 말지를 얘기하는 자리는 아니었습니다. 정부와 시민단체, 이해관계자들이 멸종 위기종의 실태는 물론 사냥의 범위, 사냥을 허용하더라도 어떻게 하면 동물의 고통을 줄일 수 있는지 등 사안에 대해 폭넓게 논의하는 자리였습니다. 담당 의원들은 자연스럽게 현안에 대해 정보를 습득했고 시민사회의 공론화로도 이어졌습니다.
Nämä kansalaisaloitteet ovat aina merkityksellisiä, vaikka ne eivät johtaisi suoraan lainsäädäntömuutoksiin. Yleensä niistä seuraa näiden asioiden esille nostamisesta se, että asiat muuttuvat oikeaan suuntaan. Tunnistavat paremmin kansalaisten mielipiteitä kuin esimerkiksi virkamiesten esittelystä tulleet asia.
올해는 핀란드가 시민발의 제도를 시행한 지 10년이 되는 해입니다. 다당제의 전면 비례대표제까지 의회의 대표성이 높다는 핀란드에서도 급격히 다양해지는 사회의 요구를 의원들이 모두 반영하기 쉽지 않아 도입된 것이 시민발의제입니다. 만 18세 이상 핀란드 유권자면 누구나 법안이나 정책을 제안할 수 있습니다. 시민발의는 웹사이트에서 손쉽게 가능한데 6개월 동안 5만 명 이상의 서명을 받으면 법무부의 간단한 검토를 거친 뒤 의회 논의 안건으로 상정되고 의회는 반드시 이 법안을 심의해 처리 여부를 결정해야 합니다.
Me oltiin kamppailtu turkistarhauksen lopettamiseksi Suomessa jo tästä syystä. Me koettiin myös, että tämä on hyvä tapa tuoda asia eduskunnan keskusteluun ja poliitikkojen on otettava siihen kanta puoleen tai toiseen. Yhä suurempi osa ihmisiä tämän kampanjan jälkeen kääntyi puoltamaan sitä, että turkistarhaus pitäisi lopettaa.
핀란드의 동성결혼 법률도 지난 2014년 시민발의 제도를 통해 만들어졌습니다. 시민단체와 종교계 등 사회적으로 입장차가 커서 합의가 쉽지 않았던 상황. 시민발의 제도를 통해 이 법안이 상정됐고 치열한 토론을 거친 뒤 표결을 통해 입법으로 이어졌습니다.
In the end of the year 2014, the Parliament voted on the Citizens' Initiative and they decided that the same-sex marriage. A lot of the members were still listening to their own voters and trying to figure out what their own voters would like them to do. Some people were just very religious and that's why they were against, or they didn't see the need because we had this registered partnership for same-sex couples.
시민발의 10년 동안 대의민주주의와 의회의 본질적인 역할이 침식되었다는 평가는 내리지 않고 있고 오히려 그 기능이 더욱더 확대되고 시민들로부터 신뢰를 얻어가는 과정으로 발전하고 있다.
시민발의 제도는 시민이 직접 법안을 발의한다는 측면에서 직접 민주주의적 요소가 있지만 의회를 통한다는 점에서 대의민주주의를 보완하는 민주적 혁신제도로 평가받습니다. 새로운 정치를 위한 제도 개혁과 문화, 끊임없는 혁신. 이를 위해 가장 중요한 것은 아마도 사람일 겁니다. 독일과 핀란드에서는 정치 교육을 전체 시민이 받을 수 있도록 평생 교육으로 설계했습니다. 독일 의회 체험관에서는 매일 독일의 정치 제도와 토론 문화를 배울 수 있는 프로그램이 진행됩니다. 이날 참석한 고등학생들은 65세 이상 운전자의 면허 재시험에 대한 토론을 한 뒤 당론을 정해 발표했습니다.
Sehr richtige Entscheidung ist, da mit dem Alter ab 65 Jahren sich zumal die Augen, aber auch andere körperliche Einschränkungen bilden können.
75 Jahren finden wir das auf jeden Fall sehr angemessen, da so auch weniger Gefahr auf der Straße ist.
독일에서는 보통 14살부터 정치 교육을 받는데 정치 교육은 이른바 보이테스 바흐 합의라는 교육 지침에 따라 진행됩니다.
Dass man den Schülern gewissermaßen nicht seine eigene Meinung aufzwingt, sondern dass sie frei ihre eigene Meinung entwickeln können. Und das ist auch dann verbunden mit dem zweiten Punkt, es sollen alle möglichen Meinungen präsentiert werden, sodass die Schüler in der Lage sind, gewissermaßen ihre eigene Meinung selbst zu finden.
역사적으로 분단과 나치 등을 경험한 독일이 이념과 정권에 치우치지 않으면서도 생생하고 실질적인 정치 교육을 하기 위해 마련한 교육 지침입니다. 좌우 정치학자들이 독일의 보이테스 바흐라는 지역에 모여 치열한 토론 끝에 합의한 원칙이라고 해서 보이테스 바흐 합의라는 이름이 붙여졌습니다.
이 불행히도 고등학교 과목은 전부 다 선택 체제거든요. 학생들이 선택 안 하면 그 과목은 교사도 가르칠 수 없고 당연히 학생은 배울 수 없는 거죠. 민주주의 국가에서 모든 시민은 자기 삶을 주도적으로 이끌어 가야 되는데요. 그런 교육은 사실 어떤 교육보다 정치 교육이 담당해 줘야 된다라고 생각하거든요.
다양한 정당의 협치가 가능한 국회. 다양한 국민의 목소리가 대표되는 국회. 준비된 정치인이 일하는 국회. 그래서 결코 우리 삶과 무관하지 않다고 여겨지는 정치. 많은 사람들이 정치를 통해 개인의 삶이 변화할 수 있다는 만족감을 느낄 수 있을 때 정치에 대한 호감이 높아지지 않을까요?
Päätöksenteko perustuu siihen, että yhteiskunnassa vallitsevat erilaiset arvot otetaan tasapainoisella tavalla huomioon. Niin kuin poliitikkojen velvollisuus ja vastuu on huolehtia siitä, että heidän äänestäjänsä tietävät, mitä he tekevät, mitä he ajattelevat ja että he kuuntelevat äänestäjät. Vuorovaikutus on jatkuvaa.
갈등과 분열의 정치에 실망했던 순간들. 우리 정치가 과연 바뀔 수 있을지 의구심을 가졌던 시간들. 그럼에도 우리는 아직 적대적인 정치 문화가 합의와 타협의 모습으로 바뀌고 정치가 보다 많은 개인을 대표하며 우리 사회 갈등을 해결해 줄 거란 희망을 버리지 않고 있습니다. 다음 총선까지 남은 시간은 520일. 이번에는 선택의 순간에 최악만 피하자 대신 최고의 선택이었다고 할 수 있게 담대하게 변화할 때입니다.
선거를 앞두고 정치인들이 남녀 갈등을 굳이 부추기는 것처럼 좀 정치적으로 이용하지 않고 실질적인 도움이 되도록 했으면 좋겠습니다.
어머니 아버지가 자영업을 하시는데 이제 그게 코로나로 인해서 그 사업을 정리하셨거든요. 그래서 좀 나라에서 자영업자들을 위해서 좀 신경을 좀 써줬으면 좋겠다.
저 투표를 하게 되는데 여러 정치인들이 나와서 다양한 공약을 내서 그중에 저희가 뽑아서 선택할 수 있으면 좋겠습니다.
SBS는 유권자가 더 나은 민주주의를 위해 최고의 선택을 할 수 있도록 11월 3일 정치개혁을 위한 제도 개선 방안과 시민들의 정치 역량을 높일 수 있는 방안을 제안할 예정입니다. 특집 다큐에서 고민한 내용을 SBS D포럼에서 더 깊이 함께 논의해 나갈 수 있기를 바랍니다.
정보화가 되는 속도하고 민주화가 되는 속도가 있었는데 거의 비슷하게 올라왔죠. 지금도 마찬가지예요. 지금도 인공지능이 급속하게 발전하고 있잖아요. 그럼 이때 어떻게 돼요? 우리 민주화도 쑥 성장해야 되는 거예요. 그러니까 우리가 예전에 생각했던 민주주의보다 훨씬 더 넓고 깊어져야 되는 거죠. 예전에 과학자였고요. 지금은 사실 과학자가 아닙니다. 저는 과학자의 연구를 시민들에게 전달해주는 사이언스 커뮤니케이터로 일을 하고 있습니다. 사이언스 커뮤니케이터가 왜 필요할까요? 모든 과학자들의 연구는 다 시민의 것입니다. 왜냐하면 세금이 안 들어가는 게 하나도 없거든요. 그러니까 과학자들의 연구들이 다 시민에게 전달되어야 되는데 과학자들은 너무 바쁘기도 하고 시민들과는 약간 다른 언어를 사용합니다. 과학자들의 기본 언어는 수학이라고 하는 비자연어거든요. 그래서 말이 잘 통하지가 않아요. 그래서 그 가운데 통역자가 필요하죠. 수학을 바탕으로 하는 바둑뿐만 아니라 그림을 그리고 작곡을 하고 시를 쓰고 이미 다 사람의 단계를 뛰어넘고 있잖아요. 인간의 영역이라고 따로 있는 건 아닌 것 같아요. 옛날에는 뭔가 예술적인 영역은 이게 그들의 영역이 아니지 않을까 했는데 그렇지 않았어요. 생각해보면 너무나 간단한 게 우리 예술적인 감성도 결국에 교육에 의해서 오잖아요. 뇌에서 일하는 작용이고 감정도 사실 뇌에서 일하는 거거든요. 당연히 인공지능도 우리와 같은 감정을 가질 수가 있고 우리와 같은 예술적 활동도 다 할 수 있겠죠. 근데 그들이 그 뛰어난 머리로 할 수 있는 일들은 우리가 흔히 말하는 사자가 붙은 일들이에요. 그게 아닌 거면 굳이 우리가 인공지능의 도움을 받을 필요가 있는 게 아닌 거죠. 그러니까 직업에 있어서 가장 위협을 받는 것들은 지적 능력을 필요하는 흔히 말하는 정신노동자들의 직업을 가장 많이 진출할 겁니다. 인공지능은 자기 혼자 생각하는 게 아니라 사람들이 그 생각들을 그 데이터를 받아서 결정을 하는 거잖아요. 그러니까 인공지능도 욕하고 인공지능이 성차별하고 인공지능이 인종차별한단 말이에요. 인공지능이 못해서가 아니라 평균적인 사람들이 갖고 있는 생각이 인공지능에게 반영됐을 뿐이죠. 그렇다면 인공지능이 정치를 한다고 했을 때도 결국 마찬가지가 아닐까요? 정치 꼴 보기 싫은 거예요. 그래서 정치 꼴 보기 싫은데 잘난 척을 하고 있지, 대접하고 있지. 그러니까 저놈들 말고 인공지능 하자고 하는 거죠. 근데 그 결과에서 큰 차이는 없을 것 같아요. 인공지능은 결국 인간들의 생각을 반영할 뿐입니다. 마음속에 품고 있는 어떤 정책들을 수집을 해서 그거의 그래프를 그려가지고 표준 분포 곡선을 그려서 각 단어를 찾아내겠죠. 사람들이 가장 원하는 정책은 이거구나라고 이야기하겠죠. 근데 그럴 때 이제 걱정되는 부분들이 있죠. 이게 항상 옳지는 않단 말이에요. 그렇다고 해서 정치인들이 평균적인 국민들보다 더 옳은 생각을 하고 지금 내가 손해를 보더라도 국가의 장래를 위해서 이렇게 하려고 하느냐? 그렇지도 않잖아요. 그 점에 있어서는 인간이 하나 인공지능이 하나 그러니까 수준은 똑같을 거다. 더 많은 데이터를 뽑아내기는 할 거다 정도 생각하는 거죠. 근데 정치인이 지금과 같은 그런 이력으로 정치인이 되지는 않을 것 같아요. 근데 많은 법조인들이 이 법을 만들려고 하고 가고 있는데 이제는 키워드를 쭉쭉 던져주면 법이 그래서 쭉 짜줄 수도 있거든요. 법도 체계들이 있잖아요. 국민들이 한 유권자들의 생각을 그대로 반영할 것 같은 사람을 뽑아주겠죠. 지금은 아직까지도 정치는 나란 일인데 좀 훌륭한 사람이 해야 되잖아. 아주 공부도 잘해도 똑똑하고 이런 경험 많은 사람이 해야 되지 않아고 할 텐데 나중에 인공지능의 도움을 많이 받게 된다면 사람들은 그 사람의 경험과 그 사람의 학식과 그 사람의 머리가 아니라 우리의 마음을 반영할 사람을 찾는다는 거죠. 그 지금의 정치인들의 많은 사람들은 실제로 유권자의 생각을 그대로 받아들이고 읽고 있는가? 아닌 것 같거든요. 되게 그네 정치 역학적인 당내 역학적인 게 더 생각을 많이 하고 있을 텐데 아마 지금의 정치인들은 살아남기 되게 어려울 것 같습니다. 정보화가 되는 속도하고 민주화가 되는 속도가 있었는데 거의 비슷하게 올라왔죠. 지금도 마찬가지예요. 지금도 인공지능이 급속하게 발전하고 있잖아요. 그럼 이때 어떻게 돼요? 우리 민주화도 쑥 성장해야 되는 거예요. 그러니까 우리가 예전에 생각했던 민주주의보다 훨씬 더 넓고 깊어져야 되는 거죠. 예전에는 내 한 표를 행사하는 것만 가지고도 내가 민주주의를 다 이루었다고 생각했단 말이에요. 근데 우린 더욱더 많은 걸 요구하고 있죠. 직장 안에서도, 가정 안에서도, 학교 안에서도, 아니면 어떤 정책을 하나하나 만들 때도 내 결정들이, 그러니까 우리 납세자들이 그러니까 평균적인 생각을 반영하고 싶은 거죠. 지금은 보면 국회의원이 A냐 B냐라서 서로 싸우게 되는 거잖아요. 사실은 A가 B가 아니라 100개 안이 있을 수도 있거든요. 나머지 98개 안은 거론조차 되지 않았었는데 우리는 또 다른 플랫폼 안에서는 아주 소수인 사람의 안부터 토론을 통해 수기를 통해서 토론 과정 속에서 마지막까지 올라갈 수도 있을 거예요. 그런 그 플랫폼을 만드는 게 지금 우리의 지금 과제죠. 국민이 플랫폼에 접근하지 못한 상태로 발전하면서 이 플랫폼이 아주 이 세상을 지배한다면 우리는 어떤 기술 권력에 종속될 수도 있는 거죠. 그러니까 인공지능의 플랫폼이 그건 어떤 한 사기업, 어떤 기술자의 소유가 아니라 전체 사회의 소유가 될 필요가 있죠. 지금의 시민들이 인공지능 플랫폼에 내가 결정권을 갖겠어 라는 생각하고 그런 법을 만든다면 가능할 거고, 그게 아니고 난 저걸 즐겁게 사용하기만 하겠어 라는 마음을 품는다면 민주주의의 위기를 가질 수 있겠죠. 지금 세대에게 달려있는 것 같아요. 어떤 기술과 기술자에 의해서의 생각에 종속될 것인지를 지금 세대가 결정해야죠. 그렇지 않으면 그 뒷세대는 이미 늦어버려요. 이미 그 시스템에 갇혀져 버리면. 그래서 지금은 민주주의의 위기이기도 하지만 민주주의를 한 번 더 딛고 올라갈 수 있는 좋은 기회일 수도 있을 것 같습니다. 이제는 사이언스 리터러시가 이제 필요한 시기라고 생각해요. 20세기는 그냥 리터러시가 필요했어요. 문해력이죠. 내가 읽을 수 있고 쓸 수 있으면 문화인으로, 교양인으로 살 수 있었습니다. 근데 21세기는 단지 읽고 쓴 것에 그치지 않아요. 너무나 과학과 기술이 빨리 발전하고 있고 우리는 일상에서 과학과 기술을 벗어나서 살 수가 없기 때문에 어떤 원리로 작동하고 있고 배경은 어떤 게 있는지를 이해할 수 있어야 되는 거죠. 20세기에도 읽고 쓰지 못하는 사람들의 삶은 상당히 노예적일 수밖에 없었어요. 계약서에도 자기가 쓰지 못하고 계약서를 제대로 이해하지 못했던 거잖아요. 21세기에 내가 결정하는 모든 것들은 인공지능의 틀 속에서 있을 텐데 내가 인공지능 프로그램을 짜지는 하지 못하더라도 인공지능의 메커니즘은 이해해야지 내가 약관을 읽고 이해하고 계약하는 것과 똑같은 시대가 되겠죠.
우리가 디지털 현실을 만들었는데 인간의 뇌가 아무리 디지털 현실이 진짜 같아도 진짜와 가짜를 언제나 구별할 수가 있고, 디지털 친구가 얘기해 주는 건 어차피 안 믿고 혼돈하지 않는다면 걱정할 필요 없어요. 그러면 저희 이 프로그램 할 필요도 없습니다. 그러나 제가 뇌과학자로서 메타버스에 대한 책을 쓰기 시작한 첫 번째 이유가 인간의 뇌의 구조 그리고 인간 뇌의 진화 과정을 보면 우리가 현실이라고 얘기하는 것이 우리가 일상생활에서 믿는 것만큼 그렇게 확실하지 않다라는 거예요. 우리는 일상생활에서 현실이란 단어를 쓰는 순간 이거 자체가 무슨 질문의 대상일까라는 생각을 합니다. 아니 현실이라는 것은 내가 그냥 눈 뜨고 보이는 그냥 이거 아닐까? 뭐 공기 같은. 그리고 여기에는 몇 가지 믿음이 있습니다. 막연하게 믿는 건 뭐냐면 현실은 있는 그대로 존재한다. 두 번째, 영원하다. 세 번째, 만들어질 수 없다. TV 세트장을 만들기 전에는. 그런데 뇌과학적으로 이 세 가지가 다 틀리다라는 거예요. 뇌과학적인 그 결과를 지난 100년 동안 현대 뇌과학의 결과를 딱 우리가 모아보면 우리가 현실이라고 믿고 있는 이 바깥 세상이 절대로 이렇게 생길 수가 없다라는 거예요. 우선 색깔이라는 것은 물리학에서는 존재하지 않습니다. 이것은 우리 뇌 안에서 만들어지는 걸 거고 3차원적인 구조도 아마 뇌 안에서 상당히 많은 분야가 만들어지는 걸 거고 우리가 착시 현상 실험을 통해서 현실이 이렇지는 않겠구나라는 요 정도는 알 수 있지만 진짜 현실이 어떻게 생겼는지 우리는 알 수가 없습니다. 우리가 믿고 있는 대부분이 뇌를 통해서 해석이 되기 때문에 이렇게만 생각하시면 될 것 같아요. 만약에 현실이 완벽하고 변하지 않는다면 이 세상에 있는 모든 존재가 느끼는 현실이 동일해야 되겠죠. 있는 거니까. 그런데 막연하게 생각하더라도 박쥐가 느끼는 현실과 인간이 느끼는 현실은 다를 수뿐이 없습니다. 박쥐는 현실을 초음파로 느낍니다. 우리 인간은 초음파를 사용할 수가 없어요. 우리는 눈, 빛, 광자를 사용해서 현실을 받아들입니다. 우리가 현실이라고 부르는 것은 무대의 배경 같은 것이 아니고 대화, 소통, 그리고 거래를 가능하게 해주는 플랫폼이라는 거예요. 이런 관점으로 결국 현실이라는 것이 우리가 비슷한 경험을 하고 거기에 대해서 이야기를 할 수 있으면 그것이 인간 뇌에게는 현실이라는 거예요. 다시 말해서 디지털 현실이 아직은 현실이 아닌 이유는 뭐냐면 세상이 일치하지 않기 때문에 각자가 들어가는 게임방들이 다르기 때문에. 그렇지만 점점 메타버스 안에 있는 서비스들이 연결이 되고 교집합들이 많아지면 많아지고 A라는 게임에서 썼었던 내 캐릭터가 B에도 가니까 그대로 있고 유지가 되면 인간 뇌의 머리 안에서는 이거 역시 현실이라는 느낌을 가지기 시작한다는 거예요. 뇌는 항상 태어날 때는 미완성 상태로 태어나고 모든 동물들에게는 아주 중요한 시기가 하나 있습니다. 결정적 시기라고 불러요. critical period. 동물마다 조금씩 다릅니다. 오리는 태어나서 몇 시간, 고양이는 태어나서 4주에서 8주, 원숭이는 1년, 우리 인간은 10년에서 12년이라고 알려져 있어요. 이 결정적 시기에는 우리의 뇌가 아주 말랑말랑해요. 그래서 신경세포가 많이 사용되면 사용될수록 연결고리들이 강화됩니다. 뇌는 결정적 시기에 확률적으로 존재했었던 현실에 최적화가 돼버리는 거예요. 이런 식으로 우리의 뇌를 완성시킨 현실을 우리는 고향이라고 부르는 거잖아요. 고향이 편하고 좋고 뭐 따끈따끈한 느낌을 주는 건 간단해요. 바로 그 환경이 나의 뇌를 완성시켰고 그 환경을 통해서 나라는 존재가 만들어졌기 때문에 좋을 수뿐이 없겠죠. Z세대 또는 알파세대. 이 친구들의 특징이 뭐냐면 이 친구들의 결정적 시기에 이 친구들은 아날로그 현실과 진짜 사람하고의 관계를 맺기 전에 디지털 현실, 그게 게임이 됐든 로블록스가 되든 디지털 현실과 아바타를 먼저 경험해 버린 거예요. 우리가 잘못한 거예요. 얘네들이 어렸을 때 울면 같이 놀아줬어야 되는데 우리가 아이패드를 던져줬잖아요. 그래서 Z세대를 아이패드 세대라고 부르죠. 그러다 보니 이 친구들의 뇌는 특히 지난 2년 동안 팬데믹 덕분에 더 심해졌겠죠. 이 친구들의 뇌는 아날로그 현실과 진짜 인간보다 디지털 현실과 아바타에 더 최적화된 뇌가 만들어져 버린 거예요. 그리고 이건 되돌릴 수가 없습니다. 이제 좀 있으면 뇌가 굳기 때문에. 이런 관점에서 보면 현재 대한민국에서 자라고 있는 Z세대 그리고 그 이후에 10살 미만의 알파 세대들은 정확하게 보자면 이 친구들의 고향은 대한민국이 아니고 인터넷이라는 거예요. 그러다 보니 역설적으로 한국에서 자란 어린 나이가 나중에 커서 한국 어른이 되고 한국 회사에 들어가더라도 신기하게 향수병이 있을 거라는 거잖아요. 이 친구들의 고향은 인터넷이기 때문에. 그럼 여러 가지 문제가 있을 수뿐이 없습니다. 인터넷이 고향인 Z세대와 알파세대가 아날로그 대한민국을 위해 목숨을 바칠 이유가 있을까요? 인터넷이 고향인, 그리고 거기에는 선거제도도 없고 아마 민주주의도 없을 텐데 인터넷이 고향인 Z세대와 알파세대들이 10년, 20년, 15년 후에는 선거권을 가질 텐데 제대로 된 유권자 참여를 할 수 있을까요? 이런 중요한 질문들이 분명히 만들어진다는 거예요. 그리고 기업 차원에서 보면 Z세대와 알파세대들의 경험적 고향이 인터넷이고 성인이 돼서도 계속 디지털 현실에서 친구를 맺고 또 중요한 건 소비를 대부분 거기서 한다는 거잖아요. 그런데 소비는 우리가 랜덤으로 하지 않습니다. 돈은 소중하죠. 내가 좋아하는 거, 선호하는 거, 내가 좋아하는 사람들이 사는 거, 이런 선호도와 롤 모델과 브랜드가 아날로그에서 만들어지지 않고 메타버스에서 다 만들어질 거라는 거예요. 그렇기 때문에 우리가 메타버스 이야기를 할 때 뭐 지금 이 방송 보시는 분들도 난 메타버스 뭔지도 모르겠고 왜 있는지도 모르겠다. 아무 문제 없어요. 개인적인 차원에서 관심 안 가지셔도 아무 상관없습니다. 그러나 기업, 국가, 사회적인 관점에서는 관심을 줄 수뿐이 없는 것이 미래 소비자, 미래 유권자, 미래 군인들의 선호도가 지금 다 아날로그가 아닌 그 세상에서 만들어질 거라는 거예요. 제가 할 수 있는 건 이것이 왜 가능해졌는지에 대해서 이야기를 하고 우리가 개인적으로 사회적으로 이런 걸 원하지 않는다면 다른 길은 충분히 갈 수 있습니다. 그 대신에 미리미리 해야 되겠죠. 다 만들어지고 난 다음에 방향을 바꾸는 건 점점 어려워지겠지 아무래도. 정확한 소유권 문제가 해결이 되고 정체성 문제가 해결이 돼야 됩니다. 어떤 식으로 할 수 있을까요? 블록체인으로 할 수뿐이 없겠죠. 그러니 NFT라는 기술이 메타버스에 지금 다 녹아들어가는 이유는 뭐냐면 오리지널과 카피의 차이를 NFT를 통해서 인증이 가능한 거잖아요. 근데 그건 무슨 얘기냐면 메타버스에서는 물건만 인증을 받아서는 안 되겠죠. 상상을 해보세요. 메타버스에 갑자기 어느 날 아바타가 등장하는데 김대식이라고 주장하는 아바타가 1000명이 있어요. 나같이 막 행동하고 말하고 데이터를 가지고 큰일 나잖아요. 돈 써버리고 뭐 은행에 융자 내고. 그게 무슨 얘기냐면 메타버스에서는 NFT, Non-Fungible 토큰만 있어서 되는 게 아니고 NFP, Non-Fungible Person, 개인 한 명 한 명이 블록체인을 받아야 된다는 거예요. 그래서 지금 가지고 있는 생각 중에 하나는 메타버스 시대에는 현재 우리가 주민번호를 받는 것 같이 그 주민번호가 나만 가지고 있는 번호잖아요. 메타버스에 들어가는 순간 한 사람이 블록체인을 가져야 된다고 생각해요.
그럼 누가 줘야 되는 거예요?
지금은 기업이 주겠다는 거죠. 그런 걸 원하지 않는다면 국가에서 개인 한 명 한 명당 블록체인을 줘야 된다는 거예요. 사실 근데 우리는 거기까지 오지도 않았어요. 개인적 블록체인은 매우 흥미로운 생각이에요. 글쎄요, 뭐 어떤 식이라는 정확한 답은 없을 것 같아요. 그 대신에 언제 그리고 누구와 이거는 제가 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같아요. 언제, 지금 당장, 누구와 특히 젊은 친구들, 미래 메타버스 주민들과 공론장의 중요성 이런 것에 대해서 우리가 뭐 베이비 부머 또는 X세대하고 이야기할 필요는 없을 것 같아요. 우리에겐 그 중요성을 우린 다 알고 있어요. 정말 그걸 활용하든 안 하든 그건 다른 질문이겠죠. 그런데 중요한 건 뭐냐면 Z세대와 알파세대에게 공농장이라는 개념 자체가 아직 없거든요. 사실은. 공농장이라는 거 기억하시잖아요. 이게 있어야 되는 이유는 뭐냐면 현실이 하나이기 때문에. 결국 이게 일치하지 않는 두 가지를 우리는 가지고 있었어요. 현실은 하나인데 사람은 다양한 걸 원한다. 현실을 쪼갤 수가 없잖아요. 모든 사람이 똑같은 걸 원하라고 명령할 수도 없는 거고 이것은 풀 수 없는 문제예요. 민주주의적인 방법 그리고 어떻게 보면 지금까지 인간이 만들어낸 방법 중에 그나마 가장 평화적이고 개인의 그 자유를 지켜주는 가장 좋은 방법이 자유로운 언론, 표현의 자유 그리고 공론장이라는 거잖아요. 그래, 다들 선호도가 다르지만 편하게 와서 동등하게 토론을 하면 합리적인 선택을 우리가 할 수 있지 않을까 뭐 이런 아이디어였을 텐데 메타버스로 가는 순간 제가 봤을 때 제일 중요한 건 공론장이 사라지는 것보다 더 중요한 것은 공론장이 있어야 되는 이유를 더 이상 못 느낄 거라는 거죠. 본인만의 현실을 만들 수 있는데 그런데 본인만의 현실을 만들 수 있다는 건 착시현상입니다. 왜냐? 디지털 현실에서만 가능하죠. 우리 인간의 몸은 여전히 아날로그에 있어야 되기 때문에 아날로그의 현실을 어떻게 설계할 건지에 대한 합의는 여전히 필요합니다. 메타버스라는 개념은 거시적인 차원에서 보면 한 10년 정도 너무 일찍 시작됐어요. 기술적으로 우리가 준비가 안 돼 있었어요, 사실은. 그리고 지금 들어가면 형편없어요. 아마 원래 순서였다면 한 10년, 15년 동안 실리콘밸리 인사이더들끼리 계속 이런 얘기를 하고 오늘 우리가 한 얘기들 프로토타입을 만들고 자기네들끼리 해보고 한참 하다가 10년, 15년쯤 아마 거창한 플랫폼을 딱 냈을 거예요. 그리고 우리는 그때 가서 깜짝 놀랐을 거예요. 어떻게 이런 생각을 했지? 모바일, 인터넷, 앤드로이드 등장했을 때 우리가 그랬거든요. AI 2015년 알파가 왔을 때 그랬거든요. 언제 이걸 만들고 있었지? 한 달 전에 만든 거 아니에요. 지난 화요일부터 만든 게 아니고 10년, 20년 전부터 토론하고 해보고 계속 이터레이션을 한 거죠. 원래는 실리콘밸리 인사이더들끼리 논의하고 개발했었던 메타버스라는 개념이 코로나 덕분에 일찍 커밍아웃 해버린 거예요. 그래서 어떻게 보면 우리나라 역사상 처음으로 새로운 트렌드를 초기부터 같이 논의할 수 있는 기회를 우리는 하나 얻었어요. 리얼버스와 메타버스 두 세상이 같이 공존할 수 있는 미래. 저는 그게 가장 큰 인간의 도전일 거라고 생각합니다.
Dr. Newman, thank you so much for accepting the interview and being with us for our SDF talk. Is it the first time to have an interview with the Korean media?
It is. It's my first time. So thank you so much for the honor and allowing me to join you.
Can you please introduce yourself to the Korean viewers?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Dava Newman, the Apollo Program Professor of Astronautics at MIT, the Director of the MIT Media Lab. So kind of created a new field. It's aerospace biomedical engineering, putting aerospace engineering, but with biomedical engineering. And a way to think about that is sometimes we call it bioastronautics. So it's really combining aerospace and biomedical, because my research specialty is assessing human performance in the solar system. So thinking about how we're going to get people to Mars, how we're going to keep people safely alive on the moon when we get back to the moon.
We know the Apollo program is from the 60s, from Kennedy time. How is the legacy going on, surviving in this day and age?
Well, it's good timing for that question, because now NASA has its Artemis program, which is a major lunar program. And really, I think the world is very united in first sending, robotic vehicles, taking scientific measurements, and then sending humans back to the moon. It's been a while, it's been a long time, 50 years, but we're really excited because it really is global exploration. It's for all of the world to kind of join the journey to get humans back to the moon. And we say Mars is the horizon goal, or the next step to become interplanetary, to get people to Mars. But first we need to go back to the moon. We have to test out our technologies. There's just a lot we can learn from being close to home. The moon is close, only a 3-day trip, before we really take that amazing journey to Mars with people. When we were there during Apollo, I'm sure that was NASA, and it was some American astronauts that went. But guess what? The world said, we've been to the moon, and that's so important. It was for the world. It wasn't for one nation. It wasn't for a few people. It was that, hey, humanity, hey, if we work together and, really think about audacious, really challenging things. And so that was a great statement. It was people that went to the moon, right? My dream is I hope that we get humanity to the moon in the 2020s. Now it looks like mid-20s, 2025, hopefully, fingers crossed. And, but, we only need to stay there for 5 or 10 years. We don't need to stay there for too long, because I want to make sure that in the 2030s, we are getting humans to Mars. Mars is incredibly interesting scientifically, because Mars and Earth are sister planets. They're both 4.5 billion years old. Life worked out very well here on Earth. On Mars, we're pretty sure that it had a habitable climate. It could have had life, but 3.5 billion years ago, Mars, started losing its environment. Today, we don't know if there's life. It has the chemistry, maybe some water, maybe some hydrogen, sulfur, methane. But did Mars have, life 3.5 billion years ago? So it's kind of the scientific discovery, but it's also the journey and exploration. I think with our minds is as much as sending people there. It's to open up our minds and just the discovery, literally, of the entire universe.
Especially you as being a space scientist, being appointed to the director of MIT Media Lab has a lot of significant in a lot of ways. How do you see it? What do you think the meaning is?
Oh, well, thank you. I'm just really grateful to be here at the Media Lab. I've had a long career at MIT, and the Media Lab is absolutely the most creative place with taking people from across the disciplines. Musician works right next to an engineer, right next to a geneticist. So we really cross art, science, engineering, and design. And we're always thinking about the future. So I kind of call everyone here at the Media Lab the future Imagineers, kind of imagining a future. And we're very intentional about that, thinking about a positive, hopeful futures for humanity. And we develop the technologies and offer the experiences for people to actually, see that either or hear that, either physically or to imagine that.
As you just mentioned, MIT is very popular as crossing boundaries by technology and art and science and industry and whatnot. Why do you think that's important?
Well, I think the Media Lab has been a great example of putting people together, again, from the disciplines, as you mentioned. So it's it's transdiscipline. We all have so much to learn from one another. I don't want to be in a room just with, aerospace engineers and rocket scientists, right? That's interesting, and that might help us with our mission to the moon, but it's way more creative. It's actually way more fun. We kind of have a playful attitude about our work and always learning from one another, and also having people challenge our thoughts, which is really important. So the diversity of intellect, but the diversity of people as well, putting everyone together and say, we have really big challenges for humanity. So we think about how we can help society, and we have to say, well, how can we bring our skills to bear? And the Media Lab's done that, incredibly well over more than 3 decades. Digital e-readers didn't exist, but there were people sketching them and thinking, sure, media is going to be electronic someday. Of course, computing, tangible interfaces. We always design kind of with the human in the middle, and we're designing for people, different technologies, different experiences. But we really tap into, I'd say, all 5 senses. So again, how are people going to interact with computers or devices? Well, it needs to be very tangible. So that created a whole new field. Another field that was developed here was affective computing. And now, kind of thinking about some of the work that we're currently doing in AI, but the aspects of artificial intelligence that we work on are, again, for people. How do we have responsible AI? So those are some examples of some of the great ideas that people worked on at the Media Lab. And then again, but it's really important for us to get it into society, get into schools, get into where people are learning and doing. We're not just researchers that stay in the lab. We really work with our colleagues either close by or our colleagues around the world. And we're thrilled to work with our Korean. We have some members from industry. We have Samsung, we have Hyundai. They're incredible collaborators, partners in the work that we do. And hopefully we inspire them. But guess what? They tell us what big problems and challenges they have. And so we kind of co-create and work together.
What are the researches in the long term that are coming up these days?
So some of the big themes that we're working on, again, health and wellness. Of course, that's very important. We have a lot of expertise. But again, for us, we kind of see it as humanity, version 2.0, where it literally is bionic humans, where the machine and the human performance, we have a dream, a vision that we just accentuate everyone's abilities. So it goes from the body, but it also goes now to the mind and even inside the body, thinking about health and wellness. So again, physical performance, if you will, but also mental health and wellness. Really seeing how we can care for people. It's very important in this time of the pandemic. It's been very stressful, of course, for everyone. We're also looking at, again, kind of climate and sustainability. It's just critically important. That's an urgent question, challenge, problems for humanity. And so what can we do about it? We have to be involved. I wake up every day thinking, okay, what can I do today? Just one small act that might help the planet. It's very urgent. So now we have new work thinking about, I like to think about it in terms of an Earth intelligence engine, a platform that's open data that shows the vital signs, literally shows Earth's vital signs. Because if we can educate people, we can share the data in open ways, and then we can say, okay, what do you want? We each have our own positive actions that we can do. We can each take some positive action. And the dream is maybe we can hold Earth in the palm of our hand and say, okay, have a conversation. Okay, hi Earth, what can I do to help you today? How can I live in balance with all the living systems? End of the day, it's about changing human behavior. And so it's to give people their actions. What would help? I think a lot of people would love to, take a positive action, but they don't even know where to start. So we want to provide that. We want to be in conversation with people and, make sure that everyone knows they can do something to help us get, kind of life back in balance on Earth. I'm a space person, so I look down on Earth and I always call Earth Spaceship Earth. And we're all crew. Even though we're talking across the world, we're all astronauts. We're all crew on Spaceship Earth. And so I think about it in that kind of holistic, global manner. And so that's a really interesting area for us to work on in the Media Lab. We're thinking about digital communications all the time. What's the future of that, especially when it comes to actually music and art? What's the future of that? How we can kind of again co-create within the lab here ourselves. But there's incredible work on symphonies for the whole city. So it's not that you just go to the symphony and you watch, right? Todd Macover's incredible work. You go to the symphony, guess what? And the whole city participates. The whole city, everything is an instrument. So the whole city participates in that and makes music together. And there's just amazing, other amazing work going on all throughout the lab with sensors, advanced technology and sensors. We're actually deploying some of these now in the ocean. So about the Internet of Things and all of our sensors from smart buildings to smart homes. Imagine the future where we have the Internet of Things for the ocean. So again, there's real technological development because the communications underwater, they don't transmit because of the waves. But so we're developing sensors that can talk to one another. We can monitor the health and wellness of the ocean, but also maybe we'll discover a lot of new species. We have 95% of the oceans to still discover. I actually know more about Mars today than I do about Earth's oceans.
Also from last year, the Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Richard Branson, they're all of these entrepreneurs are being interested in space travel. How do you see that?
Well, I see it as a positive because the more people that are interested and the more people who are really, revolutionizing, kind of disrupting space access is a good thing. I've served in the Obama administration as NASA's deputy administrator, and so that's when we started our public-private partnerships. We are truly democratizing space, access to space. I see it as space for everyone and access for everyone. Now, it's true, a few people are physically going to go into space because it's still very expensive. We have more and more capability, but it's still not going to be the billions of people on Earth. So my dream is that each experience we have when we go to the moon, when we go to Mars, we'll still provide that experience for everyone here on Earth. All of the exploring into the solar system really tells us much more about life here on Earth. So, that's really why we're going scientifically, look for the evidence of life. But the important point too is how does that positively affect humanity? And a lot of our technology and our development then always think about what the Earth applications are. It's not just for space. It's if you have a great life support system, a closed loop life support system, and you're filtering water and closing the loop, that's really important. That technology is already being used on Earth for clean water. We know that humanity and water needs clean. So we always try to think about, in the suits that I design, empowering astronaut programs, what's the application here for people on Earth? Because of course we could affect and do much more good with so it's really dual use technologies. We always think about that. It's not just space by itself. It's always to think about some of the technology development of also how can we use that on Earth.
You were appointed to work with the Obama administration. Why do you think working with the government is important?
At the end of the day in Washington, in Seoul, when you want to get things done, it's not usually about the technology, it's about people coming together. What policies do you put in place? So I really think it goes hand in hand. We absolutely need them. Advising and shaping, like science advisor to presidents, are really critically important during the time of the pandemic. There's just, I think we always want to have some technical people and technical expertise as part of the decision making. Not only technical people, but as part of the decision making. As then hopefully we'll make better decisions, and especially when they're so important for life and death type of decisions, when they're medically related, or in space, we also think about surviving and life and death situations. So it's really important to get the technical considerations right.
Under your leadership, what should we expect? What is your ambition and goal for the MIT Media Lab?
Yeah, so thank you so much for asking. We're really excited again about creating the future worlds, if you will, including Earth, but envisioning the future worlds and experiences that we want to live in. So, simply, what type of world do we want to live in? Can we envision that? Can we create it, through our media, through the experiences, through the technologies, all the data, and then give people that experience. We co-create it, and that's also how we kind of attack challenges and problems as well. And say, okay, here's the challenge we have, and again, we can take different, it's mobility for people, whether it's what about living in the cities, 70%, now in the urban environment, 70% of the CO2 is emitted in the cities. So we say, can we re-envision that? How can we live well in the cities, be happy, but also what can we do about, really changing lifestyles, changing human behavior. So first we dream about it, we envision it, and then we get busy to work, and we try to build it and test it and prototype it, at least, to see that. We also, in terms of, we're having really important communications and dialogue. We have a brand new center called the Center for Constructive Communication. And we can show lots of data. It can be social media, it can be other things, and we visualize it. And the really important thing about that is constructive communications. We're not happy with a divided narrative. We're a divided country here, being divisive across the world. We want to bring people together. So it's really approaching our communications, it's data, but communications, but really trying to saying everyone has a voice, everyone has an important voice. And not just the loudest voices, because we want to really raise people up to say, no, everyone's voice is important, everyone's vote is important. For us, it's just that's kind of the world we want to live in. So if we can dream and aspire to and imagine that world we want to live in, then we figure out, okay, how do we develop the tools and the technologies that we can at least stay, one step forward.
Thank you. I hope to meet you in person next time.
Absolutely. Please come visit. You have an open invitation. We'd love to host you here in Cambridge, Massachusetts at the Media Lab. You and your team are very welcome. And I'll also try to make it to South Korea as well. I'd love to visit you.
Yes, we would love to invite you to our SDF forum too. We'll keep in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, be well. Stay safe.
When troubles come and my heart burden be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand the mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong and I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand the mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand the mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand the mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be.
안녕하세요. 저희는 쇼카이어 그룹 하모나이즈입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are Harmonize, a show choir band. First of all, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the victims and the bereaved families of the tragedy last week in Itaewon.
SDF 2022 다시 쓰는 민주주의 오후 세션의 오프닝 무대를
It's a great honor for me to be opening the afternoon session of the SDF 2022. We at Harmonize believe that rewriting democracy is only meaningful when we all work together. We believe that we can achieve anything if we work together against all the odds. That's how we prepare this stage. Thank you very much for all those of you who have worked with us.
SBS 창사 특집 SDF
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting the afternoon session of SDF 2022, Rewriting Democracy. My name is Kim So-won, your MC today. Nice to meet you. I am Kim Ju. Nice to meet you. We have just opened the afternoon session of the SDF 2022 with the great performance of Harmonize. We are hosting this event in 3 years in person. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of you for being here from this morning. I'd like to ask you to stay with us till the end of today's forum to share the insights that only SDF presents. So let us start the afternoon session in earnest. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the secrets of the pseudo-democracy confusing the people? The next speaker has identified how populists use clever ways to confuse people and prevent them from making the right decisions about democracy. Please tune in to the worldly renowned researcher in populism. If you have any questions, add SDF 2022 on your Kakao Talk and send your questions. We'll select your questions and ask them in the Q&A after the presentation. Let us move on to the next presentation.
Thank you. Harmonize is a hard act to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, in the intense debate about the so-called crisis of democracy, of which we've had now well over half a decade, there is something peculiar going on. On the one hand, there are plenty of observers who essentially blame this crisis on the people themselves. After all, it was citizens themselves who, take your pick, voted for Trump or, for instance, brought Brexit upon themselves. On the other hand, though, as also everybody knows, there are plenty of observers who hold exactly the opposite view and who claim that the problem isn't with the people at all. The problem isn't with so-called ordinary citizens, as if there were really any others. The problem is in the cliched formulation with elites, or in the even more cliched formulation with corrupt liberal elites. Now, as different as these two positions are, one blames the few, the others blame the many. They actually have one thing in common. They are both about groups of people, be it the few or be it the many. And my suggestion to you this afternoon is that we should turn our attention away from groups of people, be it the few or be it the many, and instead focus on institutions, and in particular, focus on what I will call the critical infrastructure of democracy. Now, infrastructure has become a very popular term. It's one of the last things that even in a highly polarized country such as the United States, Democrats and Republicans can still just about agree that maybe maintaining and repairing roads and bridges is sort of a good idea. But infrastructure also, I submit to you, has a larger meaning in the context of politics. For what is an intuition behind what infrastructure ultimately does? Arguably, it's about reaching people and being reached by them. This is what roads and trains do for us. This is what, for instance, the post office, which you may recall in the late Trump years, shall we say, got highly politicized in the US, also does for us. But evidently, in a democracy, it's also important to reach others and be reachable for them. And we usually think of that in terms of the democratic rights that are tied to some form of communication. So free speech, free association, and free assembly, to mention only the most obvious. Now, you can try to reach others just by yourself. I can do a poster, go out there, start to demonstrate for or against something. I can write plenty of op-ed pieces, send them to my friends and family. I can make them end up in your spam folders. But if I can somehow connect to organizations which multiply my message, the exercise of my basic democratic communicative freedoms becomes much more effective. I'm not telling you anything really new if I say that ever since the 19th century, particular institutions were held to be absolutely crucial for the proper functioning of representative democracies, precisely because they allowed for the effective use of basic democratic rights. The institutions I have in mind are political parties and free professional news organizations. I'm not using the term the media because there are plenty of media which have nothing to do with news, and there are also plenty of media, with all due respect, that are not necessarily very professional. These two institutions are at the heart of the critical infrastructure of democracy. And plenty of observers, I think, are right to say that these institutions today are experiencing decline, are very often in a state of disrepair. However, to somehow try to maybe repair them, or perhaps even improve them, we need to be as clear as possible about the basic functions they fulfill in a democracy. That's the next chapter of my talk. Then I will try to also give you a number of criteria when you look at political parties and free and professional news organizations and try to assess their health, what to look for, what not to look for. And then lastly, I will try to say just a few words about social media. So allow me to start with two core functions of political parties and free professional news organizations. One has to do with conflict, the other has to do with pluralism. Contrary to those who constantly lament that the problem for our democracies today is too much conflict, too much division, too much polarization, we have to remember, and here I'm basically just echoing what Adam Przeworski already told us this morning, that one of the important functions, one of the important meanings of democracy is precisely that democracy enables us to process conflict in a peaceful way, and furthermore, ideally, clearly this doesn't always happen, ideally also make conflict productive. Because in a free democratic polity, it should always be possible to bring more interest, new ideas, maybe even identities which haven't been recognized yet into the political arena and make them subject to proper democratic conflict. Now, what do I mean, proper democratic conflict? Clearly, conflict can be damaging to democracy. It does need to observe what I would call two particular boundaries. One has to do with an issue that actually was also already mentioned at the forum this morning. Clearly, it's crucial that political adversaries recognize each other as legitimate, that they do not treat each other as existential or even mortal enemies. Less obviously, perhaps, it's also crucial not to do what, in my opinion, authoritarian populists always end up doing, which is to say, they basically deny the standing of their adversaries and plenty of citizens more broadly. They basically suggest that certain people don't truly belong to the polity at all. Just for a second, remember how often Donald Trump would react to criticism of his policies, not in the way that a quote-unquote normal democratic politician would. Justify their policies, tell people that next time around when there's an election, they can throw us out, but for now we're going to just implement this. None of that. Very often he would simply call the critics un-American. It's another way of saying, I'm not even really going to enter into a conflict with somebody because the adversary doesn't even truly belong to the polity. If you make that sort of move, democratic conflict cannot really take place, and it certainly cannot turn out to be productive. There's a second boundary, and this is the moment where I think journalists in the audience might possibly break into spontaneous laughter. The second boundary has to do with a certain degree of respect for common facts. I know. Very often it's very difficult to distinguish fact from opinion. The facts never really speak for themselves, even though we love using the expression, let the facts speak for themselves. None of us has ever heard the facts speak, let alone for themselves. All that is true. But again, if we give up on this notion entirely, democratic conflict cannot possibly become productive because we share nothing. I cannot treat somebody as a real partner in democratic conflict who, for instance, starts out by saying climate change is an invention by, let's say, China to destroy Western manufacturing. If we start off on that basis, we're not going to go anywhere. And it doesn't mean that we have to agree on the politics of climate change. There are plenty of issues we might productively disagree about in terms of values, in terms of the empirical side of certain policies, and so on. So conflict matters, but conflict needs to observe certain boundaries. And that primarily is important for political parties, which in a certain way are in the business of, if you like, creating conflicts, shaping conflicts, telling people what certain issues are about, where they should stand, depending on, what their interests might be, their identities, their ideas, and so on. But arguably, and some of you might disagree with this, arguably this also holds for professional news organizations. There's a lot of worries these days about the media becoming partisan. But in my view, at least, there's nothing wrong with professional organizations basically starting campaigns and saying, look, here's a neglected issue, we're doing investigative reporting, we are in a certain way trying to create a conflict around a certain issue. This used to be completely normal in basically a free and democratic public sphere, and I believe it should remain so. Second issue to do with the core function of political parties and professional news organizations. Pluralism. Now, of course, everybody agrees that at the systemic level, democracies need both party pluralism and media pluralism. What I would add to that is the importance of internal, which is to say inside an organization, pluralism, debates, and maybe even a form of democracy. Now, when you mention this, when you say, for instance, we should have more intra-party democracies, for many people what comes to mind is the famous quip by Oscar Wilde, who you may recall ended up observing that the problem with socialism was that it took too many evenings. Which was another way of saying, look, yeah, inter-party democracy, nice idea, but what really, turns out to be the reality is, endless meetings in pubs or smoky back rooms, well, maybe not smoky anymore, but stuffy back rooms somewhere, where basically the person is going to win the debate who sits around the longest, pontificates for the longest, doesn't have a family to go back to, doesn't have a job to take care of necessarily in the next day, and so on. So usually an educated male is most likely to win that kind of debate. All that, ladies and gentlemen, is true. But think of what happens if parties turn into, let's say, a personality cult, which is, for shorthand, the story of Trump and the Republicans in the US. Or think of what happens if a political party is run on the principle of a football or soccer fan club. Somebody this morning mentioned the politics of fandom. That's the story of Silvio Berlusconi, whose marketing experts created a party precisely on that sort of principle. If you go down that path, you are no longer going to have anything like a legitimate opposition or a stance of critical loyalty inside a party, such that those who broadly agree on the party program, but nevertheless, let's say, might want to criticize a particular leader or have disagreements about policy, can restrain a particular leader. All of which is a long-winded way of saying that if we don't have intra-party democracy or pluralism, in all likelihood, we may well be on the road to January 6, 2021, because nobody was really able to restrain Trump and his supporters. Okay, allow me to move on swiftly to 3 criteria that might help us to judge the health of these institutions in the critical infrastructure of democracy. First, it's very important that these institutions in the broadest sense remain accessible. That is true at the systemic level, but it's also true at the individual level. It should be, in my view, and here I'm echoing those who kind of made the case for proportional representation earlier today, it should be relatively easy to start new parties, and it certainly should be easy to join existing parties. Again, this is completely contrary to a development which we've seen in many parts of the world, where parties have closed themselves off or in certain ways become outright autocratic. It's not an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It's not an accident, I would hold, that if you look at all the kind of usually right-wing populist authoritarian regimes we have in the world today, take your pick, Orban, Erdogan, Modi, Kaczynski, etc., that they all run their parties in a highly autocratic way. So it's important that these sorts of institutions are open and accessible, that they have intra-party democracy. It also matters, second criterion, that they are broadly speaking autonomous, that they are not front organizations or the tools for something else. I'm afraid to say that yet again, somebody who has been in the news a lot recently, who's also been for the first time on TikTok recently, namely Silvio Berlusconi, comes to mind as a good example. I think it's not unkind, let alone unfair, to say that in many ways his party, among other things, served as a tool to distract from his corruption and keep him out of prison for many, many years. So parties should really be parties, and media organizations should really be media organizations, and not, let's say, the tools of certain oligarchs. And then lastly, it also matters that these sorts of institutions are in the broadest sense what I would call accessible. I borrow that term from the British philosopher Honora O'Neill, who tried to distinguish that term from what is a sort of very widespread demand for transparency. Transparency might sometimes be implemented by basically just inundating people with information. And since people don't know what they're looking for exactly, it can actually be a way of hiding things, even though you've been nominally totally transparent. As making something accessible is different. It really very specifically aims at allowing citizens to understand, for instance, who finances a particular political party or a particular professional news organization. It also should enable citizens to basically understand the internal workings of certain organizations. And if that sort of information is put out in the right way, even people, again, so-called ordinary citizens who are otherwise distracted by many, many other concerns should be in a position to assess what is going on with these sorts of organizations. So allow me lastly to turn to something which of course has been on the minds of many, many people, is sometimes identified as one of the main causes of the crisis of democracy, namely social media. And if I may, I will try my three criteria, the ones I just suggested to you, in the context of social media, but I'll, if I also may, add a preface that warns us against, I think, two widespread tendencies. One is a kind of technological determinism, which suggests that technology in and of itself necessarily has certain political effects, with the unfortunate consequence that observers fail to distinguish, for instance, between a particular technology and a particular business model. It's not implausible, it seems to me, to argue that what's wrong with Facebook is that, well, it kind of optimizes for outrage. It encourages the wrong kind of conflict, the kind of conflict which doesn't observe the boundaries I was trying to make plausible to you earlier in my remarks. But that's not social media as such. And secondly, as on a cautionary note, it's also very important to remember that virtually every media revolution has caused major political anxieties. The printing revolution gave us civil wars, which, when you think about it, is actually kind of true. Radio supposedly gave us fascism and Hitler. TV gave us McCarthy. In all these cases, it wasn't crazy to have these worries. But in retrospect, it also always was clear that it wasn't the technology itself, and that many other factors, including, of course, questions of regulation, featured in the equation. So allow me to apply my three criteria very quickly. Are social media accessible? Of course they are, on an individual basis. On a systemic basis, absolutely not. because you have so much monopoly power that the field is effectively closed to new contenders. That's why there isn't, infamously, a second Facebook. Autonomous, yes, in certain ways, but problematic nonetheless. As we've just found out this very week and last week, there seems to be something very problematic if a figure who may well be described as an oligarch, after all, the richest man in the world, can basically arbitrarily change how a particular social media platform works or doesn't work, without any accountability whatsoever. And then lastly, in terms of accessibility, it should be clear to everybody that this is probably the biggest issue of all. As some of our colleagues in social science sometimes put it, we don't even know what we don't know. The algorithms are so lacking in accessibility, in transparency, if you prefer that word, that essentially we don't even know what kind of questions to ask when we try to study what effects they have, how they really work. So top of the agenda, and I think this is a more global conclusion perhaps, is avoid the kind of concentration of power that we've seen in the case of social media. Nobody should have that amount of power, even if they are committed to doing no evil. It doesn't matter. Nobody should have that kind of power. And secondly, try to make these institutions much more accessible. These are not new conclusions, but they're not wrong, therefore. I thank you for your attention and I look forward to our discussion.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give him another big round of applause.
교수님 참 열띤 강연 잘 들었는데요.
Professor, thank you very much for your passionate lecture. As you have shared many insights with us, there are many questions from the audience. And before we start the Q&A in earnest, can you say hello to the audience?
네, 반갑습니다라고 짧게
So that was a
인사해
very
주셨는데요.
short hello from the professor. So we have collected some questions from the audience, and we were surprised that there was a question from Professor Adam Shaversky, who was the keynote speaker for the forum in the morning. So he asked this question himself, and it seems he enjoyed the presentation. So on his behalf, I'm going to ask this question for you. So do you think that there are some institutional arrangements that are better in protecting democracy than others? Can you please answer this question?
I'm glad that I now have about 3 hours left to answer this very simple and straightforward question. So yes is the answer, but we should beware what I think rightly is sometimes called a kind of solutionism, where we tend to assume that if we only change one institution or quickly fix something over there, then all will be well. This is sometimes a worry that I have in terms of certain democratic innovations. So some of what we heard this morning, I think, are excellent ideas. Things like randomly chosen citizens having more of a say, more direct participation via initiatives, such in the Oregon model. But we got to bear in mind two things. These individual interventions are not going to fix things in situations where we may have already seen a broad decay in political culture, or where certain political actors are already very invested in basically trying to kill democracy off. And secondly, of course, and this is basically a banality, we always have to see the overall system and how things fit together. So some of what I was, for instance, trying to advocate just a few minutes ago in terms of more intra-party democracy, more involvement by ordinary party members would be completely rejected by plenty of my colleagues in the United States who would say, are you crazy? This is going to empower activists, fanatics, people who gave us Trump, people who gave us, completely extreme ideological positions. So therefore, I would agree that it's always important to kind of see the bigger picture and see how certain things ultimately fit together. Last thing, though, if I may add, as a footnote, we do have certain even constitutional sort of models, if you like, where some of the things I was trying to advocate for, such as the financial sort of accessibility of political parties, or basically the imperative to have intra-party democracy, are prescribed and are not really optional. And one example of that is, for instance, the German constitution, which basically says you can't be a party if you don't have a real membership. And that's not everywhere the case. There's one infamous one in the Netherlands where you basically have a one-person party. Well, technically no. Geert Wilders, a right-wing populist, is one member of his party, and the other member of the party is a foundation of which Geert Wilders himself happens to be the only member. So effectively, it's just him, which makes deliberation very easy because you're just talking to yourself. That would be illegal in a number of countries, and I think that's a good thing, that it would be illegal.
네, 아담 셰브르스키 교수님이 답변이 되셨길 바랍니다.
I hope that answered the question posed by Professor Adam Shabrowski. We are receiving questions from the audience, so let us run down these one by one. First, this question is posed by Yejin Park. The term populism without a consideration of the term and has been used and misused to attack the opposition party. So it is necessary for people to understand what populism is, and they need to develop abilities to tell what constitutes a populism. So what can people do in order to develop such capabilities and understanding about populism?
So I agree with what I take to be implicit in the question, namely that it's become in and of itself a problem that because pundits and by now even politicians are constantly telling us that we supposedly live in the age of populism, that therefore we've seen a totally inflationary use of that word, and that very often we apply that term to phenomena for which we actually have much more precise concepts, be it nationalism, be it protectionism, be it racism, or be it, for that matter, completely legitimate forms of democratic bottom-up mobilizations. And we're not doing ourselves a favor if we now slap the P word on every single thing without really discriminating. My understanding, which is relatively parsimonious and with which, of course, not everybody agrees, is that populists are basically leaders and parties who allege that they, and only they, represent what they very often call the real people, in quotation marks, or also the silent majority. With the implication that not only, and this is fairly obvious, all other contenders for power are fundamentally illegitimate because they're all corrupt characters, but also less obviously that all citizens who do not basically agree with the populists' symbolic construction of the real people don't truly belong to the polity. So long story short, what to me is crucial about populism is not so-called anti-elitism. All of us can criticize the powerful. We might be right, we might be wrong, but this is not in and of itself populist or anything that's necessarily dangerous for democracy. What is peculiar to populism, as I understand it, and what certainly is dangerous to democracy, is anti-pluralism. To basically claim at the level of party politics, everybody else is illegitimate, and to claim at the level of the people that whoever doesn't agree with my understanding of the people, the understanding of the people according to, let's say, Erdogan, Modi, Trump, etc., that all these people are at best second-class citizens and maybe don't truly belong to the people at all. That gets us a politics of exclusion, which very clearly is anti-democratic.
아, 그렇군요. 계속해서 다음 질문 드려보도록 할 텐데요.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next question. This is a question from SH. So the rise of Jean-Marie Le Pen and the winning of Meloni in Italy. And do you believe these events would also influence other European countries to move to the right?
So very good, which is to say very difficult question.
네.
So on the one hand, I don't think that there is what is sometimes called a populist wave. Very popular image, used by lots of journalists and even some politicians by now. A wave, of course, by definition, is unstoppable. But the image of the wave has already had pernicious consequences because it has precisely led, if you like, more mainstream center-right parties to conclude that this is unstoppable and they can't do anything about it. And they're going to have to start adapting. If you mention Marine Le Pen, think back to what happened earlier this year, that a Gaullist, somebody who gets as mainstream as it can be in France, Valérie Pécresse, the leader of the so-called Republican Party, basically repeated the conspiracy theory of the Great Replacement, that somebody is sending Muslims to Europe to displace proper French citizens. This is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the major trends we do see in a number of countries, the mainstreaming of the far right. And that, I think, is unfortunately true across borders. But that's different from some kind of unstoppable wave. Some of the outcomes we've seen are not due to the fact that all of a sudden lots and lots of people have fallen in love with far-right positions. The explanation can be much more, shall we say, parsimonious or maybe even banal. Why did Meloni win? Did Meloni win because lots of Italians all of a sudden said, yeah, we want to go back to some kind of fascism? No. She simply, you may remember, had kept out of the Draghi government, which otherwise had drawn all other parties in. So she had basically made a bet that sooner or later there was going to be so much discontent, be it with pandemic policies or now be it with inflation, etc., that she would become the obvious choice for everybody. Meanwhile, Salvini loses half his electorate. So we shouldn't overinterpret some of these outcomes and not be, in a sense, so lazy as to always now read every single election as, oh, is populism up or down? If it's up, then it means the wave keeps going and so on. And if I may underline the point, it really is crucial to basically keep an eye on these nominally center-right, moderate mainstream actors who are paving the way for the far right to be much more successful in certain countries. If you want to talk about fascism, let's not forget, very important because as you know the anniversary of the March on Rome was just last week, let's not forget that Mussolini did not march on Rome at all. He arrived by sleeper car after traditional elites, including the king and including plenty of people who called themselves liberals and who ended up in his cabinet, had basically said, let's bring him in. And we see, unfortunately, some of the same dynamic in our age.
네, 저희가 아무래도 시간 관계상 이 질문을 마지막으로 드려야 할 것 같습니다.
I think we have just enough time to ask this last question posed by Hanbi Lee. In order to overcome democratic crisis, I think we should focus on education. What kind of education can be beneficial to education, and can you give us some real-life examples?
I think one of the unfortunate tendencies, and I have the impression this is true across many countries, and I'll be grateful if somebody enlightened me to what extent this is also the case in South Korea. One of the unfortunate dynamics is that in schools, there's such pressure to say, look, China is about to overtake us. More engineering, more math, more stuff that really gets us results very quickly. That soft subjects, such as civic education, democracy education, where you can't easily have tests, and which, if you do it seriously, takes time. This is not just about, kind of learn how many branches of government there are. That's not civic education, that's democratic education. If you go back to John Dewey, you realize people have to practice this. They have to practice actually debating. And that, can take time. That can be difficult for teachers to handle. Plenty of teachers in the US, I dare say, are somewhat afraid to go down this road because they know the country is highly polarized. They're afraid of doing the wrong thing, saying the wrong thing. A kid captures it on the cell phone, big scandal breaks. So it's just easier for everybody all around to say, oh, let's not spend too much time on democratic education, civic education. Let's just do the useful stuff. And one very unfortunate result of that is that what is absolutely crucial, namely the time-consuming kind of education for democracy that takes a lot of patience, both from pupils and from teachers and maybe sometimes parents, that sort of is systematically squeezed out. And last thing, if I may, civic service, which is a great thing, going out, volunteering in your community and so on, also shouldn't displace real democratic education. This is something that has also been happening in the US, where people are so afraid of political education in a highly polarized context that they say, oh, let's do more civic stuff in terms of volunteer work, help an NGO, found an NGO, which is great anyway because you can add it on your CV and it's going to get you into college. All that is important. I don't mean to ridicule it, but it's not the same thing as proper education for democracy through pluralistic, time-consuming practices. So that's my plea of what we need more of, and of something that basically we're getting too little of at the moment. So the short answer to the question is yes.
네, 오늘 교수님의 말씀을 듣고 생각해 보니까요, 정말 그런 것 같습니다. 민주주의라는 체제 안에서 발생하는
Listening to you, I agree more and more. Conflicts are natural in democracy, and we cannot remove conflicts from the society. We need to embrace conflicts and need to try to find ways toward a common future. So, last but not least, can you make one closing remarks?
The closing remark would indeed be that we shouldn't be afraid of conflict. Politics can be conflictual. It can even be uncivil in certain ways. That's not the end of democracy. But if we start to systematically exclude others and treat them as enemies, that certainly is the end of democratic politics. I'm sorry that wasn't a positive note, but here we are.
네, 지금까지 이안 베르노 밀러 교수와
very
이야기
much,
나눠봤습니다.
Professor, for the conversation.
네, 두 번째 파트가 끝난 후에 밀러 교수님과 사인회가 예정돼 있으니까 여러분께서
After
많은
part
참여
2 of the forum, we'll have an autograph event with Professor Miller.
SBS 창사 특집 SDF
Now you're watching SDF 2022 Rewriting Democracy.
다양한 사람들의
Democracy can function in a more solid way when diverse ideas of diverse people are respected and people reach a consensus.
여러 사람들의 생각을
Then,
기술을 통해
can we use technology to collect people's ideas without distortion? The answer lies in the next presentation.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 좌우가
Good afternoon, ladies
함께하는
and
정치
gentlemen.
플랫폼 옥소폴리틱스.
I am Yoo Ho-hyun, CEO of Oxopolitics, a political platform that brings the left and the right together. I had worked for 3 years in Twitter and 4 years in Airbnb as a software engineer.
회사에 있는 제 모습이 참 행복하다는 생각이
A day
들었습니다. 그래서 그 생각을
of working at Airbnb, I felt myself very happy
그랬더니 친구들에게
at the workplace, and I shared this on my social media, and there were comments from my friends like this: "Are you high on drugs? Maybe you have to go to see a doctor." Well, these comments reminded me of the days I used to work in Korea 20 years ago. It was a rare thing to feel happy at work. If I say I'm happy, my manager would always tell me, "Maybe you need some more work." However, it is only normal to feel happy in Silicon Valley, and if you say you're not happy, your manager will be surprised. He would say, "Maybe your job doesn't fit you? Do you have some challenges in your life? Do you need more leave?" And even the manager is the wrong person for me being unhappy. And why did I feel happy in the Silicon Valley? I try to explain this with the pyramid of needs established by Maslow. So this is a simplified version. So according to Maslow, people feel happy if their physiological needs and esteem and self-actualization are met. So if I am fed well, rest well, and not be threatened to fulfill my physiological needs, and if my value is respected by my employer, my need for esteem will be fulfilled, and if I'm allowed to freely use my expertise to contribute to the enterprise, my need for self-actualization would be fulfilled. Then I will feel happy. So this was what happened in Silicon Valley. Then, what do you need to be unhappy at work? If you're tired, if you're always threatened for being fired, the physiological need will not be fulfilled. And if your employer doesn't respect you and push you to unlimited competition, your need for esteem will not be fulfilled. And no matter how much you love your work, you just don't want to do it if others tell you to do so. You need the opportunity to voluntarily choose the work you want to focus on and be compensated in order for your need for self-actualization be fulfilled. Then where do the corporate culture difference come from? It depends on how your employer sees the employees. If the employer sees their employees as partners who work together for the development of the company, then the employees will feel happy and the enterprise will achieve innovation, such as the businesses in Silicon Valley. And then I thought that maybe the same can be applied to this country. If the government and politicians look at citizens as not objects of governing, but as experts who contribute to the country, maybe we can develop much more and feel happier. So I started to think about how politics can actually fulfill the three needs in this pyramid. In the past, the number one priority of Korea was livelihood. So the priority of politics was to resolve the issue of livelihood. To have livelihood, you need money. So in those years, the role of politics was to achieve industrialization in order to drive people to produce that can make a lot of money. However, in the 1990s, the issue of livelihood started to take a back seat. And people started to think that I want to be respected and lead a middle-class life. That was when there were new politicians who believed that we need to create a society where people prosper together. Therefore, our politics has been a competition between the values of industrialization that prioritizes the economy and efficiency and the values of democracy that values distribution. Meanwhile, Korea has become an advanced country. So what is an advanced country? It is not an utopia without any problem. Many people say the United States is the most advanced country in the world, but it's full of many problems such as racism, gun violence, the economy, and so on. Now, advanced countries are the countries that have resolved the issues of industrialization and democracy to some extent. People don't have to worry about starving or a war or a torture by a government agency. The question of individuals in an advanced country is, what should I do in my life? Before you have an infrastructure. It is important to build new highways. But after you have infrastructure, you have to think about where you should be driving toward. So, in this industrialized and democratized country, we are asking, what should I do in my life to create my own area, make money, and live happily? So, in advanced countries, people start to run towards their own directions. In the past, the years of industrialization and democratization, it was important to unite people and tell them to run toward a single direction. But from now on, it'll be more important to allow people to run toward different directions and resolve conflicts of interest in a fair manner. So you need the freedom with which you have the chance to do the things you want, and fairness that allows all people to do the same, not the privileged few. So freedom and fairness will be the most important values in this era of diversity. Then, what's the role of politics in the era of diversity? When people run towards different directions, there will be conflict of interest. Innovation for some people means threat of survival to other people, just like the relationship between sharing economy and the taxi industry. When people run toward diverse directions, you can expect many innovations as well as many conflicts. The role of politics in this era is to establish a platform to resolve the conflicts of different interests. In order to resolve the conflicts of different interests, first you need to find out what people think. So I decided that we need a system that allows us to look at what people think real time based on data. That's the app, Oxopolitics, with the mission of all thoughts of all people. On Oxopolitics, people are asked 3 questions a day. The users answer the questions with either O or X, and they make comments. That's where the name Oxopolitics come from, meaning politics participated with O or X. Now, the answers of O or X sounds too simple. And you may ask whether we can really understand people with a few questions. But when you have 10 questions like this, you have 2 squared 10 cases. When you have 15 questions that can be answered with either O, triangle, and X, you have 3 squared 15 cases. That's how we are collecting data of people's political stances, and also create a political landscape of people. And that is how we can also create different tribes based on people's ideologies. So as you see, from the left to the right, there are 5 tribes: tigers, hippos, elephants, dinosaurs, and lions. When you have these 5 different tribes, what's interesting is that they do not fight against each other, but choose to coexist. We are disappointed and get angry when people make behaviors that are different from our expectations. But if you expect people to have different thoughts than yours, you don't get angry when you actually hear that. So with these tribes, we show people that they have different values and thoughts, and then people stay within certain boundaries when they have political debates. They do not expect that they are going to reach an agreement with people of different tribes. And what's more interesting is that when the other tribes disappear, you don't feel good. Actually, you feel empty. You naturally tend to think, what would they be thinking? I believe some of the audience here would have stickers that depict these political tribes on your chest. Please look around to see what are the tribes that people around you belong to. So the tendencies of the tribes are just like what you see on the screen. So from the left to the right, you see tigers, hippos, elephants, dinosaurs, and lions. And actually, the traits of these animals don't have anything to do with the ideology. I just try to be fair with how powerful they can. So I didn't include rabbits, for example. So these are equal and diverse 5 animal tribes. So I would like to ask you what you think and feel after seeing these different tribes. Personally, I felt that this was so unfamiliar because we have always tried to unite the people. I even questioned myself that maybe I am being too divisive with these 5 tribes. However, after 2 years of experiment on oxopolitics, I realized that it's actually more violent to pretend that there's no difference among the people. In the era of growth of the past, the goals of politics was to unite people and look at the same direction. People always said that you have to follow my direction because you're wrong. When you have this mindset, difference is something to be removed. This is a society where difference is not tolerated. But let's think about this. If your thoughts and the people and the thoughts of the people next to you, you can grow together, but there is no innovation. That is why in Korea, an advanced country, we need to respect and cherish diversity and diverse thoughts. You should not treat others as objects of convincing or enemies. You should see them as contributors of social innovation with different thoughts. And actually, the tribes you belong to actually change as you give more answers on oxopolitics. So, I also want you to stop feeding yourselves to preset tribes. Just say your opinions in a free manner. Then you will find that you are sometimes raising the voices of the left, sometimes those of the right. I really hope that our society can be more diverse, away from the so-called camp politics. So, to be ideal, maybe we should have a platform where everyone can express their ideas with answers and comments. Then the thoughts of all people will be real-time data. And if we have enough amount of such data, the right to participation in political process will be exercised in a most efficient manner. And after some time, our political representatives will be able to analyze the change in public opinion in real time, the thoughts of their supporters and opponents, just like startups making decisions based on user data. Now, in the blockchain sector, DAO or DAO is becoming very popular as new political experiments based on distributed decision-making. Now, highly reliable real-time voting system is being realized very fast. But there is one thing that DAO is neglecting. It is the humanities and social aspect of politics. No matter how good the decision-making system is, you can't make the right decision if the information is distorted or biased. I believe that the challenges of the data engineering technologies is resolving these humanities and social aspect of politics. This is at the core of the experiment of oxopolitics. We're living in an era of diversity after the era of industrialization and democratization. We should not look at the same direction and think the same way anymore. We need to set our own goals and show our own colors. And we can only be more competitive when we are diverse, as we can see from the successes of Son Heung-min, BTS, and Squid Game. I hope that our politics can overcome the conflicts of the past and observe the all thoughts of all people and establish a platform that resolves different interests. Thank you very much.
SDF 2022 다시 쓰는 민주주의 함께하고
Thank you for
계십니다.
being with us at SDF 2022. A report by Swedish VDEM Research Institute shows that increasing distrust and hatred of press and press personnel is a sign of democracy retreating. You may have trouble understanding the correlation at first glance. The next speaker will be analyzing the linkage and provide alternatives. So let's first meet with the presenter through video.
Good afternoon. I first wanted to express my very deep gratitude to SBS and my dear colleague Lee Chung-ae and all of her colleagues there who worked so hard to put this forum on. I hope you all realize what a rare thing this is for a media company to make such a commitment to such a vitally important subject. And I also want to say that being in Korea again at this time has been really overwhelming, and my very deepest sympathies to all the families and friends of the victims at Itaewon. It's been just a really a very, very difficult moment, I know, for everyone, and especially the families. But I also wanted to extend my gratitude to the journalists of SBS and elsewhere who have been covering this vitally important story. So thank you all for that as well. So if I asked you to name a country where democracy has grown stronger in recent years, could you? How about one where press freedoms have increased instead of diminished, where journalism has become more valued as a pillar of democracy and not dismissed as fake news? There are some. Tiny Liechtenstein, a principality of 38,000, this year entered the top 10 in the Reporters Without Borders ranking of press freedom across 180 countries. The Czech Republic, Bhutan, Ivory Coast, Lithuania are among countries that ushered in improvements to media law or access to government information, and all saw their standings elevated. But the undeniable trend is in the opposite direction. A world map that is bleeding red, where some of the largest and most powerful actors are increasing their assaults on democracy and a free press, and where even some historically democratic nations are retreating from free press protections. We are living through a democracy recession. In each of the last 16 years, more countries have experienced democratic declines than improvements in the annual Freedom House assessment. In good measure, because of lower scores for freedom of the press, a dynamic that invites less government transparency and, as a result, more government corruption. Journalism, already weakened by industry economics, is running a gauntlet of abuse around the world. Free press predators, as Reporters Without Borders has named them, now sit at the top of a lengthening list of governments. This mirrors my own experience managing the Nieman Foundation Fellowship at Harvard University, which each year welcomes journalists from across the globe. Certain countries that once posed modest or manageable threats to journalism in my decade as director there now loom as very dark clouds. Independent reporting in places such as Hong Kong or Turkey did not carry the heavy threat of abuse or imprisonment that each holds today. But changes there and elsewhere have dramatically altered the landscape and emboldened autocrats who consolidate their power in part on the backs of silenced truth tellers. Some of these democracy and free press adversaries are familiar foes, such as Russia, where Vladimir Putin recently made it a crime, punishable by up to 15 years in prison, to contradict the Kremlin, including by calling the war on Ukraine a war. This has essentially shuttered the independent press inside the country. Very concerning on this list of 37 press freedom predators is the belligerence in places once thought to be more benign. This includes Hungary, a country Prime Minister Viktor Orban has taken from a designation of free to partly free, in part by putting independent media titles in the hands of his political friends and allies, or Hong Kong, until recently the home to a robust independent and public media, but where Beijing's muscle has silenced many journalists, imprisoned media workers, and caused the world's steepest drop in press freedom rankings from 80th last year to 148th. Or Saudi Arabia, where 4 years ago government assassins carried out the barbarous murder and dismemberment of journalist Jamal Khashoggi inside the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. U.S. intelligence concluded that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman approved the operation. His crime? Khashoggi, a contributor to the Washington Post, wrote critically of the Saudi regime. It's important to remind ourselves that journalism has long endured official animus. Thomas Jefferson, a principal author of the United States Declaration of Independence, wrote one of my country's most celebrated defenses of a free press, words that were literally carved into the marble walls of the newspaper building where I worked for 30 years in Chicago. He wrote, "Were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate a moment to prefer the latter." 20 years later, as president of the young nation, Jefferson was not so sanguine. In a letter to a journalist, he proposed a new newspaper with 4 sections. He said they should be named Truths, Probabilities, Possibilities, and Lies. He added, "Nothing can now be believed which is seen in a newspaper." Jefferson's evolution is one that is common to people in power. Defending press freedom, I imagine, is much easier when you're writing a constitution than when you're running a government. But the current climate of endangerment and mistrust is inflamed by factors unimaginable more than 2 centuries ago to a President Jefferson, or even to the architects of South Korea's comparatively young democracy. An explosion of competing digital media has given us greater access than ever before to news and knowledge, but it's also enabled a worldwide pandemic for which we have no vaccine: the contagious spread of lies, of propaganda, and of hate speech, some of which directly targets the media, much of which the media have been ineffective in combating. Autocrats have exploited the new technologies to stoke these divisions, as we saw in Filipino President Rodrigo Duterte's unending attacks on my friend, the journalist Maria Ressa, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize and founder of the Philippines' leading independent news organization called Rappler. Along with unleashing the courts, government officials there, as elsewhere, have used digital platforms to spread ugly and even violent propaganda about Ressa and her journalists, who have endured regular threats, including rape and murder. Some in my own country have played a shameful role in delegitimizing the media, both at home and abroad, spreading anti-press rhetoric that gives succor to despotic regimes around the world. The term fake news is a deadly American export, popularized by former President Donald Trump in his war on journalism. Used in concert with enemies of the people, a phrase once employed by dictators including Hitler, Stalin, Mao, The language offers an eerie echo of some of the world's darkest chapters. Trump's efforts to overturn the US presidential election results relied heavily on the meme, "Stop the Steal," and the use of the internet to spread that lie and organize protests that resulted in the January 6th attack on the US Capitol, one of the ugliest days in American history. In the United States, once considered a model for press freedom and free speech, press freedom violations are increasing at a troubling rate, said Reporters Without Borders in this year's World Press Freedom Index. That index ranked the US 42nd out of 180 countries, a rather anemic standing for a nation whose origin story is rooted in press rights and which historically offered itself as a beacon. The organization attributed the ranking to factors including online abuse of journalists and the unprovoked harassment, intimidation, and assault reporters endure in the field every day. Michael Abramowitz, president of Freedom House, said, "Challenges to democracy in the United States have outsized effects beyond American borders. Other nations watch what is happening in the United States and take cues from its leaders' behavior. The ongoing deterioration of American democracy will accelerate the decline of democracy around the world." In Turkey, President Erdogan has used the same language as Trump to advocate a so-called disinformation bill that would represent an unprecedented attempt to suppress journalism in Turkey. In Poland, President Duda tweeted his praise of Trump in the battle against so-called fake news, all while his government had been systematically crushing the independent press in Poland. And in a meeting once with outgoing Brazilian President Bolsonaro, Trump gushed, "I'm very proud to hear the president use the term fake news." Back in the Philippines, Maria Ressa has dual citizenship with the United States. Once in a meeting with Trump, Duterte derided reporters as spies. The American president laughed. We also need to be honest about the bad actors within media who've exploited these divisions for audience and financial gain. Cable news television in the US, for instance, perfected by Fox News, offers programming better designed to ratify its viewers' political biases than report the facts. And a growth industry in so-called opinion journalism may rack up clicks, but it robs resources from more costly and time-intensive investigative reporting. We now know from a growing number of studies that the disappearance of this kind of journalism, especially at the local level, will increase everything from the incidence of business corruption to the cost of government borrowing. News organizations who traffic in the journalism of political affiliation rather than the journalism of verification do a tremendous disservice to their communities and fail the most basic test of their profession. I am not qualified to assess the health of your democracy or your free press protections, but there are many here who are, and I would urge you to give it constant, honest attention. As they say, the time to save your democracy is while you still have one. Are journalists here living up to their obligation to investigate and inform, to report for the public good, to serve as watchdogs against corruption? Are they actually innovating their coverage to account for the changes in where and how audiences get their news? Are they reporting on democracy directly, perhaps defining it as a beat and adding a new team, as the Washington Post recently did? Have they ceded ground to the internet trolls, or are they working just as hard as they are to drown out lies and propaganda with fact-checking? Beyond journalists, are government and social leaders advocating for democratic norms, including the vital importance of a free press to a healthy nation? When you debate amendments, as you have, to a law on media arbitration, are you doing so with the inflammatory fake news rhetoric that has divided my country and demeaned even legitimate journalism, or with a genuine eye towards stopping the spread of disinformation, whatever its source? The debate around press credibility issues has become so polarized, it's difficult to remember that it was not always so. Steep declines in trust for institutions have made it so difficult to find common ground, and there are fewer voices able or willing to mend the breach. But history reminds us that what this rhetoric can sound like. I found this clip of US President John F. Kennedy, who sought not a government without newspapers or newspapers without government, but a democracy where what he called the abrasive quality of the press offered an American advantage over totalitarian states. In this clip I'm going to show you, President Kennedy talks with 3 television journalists at the 2-year mark of his short presidency. Listen to this.
You once said that you were reading more and enjoying it less. Are you still as avid a newspaper reader, magazine? I remember those of us who traveled with you on the campaign, a magazine wasn't safe around you.
Oh, it is. No. I think it's invaluable, even though it may cause you it's never pleasant to be reading things frequently that are not agreeable news, but I would say that it's an invaluable arm of the presidency as a check, really, on what's going on in administration. And more things come to my attention that cause me either concern or give me information. So I would think that Mr. Khrushchev, operating a totalitarian system which has many advantages as far as being able to move in secret and all the rest, there's a terrific disadvantage not having the abrasive quality of the press applied to you daily to an administration. When you have, even though we never like it, and even though we don't, even though we wish they didn't write it, and even though we disapprove, there isn't any doubt that we couldn't do the job at all in a free society without a very, very active press. Now, on the other hand, the press has the responsibility not to distort things for political purposes, not to just take some news in order to prove a political point. It seems to me their obligation is to be as tough as they can on administration, but do it in a way which is directed towards getting as close to the truth as they can get, and not merely because of some political motivation.
Even though you never like it, this lands on my ears like a foreign language now in my country. What's so striking here, in light of our current political discord, is the civility of Kennedy's comments and his recommitment to democratic fundamentals. He's clearly taking issue with some of the coverage of his administration, and he implies that reporting is sometimes distorted for political purpose, and he doesn't like that. But the criticism is paired with a fundamental appreciation of the historic role the press plays as a check on government. There isn't any doubt, Kennedy says, that we couldn't do the job at all in a free society without a very, very active press. I close with this photograph of my parents. This is John and Helen Lipinski on the porch of their first home, not long after my father had returned from fighting the Korean War as a soldier for the United States Army. He left school to join his older brother on the battlefield, never went to college, but he was one of the wisest men I knew. I don't entirely know what the young soldier believed, what he believed he had come to fight for when he got off the ship that brought him to Busan. But I don't suspect that in his wildest dreams he imagined he would have a daughter who would one day travel to Seoul to talk about democracy. If I may, I would like to leave you with one of his favorite adages, repeated to his children throughout our lives, and which to me is something that is as good a goal for journalism in these complicated times as any I've heard. he would say to us, there are three sides to every story: yours, mine, and the truth. So I'd like to leave you with that thought, this idea of the truth, something worth fighting for, and something journalism is here to safeguard. 감사합니다. Thank you.
네, 앞서 언론과 민주주의와의 연결고리를 파헤쳐 보면서 과연
So
어떤
that was a
방법을
great
통해
deliberation about creating a democracy that is different from the past, based on the relationship between the media and democracy. The next speaker
타인에게 집중해 볼 것을
suggests that we focus on the others in order to create a democracy different from the past. If you have any question listening to the presentation, please share with us on our KakaoTalk channel, SDF 2022. Your questions will be asked in the Q&A with the speaker. Let us start the presentation.
안녕하세요. 저는 소설가
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Geum-hee, a writer. A few days ago, there was a tragedy in Korea that should have not happened. I'd like to extend my condolences to those who were victimized and wish the quick recovery of the injured. I feel an unlimited sense of responsibility as someone who belongs to the established generation. I hope the conversation today can contribute to creating a society where we don't have to feel sorry for one another. Let me start my presentation. Today, I'm going to talk about the relationship between democracy and chicken and a feeling of embarrassment that I felt on a night in a faraway continent. I believe you all love fried chicken. Now, the Korean-style fried chicken and cool beer are well-known Korean food. So I believe that many in the audience and even the international speakers would actually have tasted the Korean-style fried chicken. So I also like fried chicken, and I searched for a tasty fried chicken place. Some of the consumer reviews were saying that that particular restaurant was very unkind, but I just dismissed it. So I finally found this restaurant, and I felt something strange. The owner of the place was not showing any sign of noticing me as I approached to the entrance. He was being silent, staring fiercely to the street, just stirring the bucket with dough. I said that I want to take out a fried chicken, but there was no answer at all. At that time, I also thought that maybe this is a trait that comes with a tasty place. Inside the hall, there were a lot of empty tables because it was a little earlier from the dinner time. The restaurant was run by a married couple. One of the owners got angry suddenly toward me, saying that why are you occupying the large table for four when people will be rushing in any minute? Well, I was embarrassed a little bit, but I moved to the smaller table for two, which was already full of her smartphones and other belongings. I didn't even think of sitting at that table because I wanted to respect her privacy. That was a moment I regretted dismissing some of the reviews that are saying the restaurant was being unkind. I just wanted to think that maybe this is just a lie by some consumers who just want to show their power by giving just 1-star rating to some restaurants. However, the restaurant was full of hostility, not just being unkind. And I was not the only victim of that hostility. Now, there was a fried chicken completed, and there was another consumer who was just waiting for it and taking it out. And the owner was saying to the back of the consumer that it's just my tone that I was born with. I'm sorry for what I said. Now, after just 1 minute, that owner started using coarse language again. She pretended that she was talking to herself, but as I was listening to it, that was not really talking to herself. Now the restaurant was like a miniature of the Korean society. Today we live in a society where everyone can experience hatred and hostility anywhere, anytime. That hostility still lingered in my heart even after I finished up the fried chicken. It was more painful because the fried chicken was so delicious. Now, novelists write down stories based on the stimulus and reactions, and we try to rearrange the stimulus and reactions based on the rules of my heart. I wanted to understand the owners of the fried chicken place. After you reach an understanding, a novel or essay is completed, and that helps me to grow as a member of the society. Of course, that was a very short encounter with the owners of the fried chicken place, and I am in no position to make a judgment on them. It's all about the work of my imagination. So when I sat at the table for two, as directed by the owner, her smartphone was playing a YouTube video clip. YouTube clip from a political channel that was talking about a very agitating and sensational ideas. That was just in the run-up to the previous presidential election, and the messages were of hatred and division that we all felt together. Now YouTube is like a square because that is where the producers of messages come together. But against all the odds, thinking of the process of achieving democracy in this country, I cannot still give up on the possibility of these online media such as YouTube. I still have the expectation that YouTube and other media can still lead us to a better direction. I don't believe that we cannot roll back to the past. Of course, the political YouTube channel that I experienced in the fried chicken place do have problems such as dividing up the community, victimizing people by stigmatization, and distributing fake news. Now this is threatening the democracy of this country and the entire world. After my visit to the fried chicken place, I tended to link the YouTube content and the attitudes of the owners, thinking that it's because of that YouTube channel that they were being so hostile. And after a few days, I started to ask a different question. Then, what should have they done differently at that time? In other words, what should have they done differently so that you wouldn't feel uncomfortable? That was when I felt a little bit embarrassed for my own thoughts. So that was the place where the married couple were the only ones working. They were working more than 12 hours per day. They must have been frying dozens of chickens, serving beers, in receiving cash. They didn't have any time for rest. So that's the intensity of labor that must have been experienced by the previous generation in this country who lived in the 1970s and 80s. Their labor was always dangerous. They always had to stay alert, and they had to deal with the physical and mental challenges that was forced upon them. My mother used to work at a factory, and it was only recently that she shared with me a story of an industrial accident she witnessed. So she was working in a timber factory, and she spent a very short break with her friend, resting their feet on the machine. That short break was so precious for them, and as we all know, teenagers have the art of finding something fun from just anything. On one day, the machine started working when they were laying their feet on, and her friend couldn't pull her feet out. She lost a part of her foot. Now the story was sad in itself, but I was more embarrassed by the fact that my mother was only sharing the story with me after all those years. I have always talked a lot with my mother, and many parts of my novels would actually come from the experiences and emotions of my mother. Many of my novels deal with the issues of labor, and I am speaking for those generations because of the influence of my mother. My mother was still nervous when she was sharing the story with me. She was so scared and couldn't share that story after 40 years.
I think people wear the emotions they have learned for clothing. That's with you all. One's fashion sense never changes. Whatever others say, someone would always pull up their pants too high, and I would continue to love a striped dress. The same can be said of emotions. They are an important part of who you are. It's not possible for you to escape the pattern on your own.
그 패턴에서 벗어나는 것은 혼자서는 가능하지 않습니다. 여러분이 거울을 보거나
Say you're looking in the mirror or taking a picture. Unless somebody tells you you look funny in that striped dress, that is, unless you don't look at yourself with a different lens, you won't have the will to change on your own. Emotion is something created in relationships. Being able to speak about the division, hostility, and hatred in our society requires imagination to go beyond the superficial phenomenon to understand people's emotions. That person in front of me is not someone who came out of nowhere and are abnormal. They have been a member of the community where I have lived. They are not some people to be eliminated and forgotten. Rather, they are those we have to face and form relationships with for the rest of our life. Do you think it's okay just because your neighborhood isn't like that, your job isn't like that, or your neighbors and friends aren't like that? And those very thoughts suggest that deep inside you harbor hatred and hostility. And there's no way to escape the impact. All Korean adults have the right to vote, and your choice will have an impact on all of us, and just like the air. That is the democracy we chose. We agreed to grant the same right to those who we don't agree with, we don't feel close to, we find unpleasant to be with, and who are cold toward and look down on us in the political system of our choice. If there is any movement to take the right from them, we should put aside our conflict with these people and jointly resist it. Democracy is not a road to be traveled alone. Famed British novelist, critic, and poet of the 20th century, D.H. Lawrence said, "What art essentially offers is not beauty, decoration, or entertainment, but moral." Moral refers to an attitude toward life or personal ethics for certain acts. My lecture spanning the unpleasant experience at the chicken place when my mom was a girl and the democracy of our community is no different than the experience of reading a novel. It must have stirred thoughts and emotions. You might have shouted inside your head, "And that rude owner is not worth a single star. Tell us where the place is so we don't go there, or go there to find out more and complain." During my conversation with some readers, I emphasized the importance of understanding others, which led one reader to shout, "How much do I have to understand others?" The understanding I spoke about is not about sacrificing or making efforts for others. The understanding is for the sake of your moral. Thinking of hatred in the face of hatred is not about embracing it like a saint. It is about identifying where the hatred is from, how it is impacting the society, and determining how to interpret it to go about my life. In short, it is about you gaining wisdom. The reason books, the oldest medium of humanity, have remained relevant while maintaining its characteristic slow but thoughtful tempo is because their pages bring to life the long accumulated wisdom. You cannot read a book simultaneously with someone else. You need to read on your own, like when you pray. It takes a leap of thought in the shape of imagination to understand context. Every topic in books is about the world and others. So reading is an adventure to find new understanding of those topics. We should continue on the adventure, just like humanity has long been. As suggested by the theme of today's talk, Korea's democracy faces a very complicated and challenging situation. That said, Korean democracy's crisis doesn't stem from a lack of institutions. Rather, it's a crisis of our mindset to operate those institutions. Before I close, let me speak about a night I spent in Europe 3 years ago. In the fall of that year, I met with European readers along with fellow writers. It was in Stockholm. And as it was the first event in Europe, I went to the venue feeling nervous but excited. Greeted by the organizers' hospitality, I waited for the book event to start. When I was on stage, I felt as if I had been struck by a hammer. A man and woman in the audience brought their fingers to their eyes and slit their eyes. It was a gesture of hatred toward Asians. My mind went completely blank, but I had to compose myself. There were a lot of more people in attendance who wanted to hear about Korean literature. It was late evening and people had paid to be there. Before the event started, the voice actors told me they were excited to narrate my novel. The audience in the packed room was in such concentration that you could hear a pin drop. The hospitality and the friendly silence helped me get a grip on myself. People were there to speak about not only solitude, sadness, loss, but also the peace and future to be found. The writers on stage were the messengers. Nothing could ruin our safe night. I often think of the night in Stockholm. Unfortunately, my memory of the night started with a too racist gesture. Despite the institutions provided by staff and organizers, they didn't stop their hostility. That experience brings discomfort, tension, and a little bit of helplessness. And that's because they didn't accidentally run into the event, but they had paid to be there to show their hostility and hatred. But whenever I remember the event, I try to figure out what they took from the event and what we took from the event. I try to enlist my wisdom. And that night, we were able to listen to linguistic beauty evoked by an exotic language and enjoy intellectual stimulus. We knew that our dialogue through the medium of books was all the more special and made our lives peaceful as we were from different continents. So that night, we chose to stay together and respect and embrace each other. And they chose to exclude themselves from the alliance of the night with their racist gesture. Which side of the night will be joined by more people? What kind of night would you want to have? Our democracy would go toward a different future, and then our answers. In my first novel, Mind, Respect and Affection, many readers picked the sentence, don't throw away your mind as their favorite. As I have written that sentence on the book of readers, when meeting with them, it has become a greeting of sorts, like saying, how are you doing? How is your mind? It's easy to keep our mind closed and ignore. Yet, we cannot build the future we want that way. When you make effort to figure out how you feel and understand others and the world, and fill your life with your wisdom, novels and books will support you. Nothing will stop us from pursuing a democracy, as long as we don't throw away our mind. Thank you for your attention.
네, 작가님 강연 정말 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you so much for your speech.
작가님의 친절하고도
So personally, I love your kind and powerful voice that really gives me a lot of insight and comfort at the same time. So I think there are many people in the audience who is waiting for your presentation. Can you greet them? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for meeting you. For some time during the pandemic, it has been very difficult for us to come together and have a conversation. And it's great that we can have this conversation on democracy, which is critical for all of us. Right? Now, we're going to have a Q&A. There are some questions raised by the audience. Actually, there are many questions that we have to speed up a little bit. The first question from Choi Il-kyung. Let me read it out. So in your recent novel, Mind, Respect and Affection, you dealt with the fire accident in Incheon. In your presentation today, I also felt that you have a lot of interest in our society. What is the reason that you focus on social issues in your novels? Well, I don't... Well, I think social issues are there just like air we always breathe in. You don't need to, work in particular to pay attention to social issues. Now, the fire tragedy in Incheon was very critical to me when I was in my 20s. So I wrote this novel wishing that people won't forget that tragedy. And writing this novel, I also overcome some sense of sorry and pity.
Listening to your lecture, I think it is important for us to understand the other's position and imagine what other's position is like. So do you have a special recipe to increase your imagination as a novelist? If you do, can you share that with us? I'm a very curious person, and in my daily life, if there's something that catches my attention, I tend to delve into it. So that is based upon the realization that you yourself is a very precious being. Your emotions are not trivial. Your emotions are linked to who you are, and your emotions are very significant and meaningful, and what you feel is meaningful and significant. Such realization can be a great starting point for increasing imagination.
So let me add a question related to that. So understanding and imagining about the others is all about prioritizing the others and putting aside ourselves, maybe that could hurt our feelings. Well, that could be the case. Well, you actually hurt your feelings more when you think yourselves as the weak or as the more vulnerable. Now, that way, you hurt your own feelings and make yourself smaller. But when you try to understand other people, you do that as equals. It's because you want to take something out of this understanding and walk your own path in your life. And it's because you can't be stuck with this conflict with this person. You have to lead your life. So it's your choice whether you stuck with this conflict or start your journey again. I really wish I could have a friend just like you. Well, maybe I can be one.
The next question is posed by Brian. There's someone who is fundamentally different than me. Then how can I understand that person? So you said that I can do that without making great sacrifices. So does that mean I have to be tolerant and be patient in order to understand someone who is completely different than myself? And I think tolerance is different than making sacrifice. So you don't have to sacrifice yourself. So sacrifice in this context means it seems like you are at a disadvantage, and it seems like you are lagging behind the other person. So from that perspective, you may think that you are at a disadvantage. Rather, if you seize the moment and gain from that moment to be better, and I think the temporary setback won't be a loss over the long term. So what can you do? If you go to a library or a bookstore, you can see tons of books resulting from frustration of not being able to others. So many novels stemmed from the frustration that they cannot understand others, and these novels are the process of trying to figure out and understand the others. So all of us don't have an answer, but such a consideration has been given by so many people, so we can sometimes benefit from these novels that can help us not getting stuck in such frustration.
No, there are some YouTube channels. I really hope that there are some YouTube channels who have the same functions as those books. Well, I really do as well. There are many educational functions that YouTube channels are serving, and I'm one of the ones using them. But I have to point out that it all started with corporations. That's what makes me fearful. Moving on to the next question from Jo Won-soo. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. When I read novels dealing with social issues, I sometimes feel helpless. So it takes a lot of courage to actually start reading novels. So what the attitudes and behaviors I should have? Well, actually, what's more scary is the challenges you face without knowing anything or without understanding anything about the society and the social issues. So I understand that it feels really difficult to actually start listening to the story. But when you are not aware of anything about what's happening in the society and be faced with such problems, that is more difficult. So I believe that you have a lot of courage when you start reading novels, and as you read the novels, you will feel less burdened. Thank you for your answer. One last question.
신은종님께서 보내주신
The question is posed by Eunjong Shin.
노동에 대한 무시가 계속되고 있습니다.
There's a disregard about labor. In order to make labor respected, what change do we have to bring our society?
모든 노동
All forms of labor
평가절하라기보다는
disregard for those rather than disregarding all forms of labor. And I think there is disregard for hard labor and unearned income or a windfall tend to be overemphasized. Recently, there has been a fluctuation in the stock market and the property market. So sudden increase in property value and appreciation in stock values.
내가 얻는 가치가 결정되는 것에 가깝거든요.
So if you are focused too much on that, that means your values are dictated by others.
우리가 그 이득에 있어서 관장할 수 있는 게 사실 없을 때도
So those situations and windfalls are sometimes beyond our control. In contrast, labor is something we are doing on our own. So through labor, we are rightly paid for our labor.
대한 어떤 수용이 원활하게 될 때 이 사회는
So there should be acknowledgement of labor by doing this so we can appreciate the worth of individuals. So instead of trying to make a windfall, we can make a good living through labor. And when there is appreciation of such a practice, there will be true respect for individuals in our society and community.
So I really want this Q&A to be longer, but we have to move on to the next presentation. So lastly, can you share your feelings in presenting in this forum? Well, I started presenting with very difficult feelings in my heart, but I felt grateful that we can come together to make a better society. And after we all come back to home, after this forum, I believe we would have accumulated a little more power to make society better. And I wish every health in success for you. Thank you very much, and please give a round of applause. So, a piece of house announcement. We're going to have a break shortly, and we'll have an autograph event with the writer Kim Geum-hee. Thank you very much for being with us. Now this wraps up the Q&A with the writer Kim Geum-hee and the part 2 of the SDF 2022. Now we're going to have a 20-minute break and we're going to start part 3 from 3:10. And just outside of the hall, there are autograph events going on with Professor Miller, Mr. Yoo Ho-hyun, and the writer Kim Geum-hee.
My name is Karim Ben Khalifa. I'm a journalist, I'm a storyteller. It's a great honor to be asked to talk about that. I will do my best, even though, as I tell you in our email exchange, that Ukraine is not really my specialty and something that I know deeply. But as an observer of that conflict and a practitioner of conflicts, and as a journalist, I've been looking at a bigger picture on conflict, and this is what we're going to be talking about today. I have been working in conflicts for almost a quarter century. First, as a photojournalist working for magazines such as the New York Times Magazine, Vanity Fair, Stern Magazine, or Le Monde here in Paris. And in 2013, I started working with new medium, such as virtual reality, where I was not trying to show conflict through virtual reality. I try to show one thing that I've discovered while I was on the ground covering those conflicts is the humanity of each party on both sides, the basic humanity. And what I mean by basic humanity, I'm talking about people who care for their children, who are working towards the future for peace, even though if they are engaged in a war. And there is commonality in between both sides that is rarely talked about, even less recognized by each of the party. And this is quite simple to understand. In order to engage in a fight, in order to wage a war, you need to dehumanize the other side. Therefore, this inability to recognize some basic humanity that the other side is holding as much as you are yourself holding. And so this is really something I've been interested in showing, trying to make the invisible tangible through an experience. There is different levels to where you can watch a war or try to understand a war. Watch a war is probably the wrong words. There is the geopolitical forces that are pushing for wars, and then you have the people themselves, which are either waging also a war or either being victim of the war. And on both sides of the conflict, you always have those people. When you look at this war in between Ukraine and Russia, obviously there is an aggressor and there is an aggressed. There is two different peoples, and one didn't decide to wage a direct war on the other. But I think one thing that needs to be really taken care of and being very gentle with is we need to separate those two things. But by separating governments and policies and separating the people themselves, we're already making a good step in the right direction, because normal Russian people or normal or regular Ukrainian people are not necessarily enemy. And when you have a war, you obviously hope for that war to stop. And if that war stops, that means peace. And if peace needs to be implemented, you need to overcome the dehumanization that was put in place through communication, through propaganda, in order to find the other one and the commonality with the other one. And this is exactly what I've been trying to do through my work, but there is definitely this need to go back to basics. And the commonality we have with the other is our daily lives. We all need water. We all need love. We all have kids or are planning on having kids. And so with this, the legacy of the future, we need to keep in mind this commonality and look for it. Because if we just listen to the noise, we tend to forget that. And that is what communication, war communication, is really trying to do. They are trying to simplify and put everyone in the same bag from one perspective or the other. And so we need to keep along the way that the other side has still a lot of commonality, and there needs to be really a strong will to keep separating what is geopolitical from what is the human side of it. So I wasn't asking those fighters to give me answer as how to fix those conflicts. I was asking them, what is peace for them? What is violence for them? And when they reply through the I think violence is this, or I think peace, evoke that. This is where you see the commonality with the other side. And once you've discovered that commonality, at least you know you have a link with the other one. I think it's an add-on in the landscapes of communication around that war. But I think it's important to remain human ourselves and to recognize the humanity on the other side and to not lose sight of that very simple fact. And myself was working on refugees arriving from Ukraine a couple of weeks ago for the newspaper Le Monde in Paris. This is absolutely extraordinary what is happening. And I think this is a beautiful sign that we're still remaining with this humankind and this kindness we have in ourselves in order to help other people who are suffering, who are displaced, and who are at the end of the day completely lost. We find in the other a fear we have in ourselves, and we're trying to alleviate this fear by helping the other. And I think it is a fantastic thing to witness and to see, and it's really people coming and not being able to stand just in front of the television and saying what is happening, but saying, I need to take part, I need to help at my own little level. And when I was in the main train station in Berlin, photographing refugees arriving, I could also see regular German people just with a sign in their hands. I have a room, I can welcome 3 people, a family with 1 kid, or one mother with 2 kids. Please come, this is my sign, let's help each other, I'm here to help you out. This is fantastic. It's an amazing generosity to do so. It's really from the human level, I can do something. And even if it's like 2 or 3 people, I would have make a little difference. But if you have hundreds of thousands of people doing so in Poland, which is the case, in Poland, in Germany, in France, in Belgium, people are opening their homes. And yes, in a very simple way. And this is really uplifting the moods of looking at what we can do and giving an example, a very strong example. Now, on the more critical side, we had those waves of refugees a few years ago from Syria coming to Europe. And we had a very different reactions. People were scared that it was a movement within which terrorists would be smuggled in and attack us. And there was a clear visual difference with mothers coming with a veil and 2 kids having darker hair and darker skin. And you could not see the same outpouring generosity coming from the people. And this is disturbing, because at the end of the day, we are in a very similar situation. You have civilians living a situation in which they are in danger. And on one side, because we can see that they look more like us, we are opening our doors, but when they don't look like us, we are ignoring their suffering. And we're leaving governments or NGOs dealing with that. And this is a sad thing. So I hope this crisis is also waking us up to the very same basic humanity that needs to be applied regardless of the color of the skin, regardless of the origins of the refugees. Nobody leaves his home, nobody left life behind just because they can have a better life in another place. They do so because they are forced to. And we need to forget the fact that when you have a different skin colors, or you come from a different part of the world, you can't do the same. It is the same. Those are human beings. We stop relying only on the governmental voice to take care of the situation. We realize that each at our own level can do something about it. And the fact that the people are realizing this shows the extent of empathy and compassion we all have. So now what is happening with Ukraine is really, it's somehow strange to realize that with those people in particular and being blind off for the same things happening for other people from different parts of the world. I think we just need to take that example and acquire this as a knowledge and apply it to everyone who's suffering. And I don't know if I'm not going to be in that situation in 5 years from now, or in 2 months from now, or in 20 years from now. Nobody can tell that. But by acting today, we are also acting for ourselves. And we can all do it at our own level. Nothing has been asked to do something we could not do. There is one thing that we all share. We didn't choose where we were born. We didn't choose if we were born in a wealthy family or in a poor family, in a refugee camp or in the center of a city that is thriving and open-minded. We need to do with what we have, but we all need to recognize the privilege we have, if we have so, and give and work with those privilege towards a common world where everyone has more privilege, where everyone has an equal chance to thrive, to study, to grow, and to become a better human being.